Hey, let's roll that awesome video. We could not have timed that any better, guys. Welcome to Mainframe Comic-Con. This is the Friday preview night. Mainframe Comic-Con is finally descending upon the world this weekend, starting tonight, going on all this weekend, guys, Saturday and Sunday. If you are watching this video on Facebook, if you're watching it on YouTube, you're not getting the whole experience. So make sure you head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. From there, you're going to have access all weekend long to all the panel halls, all the exhibitors, all the artist alley, all the amazing comic books you're able to purchase. There's so much going on at mainframecomiccon.com, and it's all for a good cause. Mainframe, as always, is here to help out the Hero Initiative. So when you're at mainframecomiccon.com, you're going to see donate to the Hero Initiative links littered in all of the halls. Take a second. Mainframe is 100% free all weekend long. All of our celebrities, all of our creators are generously donating their time for the Hero Initiative charities, guys. So give what you can, $5 here, $10,000 there. It all goes to a very worthy cause. So we got a lot of amazing guests who are joining us here tonight. This stream's going to run for several hours. This is the preview night. We've got Brian Michael Bendis coming on. We got Matt Fraction. We got Kelly Sue O'Donnell. We got who else? We got David Mack coming on. We got a ton of people. But for the next hour, we are answering your questions. This is the promised Mainframe Comic-Con Q&A section. So if you have any questions about how Mainframe Comic-Con is going to run, how do you join in, we're going to be answering them right now. So let them fly for the next hour. So joining me and helping me with the Mainframe Q&A, you know him as the host of Word Balloon. If you're from Chicago, you know him as probably one of the most famous radio celebrities in the city of Chicago, guys. Help me in welcoming Mr. John Centris to the Mainframe Q&A. I saw him there for a second. John, how's it going?
You're doing good, Chuck. This is like public television. I hope you're enjoying the big bands of your grandparents' era. More great music coming up, and don't forget to buy a tote bag.
And now back to the Civil War. Part 9. So, John, I mean, we're going to let a lot of people get into the chat, guys. Remember, ask your questions. That's what we're here to do for the next hour. But we're also just talking about how amazing Mainframe Comic-Con is, what it took to make this thing happen. It has been a labor of love for about 20 or 30 people over the past few months, John, yourself included. What's been your experience getting together and getting all these people together? It's like putting together Wayne's stock and Wayne's World too.
Totally,
what we've been doing, and it's been so successful. Tell us about your experience putting together Mainframe.
Well, seriously, man, you and Chad were great. You guys reached out and you wanted me to be a part of it. And honestly, doing this for the Hero Initiative, it really means a lot to me because I've befriended so many of the older freelancers in doing Word Balloon for 15 years, and I know how important Hero Initiative can be to these people. So it's great to be able to give back. It's a weird time. Obviously, we're all coping with it the best way we can. And truly, I jumped into doing video here with Word Balloon. And again, this is a chance for me to give back because everyone's been great. And when I let them know that, hey, we're doing this, I pulled out the Rolodex. I called all my friends, and so many of them are coming on this weekend. You know, you mentioned Brian Bendis and Matt Fraction and Kelly Sue O'Donnell. And later on, we're going to also have Mike Oming and David Mack and Taki Soma. That's all tonight on preview night. And, God, everybody from Dan Jurgens and 50 years of Superman writers, Elliot Mag and Paul Kupperberg, Jerry Ordway and Dan are going to do a great Superman panel. And, man, I'll tell you, I'm very excited about one of the jewels in the crown that I get to moderate, the Animated Justice League. The band is back together.
That is like that. There's been such a buzz online about the Animated Justice League panel. We're bringing almost all. We don't have Mark Hamill unless he makes a
but he was the Joker. I mean, so no, we got
not technically the Justice League
team, and we got Luther.
We got Luther. Like, everybody's a buzz. Twitter's blowing up about the animated one. That one is on, I believe, Saturday at 5 o'clock.
5:30. 5:30 Eastern. 5:30 Eastern. 2:30 Pacific. Andrea Romano, the wonderful voice director that led this cast in so many wonderful stories over the years. She will be orchestrating a table read, just like having John Williams with an orchestra doing the Star Wars soundtrack or Indiana Jones. Andrea will be leading the Justice League in a very cool table read, and she made sure to cut together a bunch of scenes so everybody is involved. So, and also really,
what are they reading? What are they reading? Do we know exactly what?
No, I don't have the shows that they came from. Andrea really did pick scenes from a few different things. I know that there are scenes at the Watchtower, and they're going around the table discussing whatever was on the Trouble Alert. That's a Super Friends reference. But no, it's going to be great. And truly, I mean, it's wonderful to have so many of the leaguers because they have been on the convention scene. The great exception that is joining us from Mainframe is Carl Lumley. And Carl Lumley, the Martian Manhunter, wonderful on Alias, Supergirl. He's been amazing on Supergirl. Do you remember his early 90s superhero show?
I don't.
A little thing on Fox that was called The Mantis.
Okay.
The Mantis.
I watched Fox, but back in the early 90s, I was watching more like X-Men animated series on
absolutely. But I'm excited to ask him. I got to ask him about The Mantis, man. I mean, because it only lasted a season or two. I got to look it up on IMDb, but it's like, Carl, you were like literally one of the first Black superheroes on television. Tell us about that. And again, it certainly lasted long enough. But no, man, it was so great. And Susan Eisenberg, the animated Amazon herself, just is such a champ about getting everybody together. I mean, I was like, maybe, she'll get maybe Phil and Marks. I know Phil's like loves doing stuff like this. He's a nerd like the rest of us. Maybe Maria. God, it'd be great if she could get Kevin Conroy. She's like, oh, I'm getting everybody. And she did. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. So
it's amazing.
Exceeded expectations. I'm very excited about that.
Susan is my new best friend. She's so great. She's so awesome and helping us put this all together. I know, guys, our director is going to start putting your questions up on the screen pretty soon. We're just letting a few of them roll in. But if I can cruise by, let me see if I can find something that we may not be able to put on the screen. Saki the Sock Puppet. He asked, will Mainframe Comic-Con have virtual autograph with celebrities in the future? That is something that we're working on. We're not doing autograph sessions this go around at Mainframe Comic-Con. There it is. Thank you, Saki the Sock Puppet. It's funny. Saki's always asking me if we're going to have Muppet people on the show. We haven't got any Muppets.
Wow. Yeah, man. But that's a good avenue to travel down Sesame Street. We should be going down there. And
we are going to, in future Mainframes, we are going to have autograph sessions where you can get autographed books and stuff like that. But with the scope of Mainframe this year, we rolled out for the first time meet and greets. So we do have meet and greets, but we're not doing autographs this time. But we most assuredly will do it next time. What's Michael Turner say?
Do we need an account to watch panels? No. That's the great thing. Go to mainframecomiccon.com. If you're watching now on the Comic Core YouTube page or even the Word Balloon YouTube page or some of the Facebook pages we have, we really want to direct people to mainframecomiccon.com because that's where you can donate to Hero as well. But no pass, no ID, nothing. Just click on, again, the players are there on Mainframe Comic-Con for each hall. We're in Hall A right now. It's it's just me and Chuck right now.
Beautiful here in Hall A.
Yes, but we'll be virtual and there for all of you. And then again, we've got 5 halls that are going to be running, right? Because 5. It's A, B, C, D.
We added an E.
We added E, and it sounds like E is going to be a very interesting hall.
E is going to be awesome. Like, guys, E is a new addition to the show. While the show's going on this weekend, definitely go over to Hall E. Just check out the lineup. We got like Dan Severn, UFC Hall of Famer. We've got tons of wrestlers, tons of movie actors and TV actors in Hall E. So that's really cool. And Saki asks again, will you do more Mainframe events in the future? We absolutely will. We already have 2 that we're planning on that we haven't announced yet. So they'll get announced in the coming weeks and months. But we got some amazing stuff.
That's the great thing, man. I mean, we really did fill up for this session to the point where we had to tell A-listers, we just don't have room, but we're going to do more. So you're in our thoughts, and we promise we'll touch base with you later on this year. So that's a great problem to have, and I'm very excited about the fact that we have over 150 different celebrities participating in these panels this weekend.
Michael Turner asks, is this the first Mainframe? This is actually the 3rd. So Mainframe Comic-Con, to give you a brief kind of history of what we are, the entire event was birthed from the COVID lockdown. Everybody was locked down. Myself, the co-creator, Chad Ramsden, we kind of linked up and said, because we were booked, we do the con circuit kind of year round. We were going to go to Chicago, Orlando, Boston. That all got shut down. So we thought, you know what, we could do this. We have the connections, we know the people, we got the techie know-how. Let's just do it ourselves online. So we did it back in April, and it was a wild success. We had Kevin Smith, we had Clark Gregg, David Harbour, we had the cast of Kids in the Hall, we had a Clerks reunion. We had just insane group of people for Mainframe 1. We did it again the following month, and we had some amazing guests. That one was a little more low-key. It was more centralized on celebrities and stuff. So this time we said, you know what? We're going to really hit the comic book community hard. We're going to focus most of our attention on comics and, animated series and stuff like that. So Mainframe 3 is definitely the biggest thing we've ever done. It's the biggest thing anybody's ever done, really. I mean, I haven't seen physical cons with a lineup this big.
Well, and especially we're doing it live. Now, Andrew is asking now, he's a UK viewer, will the panels be available on demand, just in case I fall asleep and miss one? Yes, they will. I mean, that's certainly the plan. And Chuck, I want to ask you, because again, you guys ran things the first 2 times. Are the previous chats from the first 2 conventions, are they at the website, or are they at specific YouTube channels?
You can find them throughout. They are up until today. They were on the website. All the previous ones we did. We had to clear some room and bandwidth on the website, so we took those down for now. But they will be back up after Mainframe after this weekend. But you can find them on YouTube. If you just Google search Mainframe Kevin Smith, it'll come up. Mainframe, David Harbour, it'll come up. We got the vast majority of them are on the YouTube, the Mainframe Comic Con YouTube channel, so you can find them there. And as far as this weekend's event, it's going to be streaming live, but then you'll start seeing them populate to rewatch in the following week. So what we're going to do, we're going to chop them all up, as opposed to putting out, a 10-hour YouTube video. We're going to chop them all up and start posting them. So I recommend you watch it live, and I recommend you watch it at mainframecomiccon.com. But with 5 panel halls going, you're sure to miss something. So definitely head on over to the Mainframe YouTube and subscribe to it. So then when we post new ones, you'll get an alert. You can come see what we're posting.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be great. But yeah, just give us a chance to kind of chop things up before and repost them after they run live. But it's going to be a great weekend, and really noon Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow and Sunday. And we're going live tonight until 11 Eastern. So that's the schedule right now. And preview night is going to be jumping, as we said, in about 45 minutes. Brian Bendis might be joining us, but I know for a fact Matt Fraction and Kelly Sudaconic are.
John, do you know comics and chaos in comics? Because I have to ask the same question. Why are you dealing with this motley group, man? Why did you join the Mainframe family?
You guys extended a handout, man. Seriously, and I really appreciated that. I brought Fraction and Greg Rucka for the first Mainframe weekend, and we did one panel preview night with Greg, and one on Saturday with Fraction. And no, I really appreciated that we're doing this for the Hero Initiative. And you guys are more organized than I am. I mean, I'm able to really. Why do you think I'm a solo host normally? I mean, I it's me and the guest, man. That's all I can handle. A two-person conversation. Half the time, the publishers are like, "Hey, would you like to talk to the writer and the artist at the same time?" I'm like, "No,
that's too much. That's too much." Saki wrote again. He said, will you add more Mainframe Comic-Con merch, like Mainframe Comic-Con logo and patch? Thanks for mentioning that. We don't have any patches, but if you do go to the mainframecomiccon.com website, we have a shop on there. It's con exclusives where you can get you can also get custom comic books and stuff, but you can get some cool Mainframe merch. We've got adult t-shirts, kids t-shirts, girls t-shirts. We've got a Mainframe Comic-Con throw pillow that I really want to get my hands on. It looks really, really cool. We got buttons, we got patches. So there's a lot of stuff on the shop.
You're a slim guy. Do they have what I always love about attending live conventions is, as I always say, I mean, I'm a plus size person. I'm certainly at the big and tall shop, but I'm always comfortable at a Comic-Con because I think as far as that weight ratio goes, I'm a medium. Because I can always find guys a little bit bigger than me. So, I mean, really, do we have we got 3X, we got 4X as far as
we got it all in every single color you can imagine.
That's good. All right. As someone who would need one, I absolutely want a Mainframe shirt. So I'll definitely be grabbing some merch this week.
There's a lot of cool stuff. And something that launched today, guys, if you head into any of the panel halls, you'll see a button that says exhibitors. Go into that page. Your mind is going to be blown by what the exhibitors are selling in the exhibitor page. We got a couple copies of, I believe, the Amazing Fantasy, the Spider-Man. We got, I think I saw an Action Comics #1 in there. Was I crazy? Did I see that? Maybe
I
not.
don't know about an Action 1, but we certainly do have cool golden, silver, and Bronze Age comics that are, if you've, again, if you got the deep pockets, there's a great selection of vintage comics and significant collector comics that you definitely want to check out. So absolutely go to the exhibit hall. So
Chaos, we do have Dachshund size T-shirts. They're called kids shirts, but they're really for your pets. I mean, we all know that.
man, can't wait for the Justice League reunion. Andre Paul said that. I think that's fantastic. Everyone's chatting up already, so that's great.
Good point, Michael Turner. That a lot of the Comic Con at Home stuff it's been pre-recorded. Mainframe has always been live, so we always thought that without that live interaction, just like we're doing right now, what we're doing right now is exactly what you're going to see in every single panel of every single hall. Obviously, we got to have time to talk to the celebrities, but we're going to try to get as many of your questions up as we can. But it's going to be 100% live. So
absolutely
pop into those live chats. A little tip for you: if you really want to get your question on, I say this a lot, is like type really big, bold letters, question, and then type your question. Just something to kind of make it stand out. Because a lot of these chat rooms just go by so fast that our directors can't keep up and they miss some questions. So
this
do what you can to kind of stand out.
But no, it's going to be a great live fan experience with the creators. I mean, again, I can tell you that the Justice League is really excited about doing it. And, I don't know who's going to be left for monitor duty while we've got all of them down here on Earth talking to us. Someone's going to
hopefully nothing will go down. Everybody's at home. No one's causing any trouble.
Maybe Booster Gold or Vigilante. I'm thinking of Justice League Unlimited, some of the Beyond the Seven who might be on monitor duty. So
speaking of the Justice League guys, I want to mention again the meet and greets. A lot, not all, but a lot of the Justice League people who are going to be in that panel on Saturday are doing private meet and greets. How those are going to work is if you go to the meet and greets, if you go to the mainframecomiccon.com and you go to the map, that's like sort of the hub of where you can get from hall to hall to hall and room to room. One of those halls is a meet and greet hall, so you can go in there, purchase your meet and greet ticket. There is a very limited supply of meet and greet tickets because celebrities don't have all day to do meet and greets, but I think there's maybe about 20 or 30 per person for a 2-minute video chat. Those are going to take place the following weekend. So you purchase the meet and greet tickets now, and then the following weekend is when they're actually going to do them. So if anybody was curious about that, just know that's the case. But yeah, Phil Lamar's on there. We got Kerry Tagawa. He played Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat. We got Robert Wool. All those people are doing meet and greets. Susan Eisenberg, George Newbern, tons of people doing meet and greets.
And I'll let you guys know now. I was speaking to Andrea Romano, and she just wasn't sure about the parameters of the meet and greets. She'd like to be included. So if we are able to get her on there, guys, after this preview hour, she wanted to be included, and I can send an email or whatever. This is almost business on the air, but you'll forget.
I feel like the pin has already been pulled out of the grenade. And
okay.
Well, we're counting down.
Well, then, something I will let her know that she can certainly be available for a meet and greet when we have one of these other events that we're planning. So that's fine. That's cool. But no, it's great. I want to go around the schedule, Chuck, and mention some of the great things. We're kicking off tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern, with a Tom King spotlight. That's right. The great Batman writer, the man who's killing it on Strange Adventures with Adam Strange and Mr. Terrific, and a deep, dark secret from Adam Strange's past. Am I saying his name right? Coy Jandreau?
Coy Jandreau from he was the host. He took over the reins at Collider Heroes. And he's outstanding. After the late, great John Schnepp passed away, Coy graciously took up the reins and just absolutely crushed it over at Collider. So he's going to be moderating several panels, but he's kicking off the whole day. He's doing Tom King, and then he's going to stick around and do the Jock panel right after that.
Yeah, we've got several panels starting off at noon Eastern. Charles Stickney and Connor Hughes are going to be in Hall C. Tom is going to be in Hall A. Hall B, Pablo Rivera, the fine artist, will have a spotlight panel as well. And then at 12:30, we've got some great stuff happening Saturday. Source Point Press, a wonderful publisher, is going to be presenting Broken Gargoyles, and a lot of their creators are going to be there. That's in Hall D. Hall C is going to feature Dan Jurgens in a solo spotlight for a half hour, and I'll be talking to Dan. That'll be great. Then at 1 p.m., another great artist, a signature artist, Jock, will be joining us. Jock, who continues to do amazing stuff. I mean, you go back to the Losers of Vertigo and that great was it called Black Mirror or Dark Mirror? The Scott Snyder story, the Batman story.
Oh, okay. I always know Jock from Witches, what he did with Scott Snyder.
Certainly.
That whole book. Oh my God. Incredible.
But their first big DC thing was an 11-part story that was in Detective Comics. And it was when Dick Grayson was Batman, when Bruce was lost in time. And that was really when we learned that James Gordon Jr. Is actually quite the villain. And Jock drew that story and Scott wrote it. Jock will have a panel in Hall A. And Coy will be hosting that panel as well. So that's pretty cool.
This is why I love John. John, you know everybody. You know everything. You know everybody. You're going to be, you people are in good hands if you're watching or if you're participating or just watching one of John's panels this weekend. He knows it all. You're going to learn something and you're going to have a lot of fun.
I'll keep spinning if you don't mind, because I figure we'll talk about the schedule. 1 o'clock, Hall C. I will be doing an AWA crime panel. Now, AWA is the new publisher imprint that Bill Jemis and Axel Alonso have started. Axel will join us. Mike Deodato Jr., Jason Starr, Will Conrad, and Krista Faust will be talking about their books. At 1:30, another great art legend, Ariel Olivetti, will have a spotlight panel as well, hosted by Rodney Colin. Ryan Grant will also have a spotlight panel. Ariel's is in Hall B. Hall D will feature Rylan Grant, American Ninja Warrior, and fine comic book writer. David Pepos, another fine writer, will be interviewing Rylan for his spotlight. And then at 2 o'clock, we got one of our Hollywood celebrities coming on, Robert Wool, Arliss from HBO, Alexander Knox from the Batman Tim Burton movies.
Yeah.
Among his, he was in the Crisis crossover on the
CW. Bull Durham. I mean, come on.
Bull Durham, yes, the pitching coach. Absolutely, man.
The king of the Wicker people, for those of you people who can quote the Batman movies start to finish.
Bruce Wayne, he's more like Bruce Wayne.
Absolutely.
He our buddy Rob Meyer Burnett is going to be hosting that panel. And that's at 2 o'clock in Hall A. In Hall C, I will have the honor of hosting 50 Years of Superman writers. Dan Jurgens, Elliot S. Maggin, Paul Kupperberg, Jerry Ordway. Cannot wait to talk to them about the Man of Steel. Hall C, 2 p.m. Eastern. And then, I can keep going. If you want, we can keep going on Saturday. We'll finish Saturday, and then we'll take some questions. 2:30, Big Idea, Real Podcast, Practical Tips. Jason Inman, Ashley Robinson, Tom Merritt, all in Hall B. And then at 3 o'clock, AMC. This is big. The Nosferatu Q&A.
Let me talk a little bit about that one.
Please.
Well, first, let me double back because you talked about the podcast panel that's coming out with Jason and Ashley.
Yeah, and Tom.
There's a lot of techie and informative. It's not just comic book creators. It's not just television creators. It's not just artists. There's some informative stuff. We've got the podcast one that's going on. So if you're interested in podcasting, you want to know like kind of what it takes. It's going to be fully interactive, fully Q&A with the pros, with professional podcasters teaching you how to do it. There's also one about how to dominate social media. And if you're an indie comic book, like how do you get your book made? What's the business behind indie comic books? So that's really cool. So really, really cruise around the schedule and see some of the amazing, like informative industry type panels that we got going on. But this Nosferatu thing is going to blow your mind. I don't have the website in front of me right now, but we've got some of the top cast members from the AMC show Nosferatu. They're just about to wrap up their second season. Nosferatu, for all you fans of Joe Hill, it's a Joe Hill novel. He's a phenomenal horror writer. He's the guy that did Lock and Key on Netflix as well. Well, he didn't make the Netflix, but anyway. So he's a producer on the show. We've had him on Mainframe. He was on Mainframe #1. We talked a lot about Nosferatu, but we've got an amazing cast. We got the kids. We've got the showrunner and producer Jamie O'Brien, who was the showrunner on Hell on Wheels and Fear the Walking Dead. She's going to be there. Then we're going to bring on the little kids who play Millie Manx and Bruce Wayne McQueen from the show. And then we're going to introduce all the adults. So we got about 6 or 7 cast members plus the showrunner. And that one's going to run for a full hour. It's going to be totally Q&A. The Nosferatu fan pages are freaking out that we're doing this because it's just going to be this massive fun thing. We have a clip from this weekend's episode. So the panel is on Saturday. They gave us an exclusive clip for Sunday's episode. So you're going to be able to see that. I've actually seen the entire season, and I can tell you it's incredible, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. So anyway, definitely check out the Nosferatu panel.
You'll be using that knowledge because you're moderating that panel, and that's in Hall A, 3 p.m. Eastern, the Nosferatu panel. Then also happening at 3 o'clock in Hall C, Rafael Garcia and the Henchman Spotlight will be going on, featuring Peter Murrieta and David Schrader. And then also 3 o'clock, the man behind the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles himself, Kevin Eastland Spotlight. That's going to be great. Comic Corps' own Chad Ramson is going to be hosting that panel in Hall D at 3 o'clock. Then
actually, he's not. I didn't update that.
All right.
We've got Carson and Alec over at the Comic Corps are going to be moderating.
Oh, great. Okay, that's cool. Regardless,
they moderated his panel in the first Mainframe, and he was so happy with the way that panel went down. He said, "Give me those same guys that did the last one." So they come very highly recommended.
That's fantastic, man. No, I always love Kevin Eastman. My God, what a career! And truly one of the, has carved his own way and become one of the great comic creator legends, especially when it comes to creator-owned comics. So you're not going to want to miss that. That's Hall D at 3 o'clock. Now, 3:30 in Hall B.
We're only up to 3 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah,
all these, and we're only up to 3 o'clock on Saturday. No. Keep going.
I was going to say, we can always direct people. Well, I'll tell you what, Jupiter Jet, a Q&A with Jason Inman and Ashley Robinson, their great creator-owned book. That's happening in Hall B. And then at 4 o'clock, The Walking Dead reunion. And that's going to be amazing in Hall A.
Hold on. Let me tell you about this one, guys.
Go right ahead.
One is going to this is going to be the one everybody's talking about. It's not just a Walking Dead reunion. One of the main cast members, Mr. Dan Fogler. You know him from he was in Fantastic Beasts. He was in that movie Balls of Fury. He was in what was it, the Star Wars movie?
Fanboys.
Fanboys. Yeah. Two Brothers. Keep that up. We're gonna ask you that in just a second. But I just want to tell you about this. He just says, "What's up, Mainframe? Great weekend. Thank you so much, Two Brothers." Two Brothers is actually going to be moderating several panels, so check them out. So thanks a lot, man. Thanks for the $2 super chat for the Hero Initiative. But what we're doing, it's gonna be a house party. He's putting on a virtual house party. So he's gonna go. We're gonna start out the panel where it's just kind of him, and then you're gonna hear like a doorbell sound. And I don't want to spoil the surprise for anybody. But there's like a doorbell sound, and then we're gonna let some cast members in. We're all gonna start dancing. There's gonna be music playing. There's gonna be red solo cups being drunken out of. And then we're going to get another doorbell, and there's going to be more people come in. It's just going to be like he's hosting a big virtual house party, dance party. It's going to be a Walking Dead dance party more than it is just a boring sort of reunion. It's going to be amazing. Like, you got to watch that one. That one's at 4 o'clock on Saturday in Hall A.
In Hall A, absolutely, man. And then also happening at 4 o'clock, Eric Powell, the wonderful creator of The Goon, will be hosting an Albatross Funny Book Spotlight featuring himself, Mike Norton, Gabe Soria, Rafer Roberts, Steve Mannon, Brett Parson, Gideon Kendall, all happening in Hall C. So that's going to be great. We've got a Zach Kaplan Spotlight happening at 4 o'clock in Hall B. The Two Brothers will be moderating that panel. And then How to Dominate Social Media, another one of these how-to panels with Russell Notley. That's happening in Hall D at 4:30. Then at 5, the Hollywood Comics Intellectual Property Connection. A lot of creators who have been able to take their comics and get them optioned and are starting to get a taste of Hollywood. Some of these comics might become films whenever films start happening again. But right. Ryland Grant, Zach Kaplan, David Pepos, and David Avalone, all part of that panel. And then also at 5 o'clock, Gamal Hennessy. And this is great, especially for people that want to make their own comic books. The business of independent comic book publishing. Gamal is literally a comic book lawyer who works with publishers and independent creators as well. He knows all the ins and outs of what you need to know, whether you're optioning a product and making it a comic book or your own comic book as well. He has a great website and is bringing his smarts to this panel and also to promote his book, The Business of Independent Comic Book Publishing. That's going to be amazing. And that's happening in Hall B at 5. And then at 5:30, Hall A, I'll be talking to the voices of the Justice League. And again, that's Andre Romano, the voice director, Lex Luthor himself, Clancy Brown, Phil Lamar, the great Jon Stewart, Susan Eisenberg, the animated Amazon Wonder Woman herself, Maria Canales-Barrera, Hawk Girl. George Newbern, Superman, who you also know from Scandal, Father of the Bride, so many great on-camera performances. Maria, I forget the name of her Disney show, but I know she's a big Disney.
Wizards of Waverly Place.
Of course, it's the Wizards of Waverly Place. Carl Lumley, Marshall the Manhunter, again, Supergirl and Alias. Michael Rosenblum, we got 2 Lex Luthors, man, but of course,
right?
Representing the Flash.
Are you going to ask him about that? You're just not going to interrupt the table read at all. You're just going to let him go.
Well, they're going to do the table read, then I'm going to get at least one round of questions for each of them before we throw things to the fans. And Kevin Conroy, everybody, Batman himself, also joining us. So it's going to be the full cast in Hall A.
Huge get. Everybody on that panel is an amazing get. Thank you, Susan Eisenberg.
Damn straight.
Animated Amazon, as John keeps calling her. Saki asks, will Mainframe Comic-Con someday post-pandemic be an actual event? That's a phenomenal question. I certainly hope so. I just hope that events come back, period. Like, I don't even need to put them on. I just want to go to them. But
yeah, I think we all eventually want to get back to going to conventions and stuff like that. But I love the fact that, the unfortunate circumstances have allowed us to bring more comic book programming to the internet sphere. And I think that's terrific. And as someone who has done audio interviews, as I have for 15 years, it's great to have this new wrinkle of doing comic book stuff, video, and also being able to do it live with fans. It's great. So let's see. We got 6 o'clock Kickstarting Your Comic, another great how-to panel. That'll be terrific in Hall D. 6 o'clock in Hall C, Cullen Bunn Spotlight. Great writer Cullen Bunn, from the Sixth Gun to his Aftershock books. So many DC and Marvel books in his past as well. That'll be great in Hall C. Christy Shin Spotlight. That'll be happening in Hall D at 6 o'clock. And then to close things out on Saturday, Insider Art, a great anthology created by the Vertigo editor extraordinaire Shelley Bond. Chris Simon and Maria McCourt will be joining Shelley in Hall C. Kerry, all right, now I'm going to say his name wrong. So Kerry Hiroyuki Tagawa. Did I do it right?
Yeah. Well, right, I don't know about the middle name always catches me, but it's definitely Kerry Tagawa.
But a fine actor, and Rob Burnett is going to be hosting his panel at 7 o'clock in Hall A. We've got a Scout Comics panel, the great people at Scout Comics Publishing, Eric Palicki, Brian Wickman, and Charles Stickney. That'll be in Hall B. The two brothers will be hosting that. And then finally, Heavy Metal Magazine presenting Birthing, a new IP in the age of COVID, and a lot of the great people of heavy metal, Matt Madani and George C. Romero, the director's fine son, who's following in Dad's footsteps, doing some great horror content, and our buddy Tim Seeley is going to be there as well, and Brendan Columbus. They're all the people behind Heavy Metal in Hall D, 7 p.m. to close things out, 7 p.m. Eastern on Saturday.
You haven't even touched Hall E yet.
This is true. I don't have that info.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got to go to Hall D if you really want to see who's showing up in Hall E. Hall E is the big surprise one, so head on over to Hall E.
It's going to be nuts. It's going to be,
and
great.
That's just Saturday.
That's just Saturday.
That's madness.
I want to give people a chance to ask questions. So
yeah, go for it.
Should we direct people to mainframecomiccon.com and click on the schedule, and you get a full lineup of everybody that's going to be showing up on Sunday. I mean, but I can tell you some highlights like the Old Guard panel, the hit movie from Netflix that absolutely rocked this summer. Greg Rucka and Leandro Fernandez, the original creators of the Old Guard, will be there to answer your questions. Both were on set. Greg wrote the screenplay for the movie. He's got lots of stories about how the movie turned out, the commitment of people like Charlize Theron. I know that that's going to be a terrific panel, and I'm really happy that
and
Greg
we've got
and Leandro are doing it.
Yeah, we got that. I'm so glad they attended that kind of thing. I mean, that was just such a get. I mean, you went out, you're friends with them. They saw what we were doing for a good cause. But I want to say the great John Stephen Roca from Collider. He was the Schmodown movie trivia champion. He's going to be moderating that panel. So we're really glad to have John Roca from Collider. You can put that back up if you guys want. If you guys have any questions about Mainframe, please leave them in the comment section. We'll ask them right now.
I completely agree. Tim does not get enough respect. Eisner level work from Tim. He can do it all, creator owned. When he steps in on his Marvel and DC books, they're always exciting. He's a great He-Man writer. You name it, Tim Seeley can do it. Also on Sunday, Howard Chaykin panel with our buddy Rob Burnett moderating that. Al Ewing will be joining us with a great panel, Immortal Hulk, and of course the current Marvel event Empire, all under Al's signature. So that's another big Sunday spotlight. That
Donnie Cates, man. Donnie Cates. Donnie's kicking off Hall A on Sunday, and it's going to be awesome. We're going to talk about everything. I think he's been writing a couple books lately that people are kind of talking about. I mean, he's written a few.
You might have heard about Venom, and then what Donnie's done with Venom in the last couple of years. Pretty amazing stuff. So, yeah, those are just the highlights of Sunday. We urge everybody to go to mainframecomiccon.com, click on the schedule, and you're going to be blown away. I'm telling you, man, 2.5 days.
Hey, we got Peter Marietta is in the chat right now. Thanking John. Thanks for saying my name right when you plug my panel. You know,
we're excited to have you as part of it. It's going to be a great weekend. And again, because of people like you. Chaos and Comics makes a nice shout out too for my buddy Shelley Bond, one of the most important people in comics. Ed Brubaker started doing mainstream comics because Shelley Bond liked his creator-owned stuff, Low Life and things like that. I mean, honestly, I knew Shelley from her reputation as a Vertigo editor, but it's really been great in the last couple of years. Every time I have Shelley on, one of my other friends in comics will be, man, you wouldn't believe like how cool Shelley Bond was to me, to help me out, whether it's been like just consoling them when a parent passed away, to giving them their first big breaks. I mean, Shelley is really, really, I really think a lot of the great editors are tastemakers, Chuck. I'm sure you feel that way too. And that's the thing. And for the longest time, DC can get a little protective of editors because they don't want them to spoil stories. But for years, I really wanted to speak to editors like Shelley, like Axel, like my buddy Will Dennis, who hopefully we'll get him on a Mainframe event down the road. But I mean, that's the thing, because like we wouldn't have some of the coolest comics of the last 25 years if it weren't for these people. And so I really want to know what makes them tick creatively and what makes them think, oh, you know, Jason Aaron's got a really interesting idea. I think I want him to do a Vertigo book. Brian Azzarello, so many of the top writers, John Hickman, so many of them owe their careers to a lot of these tastemaker editors, and Shelley is really one of the leaders of that.
Victor Fuentes says, greetings from Chile. All right, Chile. Awesome guests and panels. Victor, I hope you join us all weekend long at mainframecomiccon.com.
And there's a big one that we haven't mentioned yet. Chris Cantwell, man, I'm such a fan of his, whether it's his television work, what he did with Dr. Doom, what he's going to do with Iron Man.
Really great.
Halt and Catch Fire on AMC is such a great show. And I mean, a lot of other shows got the big attention. But man, I'll tell you, if you want to know about the birth of the computer age, Halt and Catch Fire is incredibly accurate. And that's all Chris Cantwell, man. That's his show. That's his baby.
Well, Marvel's given him the reins on, I believe it's Iron Man and something else. What was the other one there?
Well, Dr. Doom is what he's been killing it on lately. Right. I know that. I'm not sure. I don't recall beyond.
Have to find out Sunday.
There you go. Absolutely, man.
Thanks for mentioning me too. You're welcome, man. Just Rican and his comics. You're actually moderating some panels, aren't you? Just Rican and his comics.
That's awesome, man.
I believe he is.
Fantastic. No, it's great that Word Balloon is. Mainframe. Although this is happening on the Word Balloon channel as well. That Mainframe Comic Con is definitely international, and glad to see we're going. Englishman in San Diego. I know I saw him earlier in the chat, and he is out there in England. We usually see him at San Diego Comic Con, and he just wrapped up his season of podcasting. But he's constantly watching as well. I he's excited about this weekend as well. So.
Not only guests, but I mean, we've got participants. We've got actual creators that are they're logging in from Australia, New Zealand. We've got somebody coming in from I believe like the Czech Republic. We got people coming in, several people logging in from London. We've got a Croatian creator who's going to be logging in from Croatia. This is a worldwide event, Mainframe Comic Con. So it's
no question.
And it's all live. It's all like, what an age we live in where we can all get all these people together in one place, all 100% live, answer your questions. My only concern is that there's just not enough. We could use 9 more panel halls.
Oh, no, please no. But no, honestly, great information too. Truly, the Kickstarter panels, the panel about the business of independent comic book publishing, and the social media panels, all that stuff, podcasting and that. These are the kind of things that are highlights of any convention. And I'm glad we're doing stuff like that. And we've got very knowledgeable people that really do know what they're doing on those panels as well. So it's a great how-to weekend as much as it is if you're a fan of these TV shows, these films, or these comics.
You
Am I
got
going to be able to
Johnny
handle?
Quinn.
Oh, yes. See, again, Green Lantern, you got a good point. I didn't mention my buddy Chip Zdarsky has a spotlight panel on Sunday, and I love talking to Chip. Chip's one of the best guys. I mean, really, I met him through Mad Fraction, and they're great comic sex criminals. And I'm so happy for him because he's a great, great artist and has really been stretching his writing skills at Marvel, starting with Howard the Duck.
Mhm.
Has been doing an amazing run on Daredevil that isn't stopping anytime soon. Great work on he did Marvel 2-in-1 with the Thing and Human Torch when there wasn't a Fantastic Four book. And then he did that great miniseries that just wrapped up, him and Terry Austin doing Fantastic Four versus the X-Men. And that was a terrific miniseries. He's incredible. And we'll pick up
hilarious
Chip on Sunday afternoon.
If you want to know more about Chip Zdarsky, all you got to do is go to the Mainframe Comic-Con homepage, scroll down to where you get to his picture and click on it and read his bio. The guy's hysterical. Basically, his whole bio is just about he's won more Eisner Awards than Donny Cates has.
He's been waging a one-man friendly war with Applebee's up in Canada and literally like just hitting them with crazy answers to their, hey guys, feeling like Applebee's tonight? And it's like, no, actually I'm cleaning out my igloo. And it's like, what? It's just Chip is nuts. He's great that way. And it just killed me. He just kind of independently decided to pick on Applebee's, and they love it. And it's really kind of hit Canadian press up there. It's like, what's with writer Chip Zdarsky and Applebee's? If you haven't been paying attention, this is what he's been doing. So he's got a lot of time on his hands, clearly.
Well, John, we got to go over to Hall E. If you got a website in front of you, can you pop over to Hall E and just read over some of the names of people that are appearing in Hall E?
I got to bring it up, but
it's not on the map, guys. Hall E is hidden. That is strictly for like the super fans. You got to go into one of the halls in order to navigate your way into Hall E. Hall E is going to blow your mind.
Yeah, you keep talking and that. Let me.
If you're a fan of wrestling, if you're a fan of UFC, if you're a fan of classic action movies, we've got. I don't want to say too much about this one person, but we got some amazing guests. We got Eric Roberts coming. We got
really.
Well, it's an insane list, and it's going to be run by our boy, the Great Legend, is going to be running Hall E, and he's going to be. If you've never seen the Great Legend host any show, you're in for a real treat. This guy, not only is he knowledgeable, he's got the most amazing radio voice. Everything he says comes off like a rhyme. He's the nicest guy. He sounds like a wrestling announcer. Everything that comes out of the Great Legend's mouth.
He was cracking me up. All right, so here I am. 1 o'clock on Saturday, you got Axe and Smash. Then you got Austin Idol.
Axe and Smash. Like, I don't know that much about wrestling, but I do know those guys were the
Road Warriors,
team champions of the WWF back in the day.
Absolutely. Austin Idol, the Tonga Kid, Ricky Morton, Anna Bongo Mazova. You see, I'm not.
Wrestling fans are freaking out right now.
Well, I'll tell you, all right, Patrick Kilpatrick, and that he's at 5. Then that's 4 to 5. Ricky Morton, Anna, and Patrick Kilpatrick. 6 o'clock. Congratulations to Rob for getting the great Fred Williamson. My God, what a career Fred Williamson has had, from pro football to incredible movies from the 70s. One of the original gangsters himself. That fantastic movie where he brought back, everybody from Shaft and Superfly and all the great stars. Right now, I'm blanking on Richard Roundtree and Ron O'Brien and all the great, again, blaxploitation stars of the 70s. And Fred continued to make his own movies through the 80s and 90s. That's happening at 6 o'clock. I am a massive fan. Chicago's very own Chuck. Shame on us.
Is he really?
Oh, absolutely, man.
I didn't know that. I know him from mostly, From Dusk Till Dawn. I think he was so good in From Dusk Till Dawn. Loved that movie. His character was just such a badass,
And then Dan Severin to round things out at 7 o'clock on Saturday.
Dan Severin, for all you, he's a UFC Hall of Famer. This guy goes back to like UFC 1 and 2, like really old school UFC. I think. I don't know the exact numbers, but his record is something ridiculous, like 130 wins and like 19 losses or something, just madness. And I've actually seen him on the con circuit. He occasionally will pop into like a Wizard World or something like that. Nicest guy. He's like so cool.
There's nothing better than, honestly, wrestlers at the cons because they are fans as well. The fans get excited. I've got a buddy who only comes to Comic Cons with me because he knows he's going to be wrestlers. So I get it. Sunday, Eric Roberts, right off the bat, man. Pope of Greenwich Village. Best of the Best, all these amazing movies that
The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight, of course. But I mean, just the Master in the Doctor Who Fox movie that they made against the Eighth Doctor and stuff. Eric Roberts has an incredible career that continues going on strong. I'm a massive fan. Jacqueline Fleming will be joining us after that. Then Chris Brewster and Mariano Mendoza. Another great panel of people. Let's see. We got John Zito, John Otrin, Crystal Santos, Cindy Lucas, Nick Turturro, Gerald Prescott, and Eliza Roberts. Those are
Vernon Wells. Let's go back to Vernon Wells. I mean, I'm sure you're pretty familiar with Vernon Wells' career from Mad Max. He was in, I believe he was in Weird Science. I mean, wasn't he in Weird Science, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Of course he is. Yes.
He is just a awesome, I won't say B-list movie, B movie, but like definitely sort of that trauma kind of vibe. Even though he was in movies like Mad Max, and Mad Max Fury Road.
Yes, that's right. I forgot he was in the sequel as well. No, that's the great thing, man. So many of those great, like, underground film, cult film people are just incredible, and they have such amazing stories as far as the people they've worked with, the directors they've worked with. That's what makes having them on panels. I mean, I remember, Sid Haig, who I think recently just passed away. There's a guy who had done everything from The Devil's Rejects to the original Batman with Adam West and stuff like that. I mean, that's the thing. These people have incredible careers and are loaded with stories, including Fred Williamson and Eric Roberts. I mean, they immediately come to mind that can tell you really how Hollywood has changed in the last 50 years, if not 60 years. Mm-hmm. So that's great that we've got him here in Mainframe. And if you're a I'm a big Turner Classic Movies fan, and on Friday nights late night they do TCM Underground, where they feature a lot of these movies. They start at like 2 a.m. Chicago time, so it's pretty late at night.
Fred Williamson movies and
crazy monster movies, crazy exploitation movies, unbelievable stuff, well curated, and really fun stuff that you usually find at the cult movie theaters and the drive-ins and stuff. And it's, again, these veterans and stuff, they're going to have a ton of great stories.
That's Hall E in a nutshell right there, man. Veterans, the late night crowd, the late night movie crowd is going to be just completely populating Hall E. Because we got I'd say about 12 or 13 more minutes in our Q&A before we roll into our first comic book creator guest of Mainframe Comic-Con. So if you're still watching this, go ahead and, give us some questions, give us some talking points, shower us with praise, whatever you want to do. I do want to pop over really quick to, we already kind of talked about the shop, but I want to talk a little bit about Mainframe Comic-Con as a whole. Like, if you guys have been watching Mainframe, if you've been to Mainframe Comic-Con outside of our normal con planning, we're also a source for news. So we've got an entire news department that is churning out news stories every single day, 2-3 stories a day. So whatever happens in the world of fandom, our news people, they write amazing articles and put it up there. So, you can always visit Mainframe Comic-Con even if you're not doing an actual physical con. There's always something going on. Big shout out to Annie Banks, who is our news director, absolutely crushing it in the news department. You want to hop over to the exhibitor page, which the splash page art exhibitor page. I know we talked a little bit about the amazing stuff that was available, but sure. I want to see what kind of catches your eye.
Oh, good point. All right. So there are a lot of original pages and covers that are there, and I'm looking right now, and I want to see panel page art donating, well, not donating, but selling them over there for people to check out. Now, listen to this. There's an Action Comics cover that's going on, Action number 423, a Bronze Age cover from the 70s. I'm not going to give prices. You got to check this stuff out. Yeah. Fantastic Four 256, a very key page featuring all the members and stuff, a beautiful action page. Great page from Brian Pulido and Lady Death, Between Heaven and Hell. There's, wow, this is amazing. Is this Darwin Cook? A great, beautiful drawing of Parker, those great books that he adapted from Donald Westlake, those great crime books that he made into incredible crime comics. There's a beautiful Doctor Strange commission, an Iron Man 256 cover. That's amazing. I'm continuing to scroll down. There's King Conan art. There's also a page from the Submariner Namor book. There's a Marco Jurcevic Colossus pencil sketch. There's a jam piece from Cliff Chang, Ron Garney, and Tom Rainey,
Wow.
featuring Wonder Woman, Superman, and Metamorpho all together. There's a Ms. Marvel watercolor illustration that is the original, Captain Marvel, but back when she was Ms. Marvel. Beautiful watercolor. People that are fans of Impulse, there's a Bart Saves the Day page, a great shot of Kid Flash, Bart Allen himself. Michael Turner art, an Aspen swimsuit.
What?
15 splash pinup of Fathom. That's amazing. An Incredible Hulk page from issue 635. Pretty reasonable, actually. And then let's see, there's a page from The Darkness, if you're a fan of The Darkness, page 14, and a Magdalena also on that same page with The Darkness himself. Batman fans, a Detective Comics splash page featuring Batman, Commissioner Gordon at a crime scene. Pretty amazing stuff there. Marvel 2-in-1, first appearance of the Pegasus Project and the Nth Men and Aquarian. Let's see what else.
Hey, Green Lantern. Just want to comment on your comment real quick. What are you reading? Any recommendations? Something I read lately that I just want to say. He's from a previous Mainframe Comic-Con guest, Mr. David Dastmalchian. You know him. He's working on the new Dune movie. He was in Ant-Man and the Wasp. He was in The Dark Knight. He wrote a book that's absolutely phenomenal. It's called Count Crowley. It is a Dark Horse book. I think they have 4 issues out right now. The trade just dropped. Pick it up. It is the funniest. It's sort of adult. Well, it's kind of, it walks the tightrope between adult and young adult. But it's awesome. It's hilarious. You can tell it's very loosely based on the Svengoolie character. If you're from Chicago, you know who Svengoolie is. There's definitely some Svengoolie references. It's just a classic sort of monster, crazy, fun book.
I want to give a shout out as far as what I'm reading because I just had him on Word Balloon this week. Mark Waid, who also, by the way, has 2 panels at Mainframe this weekend on Sunday, a Spotlight panel and a Humanoids panel, where Mark is the current editor-in-chief and doing a lot of great work. His Marvel stuff lately has been amazing. That Invisible Woman miniseries, a great spy story featuring Sue Storm, was just incredible. And also his Doctor Strange run that's been going on for a couple of years now. And they renumbered. They started again with number 1 in January. But really go back to the beginning of when he started. So many interesting ideas. And it's great to see, just like at DC, how comfortable Mark is at Marvel and doing amazing stories with the Marvel heroes. But I think in both cases, really fresh takes on both Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, and Stephen Strange. Really great stuff from Mark Waid.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for the question there, guys. I want to take just a second and chat because we got about, 7 minutes or so. Yeah. Chat a little bit about the Hero Initiative and sort of what they are. Have you ever done any work with the Hero Initiative yourself?
Yes,
John?
I mean, they're a great organization. They started a long time ago. And Jim McLaughlin created this group. He was one of the principals that formed this foundation. Listen, a lot of our favorite comic creators are freelancers and always were. And some of these great names have retired and without any sort of benefits package because they were freelancers, work for hire. So they don't have the support system that a 401k would provide or some of the other employee benefits that you get when you work for a company. And that's where the Hero Initiative comes in, whether it's a crisis situation where as they get older, they might need help with medical bills or, a house burning down or something like that. That's where the Hero Initiative comes in. And they do what they can to help these people out with, financial aid. And that's the great thing. And it's such a wonderful organization. The conventions, as you know, Chuck, for years, artists will spend an hour or 2 at a convention just doing sketches for the Hero Initiative. I got a Mike Oman Captain America sketch that way before I really knew Mike. Tim Seeley drew me. I'm looking right now at one of my walls, a great Iron Man rather, drawing that he did when he was donating time for Hero. And that's the great thing. They're always at conventions. And honestly, because we don't have live events, as you well know, Chuck, their fundraising is really down this year because of COVID. And that's really why we're really happy to step up and help Hero Initiative out with these events and do what we can to make awareness for them. And that's why we're directing people. It's great if you're watching on Facebook. It's great if you're watching on the Word Balloon channel or Comic Core channel. Do us a favor. Go to mainframecomiccon.com because that's where the donate button is for Hero. And really this weekend, if you can really, and if you, again, because these are weird times, but if you can spare some extra money, $5 or $10, $20, whatever you can spare, give it to Hero this weekend, because you really are helping out some wonderful creators that have entertained us for decades. I mean, as a guy who's been reading comics for several decades now, there's a lot of wonderful people that have benefited because of Hero Initiative. They really need the help and would appreciate it. It's a way to give back for all the entertainment they've given us.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. I mean, I know Hero Initiative probably makes like 90% of their annual funding from visiting conventions and setting up places, taking donations, selling merchandise and stuff. People donate merchandise to them. They sell them, all to give back to the people who have given us so much for an already struggling industry right now. So, I mean, the comic book industry was hit pretty hard during this whole COVID thing. And the Hero Initiative just trying to help out. So like John said, man, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com, click the donate button. Anything from $1 to $1 million, we'll take it. And 100% of those proceeds, 100% goes to
100%. Absolutely, man. No, we're not making money from this thing. We're happy to help out and give everybody some great entertainment, but in kind. Think about those great creators that could really use the help, and especially in times like these.
Yeah, and definitely head over to the meet and greets, because I know these celebrities desperately want to meet you guys and interact with the fans in a video type setting. And something else cool about the meet and greets, because a lot of people may not realize this or not, we actually give you the video file of your meet and greet. So when you do your little 2-minute chat, not only do you get a chance to talk to them, so it's just like buying a photo op at a con, only you don't have to wait in any kind of line. And if you've ever gotten a photo op at a con, it is take your photo, step to the right. Take your photo, step to the right. Can't touch can't touch the celebrity, can't talk to the celebrity, just get your photo and go. This time you actually get a chit chat with him. You get the video that you can share on social media. It's for a really decent price. I mean, everything's like really reasonably priced when you compare it to what a photo op costs at a lot of these big Comic Cons. So definitely check that out. We got some amazing ones up there.
I agree, man. And I've participated in some of these meet and greets, and you'd be surprised at how long 2 or 3 minutes are. And you really do have a chance to have an actual conversation. And, I did it to get Jamie Farr, Klinger from MASH. And it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. And he could have been nicer. And he's a massive comic book fan. And it kind of blew all of our minds on the Oh Yeah podcast how much of a comic book fan he was. He was name checking Hawkman and the Spectre. I mean, everybody can do Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman and Spider-Man, but it's like, oh, I've been reading these since the 40s. And I mean, he was just could not have been sweeter. And seriously, 3 minutes of Jamie Farr blew our minds. So
that is so cool.
That's how cool it can be. And especially if you really know the celebrity and really kind of dig in their history and stuff. So consider that.
So we got about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not sure if our next guests are in the backstage yet, so we're just going to kind of keep on talking Mainframe until they get here. John, what are you most excited about for the entire Mainframe Comic-Con weekend? Not just stuff that you're moderating.
No, I was going to say
include those too.
I'm going to be dipping into Hall E and watching Fred Williamson and Eric Roberts and then people there. I want to see Mark Waid's panel. I just talked to Mark, but the wonderful thing about Mark Waid is, and truly, I feel this way about everyone who gets the opportunity to do what we do, Chuck, in terms of interviewing hosts or creators and creative people. Every conversation is different. So even though I just talked to Mark Waid, I know he's going to have another entertaining Spotlight panel and his Humanoids panel. And that goes for Rucka and Leandro Fernandez and the Old Guard. And, Al Ewing. God, I've been waiting to talk to Al Ewing. I can't wait. My buddy Brian Salazar is going to be moderating that panel Sunday afternoon from Around Comics. And I know that's going to be great. So, yeah, that's among them. How about you? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, man, so much. I mean, every time I hear Tom King talk, it's great. I mean, Donnie Cates. I actually get to moderate the Donnie Cates panel, and I'm very excited about that. I've been reading him way back in the day, like back in super duper indie stuff. So I'm going to do a deep dive with Donnie Cates. Very excited about the Walking Dead dance party. I mean, Jesus, I don't know what that's going to be, but it's going to be insane. It's going to be a party. We did a little test run of it this morning with Mr. Dan Fogler, and it was so cool. It's going to be great. But I mean, Nosferatu panel. I'm such a fan of Joe Hill. I'm such a fan of the Nosferatu season or the series. Very excited to talk to all of them because that's going to be like 8 comic book creators, or not comic book creators, but people on the show, actors and creators of the show. And of course, the animated Justice League is going to be nuts.
And tonight is going to be nuts, man. We got 3 hours coming up of incredible conversation with Matt Fraction, Kelly Sue DeConnick, Brian Michael Bendis, David Mack, Michael Oming, Taki Soma, all joining us for 3 hours of mayhem. And that's starting up in just a few seconds here on Mainframe Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Do I do a radar impression too? Not really.
Go for
I'm
it.
sorry, sir. No, I really like my Jamie Farr. Captain, I just read something incredible in the pages of Action Comics. That's young Klinger. But I like doing old Klinger. I enjoy my time on MASH. I love when he says MASH. So that's my Jamie Farr imitation.
Keep doing Jamie Farr impressions.
Okay.
I gotta send a private chat over here.
Fair enough.
Director.
I read Jules Pfeiffer's collection, The Great Comic Book Heroes. That was the great thing in the cameo video. He's like, we asked him who was Klinger's favorite character, and he's like, Radar was really the character that read comics on MASH. But actually, Jamie Farr, I'm a big comic book fan. And he pulls out The Great Comic Book Heroes, which was one of the first collections of comic book stories in book form if it wasn't the late 60s, it was the very early 70s. And Jules Pfeiffer, an incredible cartoonist and playwright himself. But, and then he also pulled out this comic strip collection from the 70s. And as I was saying to the guys who were on the Oh Yeah podcast with me, I'm like, this guy's hardcore. Jamie Farr is digging deep. And then someone told me, Howard Chaykin himself, there was a Mike Douglas episode, afternoon talk show, kind of like Ellen DeGeneres back in the day. He had Phil Seuling on, who created the first New York Comic Cons and really created the direct market. He's the guy who really went to DC and Marvel and said, hey, we can set up independent shops and sell books for you. He brought in a stack of Golden Age comics. Jamie Farr was the guest co-host. And his name check. Oh, I used to read Captain Marvel. There's Bullet Man. I mean, he was going deep. It was and it's on YouTube. You should watch it. Look up Wendy Pinney, Red Sonja, Mike Douglas, because Jamie's not listed in the title, but it's really Jamie Farr and Phil Seuling geeking over comics. And Mike Douglas is like, I can't believe you guys read this stuff. But it's funny as hell because Phil and Jamie are thrilled to be doing it. So there you go.
So cool.
I would figure that. Is that enough time? Or do you need me to keep vamping?
No, that's great.
Right.
We're just waiting on everybody else, waiting for
everyone to join me.
Matt and everybody to hop on in.
No problem.
But, Joe4771 said David Mack is awesome. Yes, he most certainly is. David, a very cool guy too. He's like super nice. I mean, I was a little intimidated the first time I saw him at a convention because his art's so amazing. He's so iconic, but he was just very approachable. He just walked right up to his table, actually thumbed through some of his original art, blew my mind.
He's a tremendous guy. He's one of my favorite people in comics. I really got to know all these guys at the first modern New York Comic Con back in 2006, where it was in one room and they had no idea how many people were going to show up. They had to lock down the room, and you weren't allowed in unless they would allow 10 people in after 10 people left. The fire marshals came and really locked down the room. And at that point, I was friends with Bendis. And he's like, listen, if you're tired of walking around in a circle, because it kind of became Convention of the Damned. I mean, it really wasn't that big of a room. And we're just kind of circling, seeing the same stuff. And he's like, you want to hang out? I said, sure. And that's when he introduced me to Mike and David. And the four of us really hung out. And that's really when our friendship began. And it was like, oh, these are really good guys. Brian's a good guy, but these guys are good guys too. And it's just, it's grown in these 15 years since. So they're among my favorite people.
The Cosmic King has arrived. What does that mean? Chris Barrett.
I don't know. I like it though.
It means I like it though.
That's hilarious.
Where's the Cosmic King?
Can we have name tags for the guests? Well, they're likely going to sign on and have their names under them as we and we'll name check. And obviously, I'll as I ask questions, you'll be able to figure out who everybody is. So don't worry about it.
Yes, yeah, we absolutely will. We wanted to put the website up for this particular sort of pre-show, but yeah, you'll definitely have name tags up on the guests.
Absolutely. So no problem. There you go. And yeah, again, once again, please watch this all at mainframecomiccon.com because that's where you can donate to the Hero Initiative. And we really hope you'll be supporting them this weekend as we give you all this great free programming. So
absolutely. So
I'm trying to think of what else I've been reading lately. Because a lot of times I'm reading stuff to prepare for guests. So, I've been reading Zdarsky, everything he's been writing, Daredevil and the like. And like I said, that X-Men Fantastic Four thing. Fraction is doing an amazing book called Adventure Man with Terry Dodson. And it's fantastic and definitely worth your attention. A great image book that's going on. I'm loving Undiscovered Country by Charles Soule and Scott Snyder.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
That's fantastic. If you loved Commandy, it's got a real Commandy vibe to it in terms of what happened to the American society in the future after, the United States kind of walls itself up for like either 50 years or 25 years. And finally now Western Europe is going back in and seeing what a walled up America looks like. Interesting timing of Undiscovered Country. They won the Eisner for it. It's a pretty neat series. Can we say anything about Batman 100? Had John McCrae on the podcast? Yes, I did. He mentioned it's about to have its auction at Heritage. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that was a great book. Are you Batman 100 as opposed to because I'm thinking of that series that Paul Pope did that was Batman 100, but I'm being confused now about that. How do we feel about the current run of Darth Vader that Chris Cantwell's doing? It's amazing. It's fantastic. I don't know if you're reading it, Chuck, but it's a great book.
It's phenomenal. I read everything Star Wars. Like if it
Are you really?
comes out and it's a comic book and it's Star Wars, I'm picking it up.
You know, Marv, I always want to give it up to Dark Horse for the 20 years that they had the Star Wars license because they wrote a lot of exceptional and drew a lot of exceptional stuff. But really, since Marvel got the license back, they're putting their top creators on, and everyone takes it very seriously. They're having the time of their lives, the artists and the writers, and really exceptional Star Wars comics have been coming out for like the last 5 years or so, however long Marvel's had the license. I agree. What else do we got here?
Michael Perlman.
Hedra
from Image. Jesse, I'm sorry, it's across the room here. Jesse Lonergan, is amazing.
Came out a few weeks ago. Very cool. That Hero Initiative does to raise funds. They auction original art and collect the rest in hardcover and softcover. Okay.
God bless you, John.
Yeah, I got choked up. I'm sorry. I got so choked up for a second right now.
You're a total radio guy, man. You know, you got that mute button just like
well, and also trying to, even though there's no one to social distance with, if reflexively, I want to cover up. Yeah, Greg Pak, of course, is currently running, writing Darth Vader, but I know that Chris did an amazing run on Darth Vader as well. So there you go. What else? Are they having trouble signing on? I should probably check my phone. Let's see if anyone's emailing me.
Yeah. Up next, we got some amazing people. They're just running a little bit late. East Coast, West Coast issues,
Yeah, I'm like I said.
Yeah, Chris Barrett says Vader is highly underrated series. It needs a bigger push. I really loved. I think didn't Charles Soule do a run of Darth Vader that was just absolutely phenomenal. It was great.
Oh yeah,
loved that run.
Jason Aaron did great Star Wars comics. Everybody, absolutely. Because it's all right. So it's 7 now. So it's 8 o'clock Eastern time. It's 7 o'clock Chicago. So it's 5. And I'm texting now. Like you guys.
Hey, thank you very much. Ricky said he shared the hero link in the Comic Core Discord group. Thank you very much. West Coast equals best coast. Thanks, Chaos Comics. Chaos. I'm finding that to be true. Hold on, Chris Barrett. I think you're going to have to elaborate just a little bit on that one. I've gotten into way too many fights over the Soul run of Darth Vader.
Interesting. The solo run?
Yeah.
Well, the story that Greg Pak is telling right now, I know, is that he went back to, I forget which planet, Naboo, and he. Okay, Matt's hopping on now. He says,
"Cool,
so very good."
We got Matt Fraction on the way,
and Kelly Sudaconic will be with him, so that'll be good. And we'll see about Bendis if he responds to my thing here.
John, how do you know all these people, man? Like, how do you get Brian Michael Bendis on speed dial, man?
In 2005, as I always say, we were all in the top 10 of comic book podcasts. There were only 8 of us. I mean, there were very few people doing with this. And having done sports radio for 16 years prior to that, I kind of knew how to do interviews. And I just reach out to these people at their websites and the message boards. And it's like, hey, I'm doing a comic book podcast. I don't know if you've heard of that. Sort of like internet radio. Love to have you on to talk. And luckily made my mistakes interviewing the Bulls and the Bears and the Cubs and the Sox and the Blackhawks in the 90s. So that by the time I was talking to comic book people, I kind of knew what I was doing. And they had nice experiences. And man, they were my ambassadors. They like Brian immediately let the powers that be at Marvel know, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. More of our creators should talk to him. And truly, everyone. I mean, it's the highest compliment, honestly, in 15 years of comic book podcasting, that a lot of these people have become legitimate friends and are coming back. Right? I got a message here. Let's see.
I think Kelly Sue's actually in the backstage area.
Okay, that's great. So that means Matt's coming too. And I guess, and maybe not. All right, yeah, that's fine. Brian was like, "Are you expecting us now?" And I'm saying, "Well, I thought he said he was going to jump in. Maybe he was planning on jumping in while Matt and Kelly Sue were on." So why don't you talk for a second and introduce Matt and Kelly Sue as I respond to Brian?
Well, they're still figuring it out right now, but they'll be on really, really soon.
Yeah, I'll even just do. Thought you were coming on with Matt and Kelly Sue as well. No problem, though. We'll talk to you at 6:30 Eastern. No, 8:30 Eastern, 6:30 your time.
This is what I love about. Okay, they're ready to go. So I think we're going to go ahead and introduce them. I think so. I think they're good to go. So, John, if you want to give a proper introduction, I'm going to stay on till I know they're on, because I'm not going to leave you here by yourself.
All right, fair enough. They're two of my favorite people in comics. I remember when I finally met them face to face back at a San Diego Comic-Con in 2006, and they're like my little brother and sister when it comes to the stuff we all love, and they just continue to entertain us with incredible comic books and television work, and they are a force to be reckoned with in the many platforms where they entertain us with the current stories they're doing and the stories to come. Everybody, let's all say hello to two of my favorite people in the business, Matt Fraction and Kelly Sue DeConnick.
There they are. Hey! All right, John.
Hi, guys.
I'm going to let you guys go. You guys have fun. Everybody, I'm going to see you tomorrow at Mainframe Comic-Con. So, guys, have fun. We'll be watching.
Thanks, Chuck. Looking forward to your panels tomorrow. That's great. Good to see you, buddy. How are you? Look at you. Oh, good. You got a little spindrift going on. I'm a big fan of spindrift myself.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Actually, lemon is not my favorite. My favorite is grapefruit.
Me too. Oh, Fraction, what are you rocking water?
It's actually the lime spindrift mixed with tonic water. So.
Oh, very nice. I know. I've been all about when they're out of spindrift. I'm always like scanning the other kind of barely flavored and barely sugared sparkling waters. I understand, because I would suck down Coke, as a child, like it was nobody's business. So can't do that anymore. Oh, there you go, Cal. Chaos and Comics says cannot wait for your Black Label Wonder Woman with
me either. Ugh. And you guys, I want to show you so bad. Phil has started sending these one-pagers of each of the 30 original Amazons, and they're phenomenal. They're just absolutely incredible. And I want to show them off so badly. Oh no, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's good. That's great. Chad, get ready to solo Fraction, as he's going to probably show us a page. Is this, I'm assuming, Matt, is this from Adventure Man, perhaps?
No, he just picked up a binder in my office and is going through.
So maybe it is stuff from Black Label. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's
breaking the rules.
It's the best stuff Phil has ever done, ever. And I say that as being a friend of and a fan of Phil's, and I don't know that me holding a printout up to a webcam on top of a computer from 2014 will really do it justice.
Yeah,
but look here, it's 60. Here's page 64. Spoilers.
Outstanding. That's fantastic.
It is.
Oh my God. Well, Phil was on a couple weeks ago telling me how great it was and really how excited he is. And Kelly, you and I talked about this a few weeks ago as well. So no, it really, a lot of these Black Label books are really exciting. Matt, are you doing any, have they announced any perhaps Black Label for you?
Nope.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all right. You've been rocking Jimmy Olsen for DC. I love it, man. I want you to do a top knot or something like that. I hope you're able to.
Better by just making it worse, and it's not. It's just making it worse.
Good sloppy hair. Don't kid yourself.
Oh no, I'm not doing any Black Label stuff.
All right, that's cool. That's all right. Well, you certainly rocked Jimmy Olsen.
Thank you.
You know, you and Lieber. That was a fantastic run and great stuff, and it evoked the best things about Silver Age Jimmy and all the crazy adventures he would find himself in, and the different time jumps you did within the series as well, and making him a millionaire and buying the planet and screwing with Luther in a financial way. I think was hilarious stuff.
Jimmy Olsen is now the publisher of the Daily Planet is pretty hilarious.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Awesome, I think.
Tell us about Adventure Man too, man. I mean, the thing you're doing with Dobson. I had Terry on, and he was nice to share a couple issues with me. Talk about that series.
It's out. I'm excited. I think 3 comes out this coming week.
Oh, great!
And it's kind of our take on sort of your classic pulp archetypes, but sort of done in a modern way, in a modern era, and a kind of it's about a mother and her son who are sort of like the only people that remember this old pulp character, and it's not just because it's from antiquity, but it turns out he was real and all of the adventures were real, and part of the bad guy's victory was making everyone forget. But they've started to remember, and as they start to remember, all the bad guys start coming back, and the kind of pulp world gets resurrected in the present day, and it is Terry and Rachel doing just stunning work. Buy it for them, and cover with your thumb. Just cover up all the words. We should publish a version with no words, because, like, I've never use a sentence. I've never seen Terry color his work like this before, and I think now no one else but Terry should ever color his work, because he is absolutely, the stuff he and Rachel do on the others in the finishing department is just beyond excellent. He knows not just how to color for himself as a penciler, but how to color for Rachel as an inker, which is kind of a thing that is a lost art, and it looks stunning and gorgeous. And it's the first thing that I've written that my kids can read unabashedly. So it's it's issue 3 is happening soon, and all of the issues so far have been very large, but they remain a very small standard kind of cover price. So yeah.
Adventure Man 3 came out this week.
Did it?
Yeah, that's what the comic shop says.
Time means nothing anymore.
Oh, that's excellent. And also
this week, so I assumed it was next week, but
but also I really love, and I mean, Satellite Sam was a more adult story, yes, but again, this is why I love you both, in terms of that you really love this old stuff and are able to put new spins on it and stuff. And that's
if you're reading Adventure Man and you're looking for, do not seek Satellite Sam. If you're like, oh, I enjoy this is the representative, could not be more different, other than the fact there's different audiences. Ooh, boy. Sorry.
No, absolutely. But I guess my point is, though, that you found the fun of the 50s sci-fi TV shows that were so creaky and weird, and then found stories in them. And in the case of Adventure Man and the pulps, I love foreign intrigue stories, and now they could be done with a modern sensibility. And you can get better representation in those stories, rather than just the white man invading the native land and dealing with their foreign ways and stuff. That there's more credence to the characters that aren't the white men. So I think that's great.
Characters, it's really exciting.
No, that's excellent, man. Cal, you're rocking it on Aquaman still, obviously.
Thanks. Yeah.
She finished this week.
I did.
Oh, this is the last issue? I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
I finished the script for the last issue.
All right. Good.
I finished the script for my big finale. Yes. This so that was very exciting.
So how many issues are we behind as far as what is out on the streets versus what you're turning in? Is it like 2 or 3?
Yes, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So,
cool. That's cool. And you know, and forgive me, I know you and Val Delandro just did, and we talked about this when we were one-on-one, a book about voter registration. That was a nice special project, right?
yeah. Actually, Matt did a lot more on that with Val than I did, but we did it as a collective. Andrew Iden and Matt and myself, and Valentine did this as but we didn't collectively draw it. Valentine did all of that for Good Trouble Comics.
And it was distributed to every 17 and 8-year-old in the New York public.
Yeah,
school,
every
New York City
graduating
public
senior in New York
school
public school system.
got it before the lockdown.
So
That's amazing. Am I right? Andrew was Andrew John Lewis's collaborator on March?
Yes.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Man, I'll tell you, and I don't know if you guys were in San Diego when Congressman Lewis came, but it was so incredible that he was there.
Yeah, I saw it and didn't register what I was seeing. I walked. He was doing the children's march through the upstairs area, and I was crossing to go. I was late to a signing, and I looked to my left and saw them, and like realized what I was seeing after I passed.
Yeah,
and it was phenomenal. It was just like I want to run back and get in the group, you know, but I had people waiting on me.
So. I understand.
But Andrew was telling me that he has footage of that, you know, and I was like, oh man, there's upstairs in the autograph area, there's some camera angle where I'm like dashing right in front. Like, I mean, not right in front. I didn't cut them off, but yeah, but it was like, I walked by and saw, I threw an elbow at John Lewis and the kids. You know, that was cool, right? I really wanted the reenactment to be
Welcome
realistic.
to San Diego, pal. Out of my way. Exactly. I got to go to the Neil Adams spotlight. Leave me alone. There's got to be
such a traffic stopping moment.
Yeah, no, it was. Anyway, it's an absolutely incredible thing. He's an absolutely incredible man, and we miss him every day.
Absolutely. You know, there's got to be, especially as you say, he had footage of that. I hope there is some sort of post-documentary about, well, certainly his life, but I know that all that stuff's in motion. But really, March is such a great 3-volume graphic novel set. And I hope that, Andrew's thinking of something in terms of that to kind of really reflect on that project and stuff, because it's really amazing. I mean, the only thing I can compare it to was, I remember Gloria Steinem back in the first New York show, or no, maybe the second one, maybe 2007 or 8. She did some charity comic, and it really was kind of more along the lines of the thing that you distributed to the New York kids and everything. But I remember she was set up next to Neil Adams. And he's like, do you know who that is next to us? And I said, no. He's like, that's Gloria Steinem. And I'm like,
do you know what her first job was, right?
Yes, I do. Tell you, feel free.
She was Harvey Kurtzman's assistant, and then ended up working with Jim Warren at Warren magazines. And there's ads for both Trump and Help, both of Harvey's kind of post-Mad humor magazines, with he and Jim Warren and Gloria Steinem.
Are there photos of them in the books and everything? That's awesome.
And Will Elder is always doing something goofy.
Sure. Yeah. Kind of that
is like tangled up inside of a ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I love. That's like Terry Fisher King.
Terry Gilliam.
Terry Gilliam did a lot of early stuff. Either in
got to start in Help. Yeah.
Yes, and Cleese is even like a model for some of that early comedy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
pretty neat.
Yeah. But Gloria Steinem, and then on the first issue of Miss Magazine, Wonder Woman.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to her about, and it was so great. And in my slight ignorance, but truly, and she took it well. It was great. I'm like, that was incredible, Ms. Magazine, and her pointing out that DC at the time, for younger readers who don't know, they got the idea that maybe Wonder Woman would be interesting if you took away her powers, made her a street level vigilante, kind of inspired by Emma Peel from the Avengers, Diana Rigg, which I think was done with the best intentions of, hey, this is kind of cool. And now Wonder Woman is even more relevant and more of a street level character. And Gloria Steinem, of course, pointed out the obvious of you depowered the greatest female superhero ever. And Kel, I understand. Kel's nodding and agreeing. So I went over and I said, Miss Steinem, I go, believe me, I get where you were coming from, but I know, to their embarrassment, I've heard Denny O'Neil himself say, geez, we thought we were helping out and making her a more relevant character. And she smiled and said, well, they were wrong. And I'm like,
you guys, Kelly Sue just got a booster seat.
I did just get a booster seat. I'm sorry. I was
I love it.
Yeah. I don't it's a long story. All right. I'm real short. That's the end of the story.
Short story.
Short story. Yes. All right.
Oh my God. You're killing me. Kel, we got so many great comments about, Matt, it's been months since Matt and I talked, but you and I only just talked a few weeks ago, and so many nice comments about our conversation in terms of like you and the kids, and and Matt was part of it as well. The Christmas card of you guys as Kiss.
Oh yeah. I did show that. I think I showed that. I showed that, right? Or did I just describe it?
No, you showed it. Absolutely.
Did you tell them the thing about Jim?
No, I didn't.
Our agent is like PTA pals with Paul Stanley.
Wow.
Like, their kids go to the same school, and but they're on each other's holiday card list. So he got the Stanley family's holiday card that year. We thought for like half a second, next year we should recreate Paul Stanley's holiday card so that only our agent and Paul Stanley would get it.
Yeah. Well, it was the thing too, because it was like after that holiday card, it was like, well, how do you follow that up? Yeah. So then it was just like, well,
the answer was we did not.
I guess we're done with holiday cards. Yeah, that's it.
We simply did not.
We were going to do Stranger Things. We were going to do the Upside Down, and then we didn't.
Nope.
So there you go. That's our family.
You know what you're going to do? Text. Just Times New Roman. Holidays. That's it. One word.
I like it. I think that's awesome. When are the kids back in virtual school?
September 5th.
Oh, so you still got time. That's cool.
Yeah, a little bit.
Very good. That's excellent. How did they handle it this last semester?
Oh, not well.
Not great.
It's tough.
That was not good.
God, I had to teach.
But we we love their schools, we love their teachers, and bless them, they were inventing it on the fly. And
they've clearly spent the summer reinventing it, having gone through a semester of what they don't want to do.
Okay.
So like that. So it'll be a different experience going forward. And
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What have you been doing on downtime? What have you been watching? If you've had any downtime, again, you've got children, so maybe that's a luxury you don't have.
Oh, have we watched anything?
Tallulah and I have been going through the Barry Sonnenfeld's series of unfortunate events series on Netflix, and so she's asking me a lot of. It's just
Tallulah's our 10-year-old.
Yeah, it's full of references to stuff. So there's a lot of like she wants me to point out all of these references. But one of the consistent through-line jokes of the show is anytime there's art in the background, it is Barry Sonnenfeld.
Wow.
And he painted as a cowboy, as a pinhead in a circus, wanted posters. Like anytime there's art on the wall in the background, it's him.
That's hilarious. That's fantastic.
Really good at identifying Barry Sonnenfeld, which is a suitably weird talent for our suitably weird daughter.
Yeah.
Well, and I know Kel and Henry have been bonding over Harley Quinn. So
yeah.
That's
yes. Yeah, we're actually behind on that.
Yeah, you got season 2 happening.
Yeah, we went through season 1, but we haven't done season 2
yeah,
yet.
you know what hit Henry, and in fact last night at bedtime he was like, "Can we watch?" Is the new Star Trek show Below Decks?
Lower Decks, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's only 2, so I'm not, but yeah, there's been 2 of those so far.
Is that Will's thing?
No.
No.
I
Okay.
think so. Not
Yeah,
yet.
Mike McMahon, who was a Rick and Morty writer. That's
Okay.
his show.
And it's basically everybody on the Lower Decks.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like that Next Generation episode where they focused on the junior officers, and this is obviously played more for laughs. Honestly, I wish, as an older Trek fan and someone that like Star Trek is probably my religion, I wish it were funnier. But that said, it's the best CBS produced Star Trek show yet, in my opinion. The designs are amazing. It feels like the Next Generation. They have A and B stories going on that are funny.
Title thing in the font in the top corner or whatever. I've only seen the first 2, and it's still clearly like how like sometimes it was Star Trek funny instead of actual funny.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, that's not really funny.
Man, I'm glad you said that, because honestly, yeah, I've been giving it mediocre for the same reason, where
it really, really works. And like there was a recurring gag in episode 2 where an engineering guy has a crush on a science officer, and he decides to transfer. He transfers from department to department to try and hang out with her more. And every time he lets the department know he's going to quit, the head of the department goes, "That is amazing! Find your true self, live your best life." And everyone in engineering is like, "Yay!" And so like that was, so like when it works, it super works. At 2 in, I'm willing to give it a chance to get away from notes.
No, and truly, even Discovery and Picard, as much as they disappointed me, every week I'm like, well, maybe I like this one better. So it's okay. I mean, they'll find their footing. And hell, man, you guys remember Next Generation first season, pretty creaky.
Yeah,
pretty not good.
Until until season 3 for me.
No, you're right. I mean, I liked a couple of second season ones, but yeah, I'm with you, man. No, and folks, if you're please, Matt and Keller here for your questions as well. I mean, this is easy for us. This is us after hours, at the Hyatt, sitting down and talking baseball. So that's cool. Oh, here we go. Yes, here's a good question. Any updates on the deal with Legendary from a while ago?
Yeah, we're working for them all. That's our day job. We work for Legendary every day.
We are the 2 of us.
So I don't think there's anything we can share with y'all, but there's been a lot of work. We love them. There's a really, we can talk about that specifically, right?
Sure.
So we work with Matt King, Natalie. What is Natalie's last name?
I haven't worked with her that much.
Okay.
Nick Pepper and Robert Outwood, and it's the TV side. They're super sharp, super smart.
Just fantastic folks. We had a meeting with them a couple years ago that was just supposed to be a quick cup of coffee, and ended up we were like 3 hours.
We were almost late for our flight.
Yeah. Really just enjoying their company. And everybody kind of getting along, and smart folks, like really smart folks. Yeah, and it's been a pleasure, a super great pleasure, and I hope that you get to see some of the things that we have been working on.
We're each of us in heavy development on 2 different shows.
So yeah.
Okay. No, I understand it. It's good to hear.
Both
Say it again, Matt. What?
Both of which are things you've heard of.
Great.
Just stop there.
Fair enough. And I understand exactly. And I know NDAs, so I don't want to get you guys in trouble, but it is great because obviously since COVID, it is weird. And it's been more of an opportunity I've had to talk to my friends that are in active television and what they're able to do and what they aren't. And that's actors, showrunners, everybody. And it's interesting. And, animation is thriving, and that's good to hear.
Right.
But yeah, my buddy Julianne Emery, actress, she was on the latest season of Bosch on Amazon, and she goes back to Fargo and The Riches and great FX shows over the years. And yeah, she's like, oh no, I'm still doing auditions, and also she's a writer producer, pitching some ideas as well. So it is interesting. And yeah, I don't even know. And again, I'm not asking for specifics, but I know that like New Zealand obviously is opening up again, and people are shooting down there. I don't know what the situation is in Eastern Europe, where they normally will shoot occasionally, and I don't even know what the status is of Canada in terms of production, perhaps getting back.
American passports are useless at the moment, so
that's true too.
It doesn't matter, right?
Hey, that's great. Exactly. I know. Jesus, what are you going to do? That's
but the good news is writers can write. So we have continually worked through. We have not gone pencils down anywhere, either in TV nor comics. So
is there wood to knock on laminate?
Knock on NDA.
Well, let's talk about old TV that you guys have done in the last couple of years, like Emerald City, the Great Odds TV show. That so many great ideas. It's like when they show up on a major network, it's like, oh, I wish this was on basic cable, or I wish this was on streaming, because you might get a better chance of a longer life. And that's why it bummed me out with Emerald City.
The coolest thing about your episode of that is that you got to write a meal for Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio was in full hungry mode. Like he had just done Kingpin in Daredevil, which is such a small performance. And then he showed up in like full John Huston. Kind of, and like just like that was so.
Yeah, like, John Huston and Orson Welles is Orson Welles was the one he kept citing, really.
Yeah, that's exactly that just and after such a small performance with Kingpin, then just like you get him exploding. Oh, it was so good.
He's so that was I mean, I got to work with David Schulner, who I adored. He's just a sweetheart. Who's the one that got our family into Taekwondo. And then Sean Cassidy, who like became my buddy, and then we did another project together after that. And I got to write for Vincent D'Onofrio and got to meet Vincent D'Onofrio. So kind of was like I was like, everything's coming up, Kelly Sue. Like it was awesome. I loved it.
That's outstanding. And Matt was like doing and now all of a sudden I'm blanking on. Was it Da Vinci? Da Vinci's Demons and Black Sail.
It was great because it was David Goyer, who is just kind of the best dude, and called me and said, literally, I don't know you, but I know your work, and I really like it, and I know that when people try to get into this industry, they don't look at things like comics as proof of being able to do good work. He's like, I don't know if you've ever written anything intended for a screen, but I can tell you can write. And if you can write this, you can write for TV. So since I'm the boss, I don't give a shit. and he had me and he had Hickman as their two freelancers that season. So I wrote one and Hickman wrote one. And it was great, especially to see how he ran a writer's room, which was very small and filled with people that, to a person, took me aside and said, other writers' rooms aren't like this. One of the guys I was with had just come off of fucking Sons of Anarchy, and he looked like he had shell shock. So it was one of the most, I couldn't believe I was getting paid, let alone getting into the Writers Guild. It was great.
Well, and I'm glad to hear it was a good experience, because that's ironic timing. I was just talking to another Hollywood insider about how, in general, the feeling is, leave that question up there because I will get to Michael's question, but that the writer's room sometimes gets deified in this new golden age of television.
I have been banging that drum for years. I'm finally, I feel justified and vindicated that people are, yes, the myth of the writer's room is stupid. And a bunch of razzle dazzle they used to sell Lost, and God bless them. But Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And kind of that, and putting it in comic book terms, that what the horrible stories we hear about Mort Weisinger and how he ran the Superman office in the Silver Age, and that writers were really treated lousy, out to the point of, in the case of Mort Weisinger, he would hand out the paychecks and literally hold them up like a dog's treat, and make you jump for him. I mean, yeah, Kel. I mean, exactly. Yeah, not cool. Not cool at all.
It's weird that a wife-beating child hater was in charge of Superman for 35 years, and yet here we are.
Indeed. Yikes. Mike Perlman, Kel, any comic plans post Aquaman and Black Label Wonder Woman?
Yes.
I knew
So
that.
helpful. I know.
That's all right, buddy.
Yeah. Let's see. What can I say? I can say. What can I say? Do you think I can say?
You can be in the broad. How about publishers?
We're looking over at I have a whiteboard that has all of my projects on it. I was actually tweeting about this earlier today because the whiteboard sits on the floor, leaning up against my bookshelf, and I had just redone it and updated it and had it all super nice, and the dogs came in the office and were super excited, and we're kind of ran into it and erased it.
We have a dog that literally sprained her ass from wagging it. Something called Happy Tail. She wagged her tail so hard she sprained her butt. So
yes, but the dogs erased half my whiteboard with their butts, which is great. So actually I had to redo it today, or the bottom half of it anyway. But yes. So there are 5 comics. I will say this. On my board, there are 3 categories of work.
Top 3 answers on the board. Name something you find in a whiteboard.
Yes. There are 5 comics. 2 of them are DC.
There's your news.
2 of them are Image, and 1 of them is neither.
Okay.
And then there's 2 entries under television, and then I'm working on a novel, but that's...
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Hey, that's awesome. Are you going to be on DC's Fandom next weekend, by either of you or both of you?
I don't think so. I don't...
What did he say?
Fandom is this convention DC's doing.
My only domes are Thunder and Terror. That's it.
And Videodrome. I forget. No.
You know what? I'm gonna let other people have Videodrome. That does not end well. But yeah. I'm not into it.
No, it doesn't. And Kel, someone asked about other upcoming DC work. We talked a bit about it last time, but we'll let this audience know that you've got a story in Detective 1027 coming up in a couple months.
I do. Yes, I do. With John Romita Jr. and Klaus Janson. And oh shoot, the colorist's name is escaping me, which makes me like a jerk. But this was my first time working with him, and I was a little dazzled by John Romita Jr. and Klaus Janson. So I'm having a brain fart. So I apologize. I'm a jerk.
I did. Me and Chip did a Batman Joker story in it too, and I drew part of it.
Wow.
So, and colored it. So from now on, my bio will begin with Batman artist.
Real good, y'all.
It counts. That's fine. That's lovely.
I drew. Yeah, there's a moment where you see a piece of Joker's art therapy from Arkham, and I drew it.
I figured it was something crude, but that's good.
How dare you, sir?
Bradley asks, during a recent interview, Matt mentioned Dune was his favorite novel, with a qualifier that there was a favorite highbrow answer. What is that book? I feel like a quizmaster. What is that book? And then also, Kel, he also wants to know what your favorite novel would be.
Okay.
The funny answer, the answer that would make John Hickman laugh is, well, God, Emperor of Dune. is the highbrow answer. But the real highbrow answer is Moby Dick.
Okay. Wow, really? Good Lord. I struggled with that back in school. And I'm like, I know it.
Try again.
It's the thing that no one tells you is that it's really funny.
All right, I'll go back. All right, if you guys say so, I trust you guys.
It's a brawl and a slog. You miss the jokes and you miss the humor, and
yeah, maybe I was the wrong 7th grader at the time.
I have a dream. Like there is a dream. I want to do a project with Kate Beaton, who I've met once when I was about to get my tits stabbed off. And I want to do.
He thinks this is one of your late night talks.
Yeah. By the way, the filter's off. It's quite all right as far as I'm concerned. I don't think Mainframe's upset about it either. Feel free, kids. It's all good.
I want to do Moby Dick with jokes with Kate Beaton, and just a chance to do a retelling of Moby Dick, but centering the insane humor that's there.
That would be amazing.
But,
yeah, I think that's very interesting.
First impression, and that remains a dream. That remains a dream deferred.
And Kel, what's your favorite novel?
My favorite novel is The Sun Also Rises.
It's a sequel, so if you haven't read The Sun Rises or The Sun Sets,
The Sun Sets.
You'll be a little lost.
Nice.
Yeah.
How do they get to Paris?
I'm trying to figure if I have like a highbrow and a lowbrow answer, but I don't know that I do. Do I? I mean, that would be obviously the highbrow, I guess. What's a? I can't think of one.
You like Alice in Wonderland?
Oh, yeah, also highbrow, but Alice in Wonderland, some really
cool
favorite things.
Oh, sure. Glory, how about that? Glory O'Brien's History of the Future.
Jin Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had trouble writing Aquaman? Like a lot of people say they run into trouble. He says treble as opposed to trouble. I like that. Writing for Superman because Aquaman is hard to write in a challenging way, I guess, or is a challenge to write. Did you find it challenging?
I think I'm guessing, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but you mean because he's so powerful? Is that?
That's what it sounded like.
Or also, again, some people may not know what to do with him. And Kel, I know in our last conversation, if you would give the story again of how it was presented to you about potentially writing Aquaman, because you go ahead and I'll let you.
So we were all kind of batting around DC. This was when Brian Bendis was in the hospital. And we were all batting around ideas for what, Brian likes to talk about two things, his family and work, and like maybe, I guess, movies would be the third thing, and so, but movies is kind of part of it, like all of that is in the context of work. Anyway,
sure.
So we were trying to keep his spirits up, and we were just chatting with him, and everybody was kind of joke casting each other at DC because he was about to make the move to DC, and when I was like right in the middle of it, and I was like, we'll get the gang together, and like the first thing that got brought up for me was Supergirl, and I was like, yeah, I built my career on Carol Danvers, so I should definitely do Kara Danvers. That's a super good idea. Another really powerful blonde. Probably I should not do that. And so then I was like, well, what about and thank you, Mr. Perlman, for that. Everybody could see that, right?
Yes, the art check. Yes, your color artist. Yes.
Yes. So thank you for that, buddy.
Arif Prianto for my audio audience that eventually will get this. That is the colorist on Kel's 1027 story.
Thank you for that. My apologies to Arif. So then it was like, well, what about Batgirl? I was like, I don't know. I'm not. I did this Batman story for Detective because they were like, I got the email for that, and it was like, do you want to do a Batman story? And I'm immediately like, nope, no, thank you, and then but then I read a little further, and they're like, we really are separating these stories out, and we are trying to cast for what we think would be interesting, and we would love for you in particular to write something about his work ethic, and we would love to pair you with John Romita Jr. And so, like, that point, I was like, delete. Yes, I am in. I'm so excited to write a Batman story. Like, what? So I was never much. That wasn't really in the cards. But and then I think Brian was like, well, you wouldn't want to do Aquaman, would you? And I said no. And then this one was like, hold on. It was like two things. One, Mr. Jason Momoa. And two, I don't have any idea what Aquaman from you looks like. Like, that is just the weirdest casting. There's nothing obvious about that at all. And so I'm kind of intrigued by that. And I think he said, like, unsafe. And I was like, unsafe? Like, that's like my squirrel, so I got into it. And I actually really loved it. And I'm kind of sad to be done. Although I'd had a plan, and I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and
you did it. Okay.
And I did it. But I will miss them. I will miss Amnesty Bay. I will miss those characters in that team. I have two good teams.
That whole world was so rich.
Yeah, I'm very enamored of the stuff, and I feel good about it because I feel like I'm not like I left while I still have ideas. So that means I left good pieces on the board, right? So I didn't leave going like, I'm out of Aquaman stories. I left going like, oh, but we could have followed up on, I didn't get to, and so that's good.
Well, maybe down the road, who knows? And I really think you added a lot to the mythos, and the whole journey of Aquaman losing his memory and also just freaking out about, holy shit, I got a baby coming.
Yeah.
And I don't want to fuck it up, basically. But again, the way it played to Mara, I think, was fantastic, and really just great interplay and a great conflict for them to deal with. So I thought that was awesome. Yeah, absolutely, buddy. Now, this is his pseudonym, Gore Vidal. It's sadly not.
No, it's for real. It's Gore Vidal.
I'm a big fan. Thrilled that you're making the exception. But you and Herman Cain still capable of interacting on the internet from beyond the grave. It's really exciting.
Now, Matt, I'm going to have to lean on you because
sure.
I don't know.
And Alberto Breccia. I learned about as a Mr. Fraction. That's my father's fake name. Been reading work by Hector Osterheld, Juan Sostrain, I think, and Alberto Breccia. The Mort Tinder, as David Daha said, edition has a blurb about you praising the work. Any thoughts on Osterheld Breccia? I respond to Breccia the way most people respond to Topi, who I've always liked, but never had the reaction that people have towards Topi's work, just as a matter of taste. And then I saw Breccia and lost my fucking mind. I found it through David Daha, who said it with a conspiratorial vigor, Mort Tinder, and I wrote it down. And tracked down a lot of Breccia, including and Osterheld, including my publisher in Spain was able to get me a copy of the Che book they did. Aside from just the astonishing political story of Osterheld and his life and his work and the stuff he did with Breccia, I'm thrilled that Fantagraphics is committed to putting all of it back in print and translating it to English in these kind of beautiful, beautiful editions. And yeah, I meant what I said. It must have felt like it fell out of a goddamn spaceship. I can't imagine what seeing that work would have been like here in 1985 or whatever. And then there's another piece by Breccia that Fanta just put out. I want something city, but I haven't read it yet. It's a little heavy. I can't remember what it is, but it's I'm thrilled that this kind of missing piece of comics grammar is finally arriving over here.
I agreed, and truly, I haven't read those works, but I love discovering European comics because it shows how deep the medium can get in the right hands. And I feel like Alistair Cook as we're doing this.
I looked back a bunch of Aethernaut was first, and I'm just thrilled that it's coming out.
That's awesome.
Mort Cinder was at least to listen to that is one of those things. Like if you see Mort Cinder, you get a lot of pieces from David, and like like it's sort of, you can kind of fill out the David aha,
connect the dots
in new ways. Mort Cinder, I think, more than Aethernaut, but Aethernaut was the one that survived because it was like buried in Osterheld's backyard when the kill squad came for his family.
That's awesome. I'm trying to scroll. Oh, there it is. Gore follows up and says, I like what J.L. Borges says about Moby Dick, that it was an infinite novel and that Ahab, the whale, and the pursuit were symbols and mirrors of the universe. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, then. I know I'm with you. I forget who did Corto Maltese. Hugo Pratt, of course. That's the thing. It's discovering again these classic European comics and stuff is just a pleasure. And Kel, I always say I'm thrilled that you translated those great Barbarella comics as well years ago.
And Dean Mulaney and IDW is doing an amazing job at getting us Corto in the way it was really meant to be seen and read. A lot of new translations, a lot of polish cap. Got most of those. There was NBM editions back in the 80s, and I have this special talent. Anyone listening to this, hearing this, let me know if there's a version of something, some piece of media that is either out of print or exclusive to other parts of the world. Tell me what it is, because when I buy it, it immediately will be announced to be
coming out in affordable fashion,
made in America. Like finally, from the highest of brows to the lowest of brows. I'm the reason Rolling Thunder got a Blu-ray DVD release. I'm convinced. I was sprang for a bootleg at a Heroes Con like 8 years ago. But yeah, it was one of the So I did. So of course I shelled out money for the NBM editions that I didn't have of Corto, and then IDW put up this huge press release like, it's a massive project we'll be embarking on for the next decade, reprinting and retranslating. Dinah Schutz did some of the retranslations. I don't know if she does all of them. I don't think she does, but they're great, super great.
Reminds me to have a new conversation with Diana, who I saw last year at Rose City when we all saw each other last face to face.
I haven't seen Diana Dog's age. I'd love to catch up with her.
M says, now here's a 180 as far as subjects. I know this might be something that has a hand in, or may not be something you have a hand in, but if you could push for Jimmy Olsen to be collected in a deluxe or hardcover format, that would be great.
Yeah, no, I agree. I tried to get.
I know where this is going. Be careful.
I have
Be careful.
I have a vision for the collection. I've yet to be able to convince anyone at DC is worth pursuing. So if we get a hardcover upgrade, I'm going to push real hard.
You start to get some people to start a letter campaign.
Yeah, write DC and demand the creators edition, the creators collection of Jimmy from me and Steve.
Director's cut.
No. It's not. I hate that term. The creators.
Okay.
It's not a director's cut. That's no. But it's like even some of the sequencing would have been different. All of the cover, it would have been just presented as chapters. No cover. All the covers would have been at the back. No, it would have. I spent so much time.
You spent a whole day
putting together this whole blueprint. This whole like no, it needs to be
book map and
book map, like everything. All someone needed to do was like rename the art files, and they were like, "Yeah, no, we're just gonna do this."
Man, I'm telling you, when you and David Asha with Hawkeye, I mean,
I did that. Marvel had no problem with me fucking those up.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Like the trades are collected one way. There were these hardcovers; those were collected a different way, and then the big hardcover, and that's arranged. They were all arranged in a way that made sense for that edition. There's no value in publishing collections as reproductions of these serial things re-edit for the collection, work for the like when it's time to go to collection, like make it right. I'm turning in. I'm becoming Orson Welles, both in terms of my COVID-19 pounds, and I'm just going to be known for leaving memos of the way I wish shit had been done.
I understand.
And none of it actually happening.
You know, I will confess to both of you. Oh, right, exactly. A writer, an artist edition, Jimmy Olsen M. That's absolutely right. That's what Matt's pitching. Well, maybe eventually, yeah, the IDW, the way they do it with the old stuff, maybe somebody over there, maybe Scott Dunbier can do it for you. I don't know.
Anybody could have done it. They just didn't give a shit.
Well, regarding our COVID-19 sizes and stuff, I bought a bicycle, and I'm so glad I did. But I did the math, and it's probably been over 20 years since I've ridden a bicycle, and I'm kind of shocked. And truly, I am Artie Johnson on the tricycle, where I have fallen as much as I have ridden, and I have to buy like shoulder pads. It's not good.
Smells that much closer.
It's not good. It's not good. Let's see here. The Jinchersky, pardon me. Do you have trouble writing fight sequences as comic books? I'm reading Death Metal and Empire right now, and fight sequences don't have a back and forth like other great fight sequences. Yeah, I get okay. I don't know, guys. What do you?
Death Metal. That's not my fault.
No. I think he's saying
in comparison.
There's not a great back and forth.
Yeah.
I was disappointed with the fight scenes in these two big books that are happening right now.
Okay.
Do you have trouble with fight scenes?
I have trouble. Delivering as many fight scenes as people want, because I think a fight scene to have a fight scene that doesn't push the plot forward or hasn't been earned or has no tension, no question, is pointless.
Okay.
And it serves, it's servicing genre in a way I don't respect. There are ways to service genre that are important, and then there are ways that I personally just don't find useful. And I think you have to have one fight scene set piece per issue. Like, okay, if that is the thing, then we have to start plotting our books around the fight scenes rather than building tension, stakes, and relationships.
That's just backwards too. Like that kind of thinking was totally.
Yeah.
I was actually just reading an interview with Denny O'Neil from a long time ago, and he talked about how formulaic. You open with a fight scene, everybody talks, there's another fight scene, you do a scene from the B story, and then that all leads into a bigger fight scene at the end, and you end on a cliffhanger. Sort of pattern of books that he found and felt that DC was in that period of the 70s when he gave that interview.
I think
it's very rote very easily.
Yeah, I think you build to a fight scene that matters.
Yeah.
My problem is sometimes I will pace to build to a fight scene that matters, and then by the time I get to that fight scene, I wish I had like 7 more pages for it, you know? But yeah, no, I don't find them difficult if they're justified, and as long as you're having, I mean, you want to have some cool visuals in it, and you want to have some neat like fight moves, but you also, there has to be a narrative in the fight scene. Like the fight itself has to tell a story. And just punching or moving doesn't have a rhythm or a story. You know, there has to be a rhythm and a narrative.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And that's, I guess, because we grew up on comics and we want more stories that are more character driven than and story conflict rather than just punching. No, I get it. And that really is kind of the push me pull you of comic book readers today. I think there's a segment of the audience that wants that, and I think there is a segment of the audience that really wants the action.
Mr. Barrett, whose comment just came up, I think we agree and disagree. Because you have to have at least one fight scene. And I don't know if they mean per arc or per issue. But I mean, if you, I am not of the mind that every issue has to have a fight scene. If you can't, if there's no point in it, if you're putting it in to put it in, I don't, you know, I think, and I also think that that doesn't mean someone will hear that and hear every issue should be talking heads. And like, no, that there are a lot of other interesting visual things to look at that are not fight scenes. And a lot of other ways to use visual storytelling and rhythms that can be really exciting, but don't happen to be fisticuffs.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I'm hip. I say that as a boxing fan. I completely agree with that.
Yeah. And I, you know this, I used to work at a boxing gym. I have no problem with fighting, but I think it's got to matter. If it doesn't, we're like, we're just going to do one of these for 4 pages because we got to do this. It doesn't matter, you know?
No, I'm totally with you. I've always meant to ask, and I never have. Were there any named fighters at that gym you were working at?
No.
Okay.
No. It was,
You just upset a lot of people.
A young man named Cassius Clay who would go on to such fame.
No, it was Blue Velvet was the name. It was like a weird,
hilarious,
weird name for a.
Was there a guy named Frank with an oxygen mask screaming, "Don't you freaking look at me"?
No.
That was the corner.
Yeah.
What was it again?
Blue Velvet.
Yeah, no, that I know. What did Matt say? I didn't.
He said Frank was the corner man.
Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, this is an interesting question for both of you. Which artists have you worked with that surprised you the most? As I cough.
So, man, that's hard.
I don't think I'm doing my job if I'm
surprised.
Yeah, but I think my issue is more with that phrasing. You know, like, but I think the spirit of the question I'm trying to like ascertain. I think, but like there. Yeah, I work really hard at feeling. I work really hard to try and deliver the book I most want to see that artist create and be, you know what I mean? I try to write as a fan of everyone. So surprise feels like it would be like if I hadn't done my homework. So let me kind of take a kind of chintz out, I guess, on the answer and say like, well, David, because I can say, oh, we're going to do, the dog's going to solve a crime and know it will work. And I have no idea how it's going to work, but I know if anyone can figure it out, it's me and David, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of, I don't know how you're going to get there, but I know you're going to do it to that relationship. But
sure.
I find myself delighted constantly by the people I work with and surprised by how rich and how good they are, you know what I mean? But in terms of like really being taken, I can't think of a time I've been taken off guard. But with David, there was a lot of like, oh shit, yeah, no, that's totally the dog solving a crime. I mean, okay, great, you know, like that. It was never sure what I was going to get back from David when I sent stuff off.
I know what you mean. Yeah, Kel, I don't know if you've got a.
I feel like I'm answering it wrong.
No.
Yeah, I mean, everybody always builds the world beyond your imagining because that's what the collaboration is. And so those things that they add that then become things for you to play with are a surprise and a delight. But at the same time, you're also, that's the game, right? That's the like, all right, what do you got? You know?
Yeah.
So, but I will say, we have not been working together long, but because Miguel Mendoza, who's doing Aquaman right now, because that was an arranged marriage.
I was going to ask about that. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. You know, I had so much time at the beginning of the Aquaman run to get to know Robson and to like research his work, and with Miguel I really didn't, and so I kind of didn't. You know, I was told you can script for him like you script for Robson. They know each other. The styles are similar enough. Like, go for it. But yeah, and it's true. They're very compatible. I can understand why it made a lot of sense for these two artists to be back to back. But whereas there's this like this kind of Zeppelin mythic fantasy thing that Robson does. Robson, I'm working on it. Miguel's is like the same kind, the same amount of exuberance, it's the same level of energy, but it's just so joyful, you know?
Okay.
Robson does the Zeppelin songs that are about hobbits. Miguel does the Zeppelin songs that are about girls.
Yes, that's brilliant. There you go. Yeah. So there's a yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't done the work that I would ordinarily do, and I was just delighted. Yeah, we're having a blast bringing it home, so it's pretty cool.
No, that's cool. And honestly, you know, knowing that the artists, you know, are arranged, as you say, you know, rather than, you know, getting the chance to really ask for somebody specifically, do you protect is the wrong word, but you know what I mean? I mean, do you bulletproof the material to a degree so that, you know, any artist, should they have to step in?
No. So it's not, I say arranged marriage and it makes it sound like I didn't have agency in it, and I did, but it was a schedule thing because I had fallen behind because of the schooling thing, because the kids were suddenly home all the time,
Okay.
and we're trying to do school from home, and and you know, the pandemic was starting and our lives were upended, and so I mean, the Aqua team was fantastic, and they were like, "It's fine, we're all good. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna recast a little bit."
Yeah.
And then they were like, "We've got this guy that's just fantastic, and he's friends with Robson, and their styles are very similar, and you're gonna love him." And I mean, if I had like looked up his stuff and been like, "No," you know, I think they would have found someone else. But you know, I love that team and I trust that team, and yeah, it was all good.
Okay.
I generally don't like to write. I can't think of very many times. I can't think of any off the top of my head where I've written a script where I didn't know who was going to draw it, because it just doesn't make sense to me, in large part because I kind of learned comic scripting from him. And even though we have very different styles, one of the first things that he really articulated to me was, if you are not writing it for that artist, you should not be writing it as a comic. you know,
Okay.
that it's not, you know, it's a different,
It's a partnership.
it's a partnership. It's a different
dance.
medium.
It's a dance.
You know,
it's not a solo like.
But like, I'm trying to think about like, yeah, like, so like when you write a play, it's open to all kinds of different interpretations, right? But that play is going to be produced over many years by, you know, if you're lucky, by lots of different companies, and they're going to all have different interpretations of the character, and that's part of the joy of it. But this is going to be produced one time for this one person, and like 3 people are going to read the script. Do you know what I mean? So it's very personal, and you should be writing to their strengths and to their interests. And that is the thing that Matt, you know, kind of brought home for me as a fundamental, and I've come to find that to be very true.
That's cool, Matt. I wanted to, and almost lending into that. I'm glad I talked to. Wasn't it? No, God damn it, Kieran Dwyer, recently, and I know your Last of the Independents came back in your hands, and it's back out and everything.
Next week.
What's that?
Maybe that's out next week.
Maybe he was going off on vacation or something, and he had like 3 things he wanted to talk about, and I was so glad, because literally that's the first work of yours that I discovered you, and and again, for it coming back out, and I know he kind of played a bit with the sepia color in this remastered kind of thing. Do you do anything when something like that comes back out? Do you do another pass on the script or anything like that?
I mean, not big, but yes, I did some. Yeah, absolutely. Because why wouldn't you? You know.
Well, I mean, there's Warren Beatty who'll go over a movie a million times.
Yeah.
And then there are others that like, okay, I did that. That was me then, and I'm different now. Whatever. And
I mean, look, there were some slurs and some that I took. Because when I wrote it, I didn't have a delightful Sicilian wife nor a delightful Sicilian grandmother-in-law. And when Kelly Sue saw it for the first time, she said, "Oh, I can't show her." And that fucked me up, right? And that's a real bummer. And, and looking at it now, there's no value in it. And if you change it, there's nothing changed about the story. And none of it was about racial animus. It was simply something mean to call someone, And so it's like, oh, well, I can make that a thing that doesn't offend people, regardless of my intent or my action. And I think, and we wrote like a piece in the back, and like, I know like the me of then would have said, "What, so those characters would have talked." And the me of now says, "Write better characters." So I did like little stuff.
It's like that Dolly Parton thing from yesterday, right?
Yeah, Dolly Parton's like,
I would never hurt anybody on purpose.
Yeah, and the best part of that whole response is, this is a business.
Yeah.
Right? Like if nothing else, don't lose yourself a customer, just even in the potential. So yes, like I changed some stuff like that, but so much of like look, there's the good smart version to do it, and then there's the Hanma Boogie bad version to do it, and that's the trap I didn't want to fall into. Like, you know what, this doesn't need to be here, and if my grandmother-in-law read it, it would break her heart. So you know what, I'm gonna take it out. And there's no value in the homophobic slur. Again, it's someone saying something mean to someone else. That is what matters. There's a scene where, guys talk disparagingly about the woman, and I left those in because the point was they're underestimating her and don't think she's a real person, right? But there was a thing of like, why would I? Yeah, so yeah, I took that chance to make those tweaks, but there's so little you can do outside of those parameters, that without suddenly falling into the Hanma Boogie territory.
I appreciate that, absolutely. And
tweaks and stuff. I fixed a typo. If I'm going to fix it, like where does that, like, why is that wrong? Why is that right? But something like that is wrong,
No, I like it. And truly, I didn't remember those things because I can't tell you the last time I read it, but that's great to hear.
And it's throwaway noise. And that was how I knew it didn't matter if I changed it, because it changes nothing about the story at all. Other than now, there are some people who could read it that maybe wouldn't read it before without having their feelings hurt.
I'm hip. Absolutely. Kevin McGinn asked an interesting question. Can you elaborate more on the choice to skip ahead to Sex Criminals number 69 for the epilogue, and what percentage of that choice was to have a higher number than Wicked and Divine?
Oh, zero on that. It was entirely issue 69. We were asked one time when it was going to end in an interview, and I said, 69. And then we were like, really doing that? It will make sense when you read the issue. The plot ends in 30. The story has resolved in 30. You know where the pieces lay. You know what happens with the bank. You know what happens with John and Sue's. That story is done, and all that's left is the valedictory. And so it is a leap ahead, because we get to see where they are. It leaps ahead for the characters too. It's 3.5 years later in the story itself too. So you're meeting the characters 3 or 4 years down the road. And
did you do the math and how long it would take you to get? Oh, I love you so much.
Yeah. So we did all that for it, and so you're going to see not just how the characters end. You've got the story end now. 69 is how the characters end.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
And it lets us, I hope, this is shit I don't like to talk about. I hope it's good.
We'll have to talk post 69, and we'll give you your thoughts, and maybe get you and Chip together for that one. Green Lantern says, thank you for your thoughtful answers. I find myself rereading Immortal Iron Fist often. My compliments to Matt and David, and Ed, and all the collaborators on it. Yeah, that was a great run, man. And yeah, you made Danny Rand matter again, if for the first time in some estimations.
You're very good. Thank you for your service, Green Lantern.
I wonder which Green Lantern, particularly. Who could it be? I don't know. And then Michael confirms that Last of the Independents is indeed coming out next Wednesday. That's great. So who knew?
I should get it in the mail anytime.
Well, that's really, Kieran sent me the remastered version, and I just assumed I read the same book again. And I'm like, so it is interesting to hear what you tweaked and changed. So Chris Barrett, to paraphrase the legendary wrestler Dusty Rhodes, if you can't see yourself at the top of your industry, what the hell are you doing in the industry? Interesting. I like it.
Ric Flair to body slam me at a BP gas station in Charlotte, North Carolina. He did not.
I was working out at a Bally's gym, and he was in town and just happened to be working out. It could not have been nicer. And then a couple of years later at my rock station, he came in, and we had one of the rock DJs had him do, as I wrestle with the opponents in the ring, Frankie Lee wrestles with his conscience. And he had trouble. He had trouble doing it. It's like, what does this mean? And I'm like, it's he's almost defensive. And I'm like, no, it's funny. It's fine, dude.
We almost pitched this.
If one of you wrote Batman and the other wrote Detective or Superman in Action, what crossover shenanigans would you? Yeah, that would have been interesting. Yeah, geez.
We almost that conversation happened.
I did pitch.
Yeah.
Well, maybe someday. I mean, I honestly don't want you to, unless you want to, but I'd rather, if the possibility is that it might come up down the road.
I think it's cool. I think that's a cool. It's a cool way to editorially direct a couple ships. I would like to see how that happens. I would like to see what that looks like. And I think Batman and Detective are really, really good examples of that, because they both just kind of in this title have different mission briefs. So. And
Kel, again in our last conversation, and I want you to say it here, your thoughts on Batman and Bruce Wayne, and in contrast, what your thoughts are of Superman.
I haven't gotten enough email lately.
What's that?
Do it after let the orders come in for Detective 1027, then you can.
All right, fair enough. If that's what you want.
About Uber teen.
No. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Sorry, I said it. Can't help it.
Well, how about Superman in contrast? What do you think of Clark?
Oh, I love Superman.
There is such a thing as an ethical journalist.
Yes, I love Superman. I love the only thing in comics I've ever collected was Lois Lane.
God, Greg nailed it, man.
Yeah,
Also,
I cannot.
Or you're saying the whole oeuvre, I'm assuming, of Lois Lane.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
got you an original Lois page.
You did get me. It was one of my
Kurt Swan page.
wooing me presents. Was a Kurt Swan Lois Lane page.
That's right, fellas. If you're looking for, always go for Kurt Swan. Ladies love cool Swan.
What's that? Yeah, no, I don't. When people don't know how to write the upward facing characters or the optimistic characters, or like, if they're like, what is it? It's boring. Then like, grow up. Like,
that's outstanding.
hey!
Look who's joining the conversation,
hello.
everybody. Right from his beautiful patio. Brian Michael Bendis, ladies and
Hi.
gentlemen.
Hi.
Talk more about Batman.
Brian
was there. Brian and Elisa were like, stop! They're like flashing lights at me. Shut her up! Like, I've said it on Twitter. It's fine.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, but there's like, there's a lot of everybody's allowed to not like somebody. Come on.
Yeah.
Do you not like him?
No, I don't like him.
I loved your Batman story. I have read your Detective 1027 story, and it was just so I say yes to almost all jam projects because I love them more than actual anything else in the world. And this one, I was like, oh, absolutely. And I have been enjoying my time at Batman, not knowing what the full package was.
Yeah.
And the full package became all of my favorite peoples in a room. And then I love John Romita, and we're off in the corner having our little party that's completely separate from the parties I have with Matt and Kelly. And then they found each other. And wait till you see the Kelly, John Romita, Klaus Janson jam. It's cool.
I know. I told the story earlier, but I mean, like, the email came in and we're like, would you like to write a Batman story? And I was like, no. And then I read a little further, and they're like, we want you to write about his work ethic, and we want to pair you with John Romita Jr. And it was like, backspace, but so yeah, no, it's all about it. And I like the person is interesting, I guess. I don't know.
You're not offending anybody, bud.
My point is, I got very happy to be in the book when I read both of their stories in this book. I was very proud to be part of it.
I got a Gemini into continuity. The Prince wore in Bat Dance, the half Joker, half Batman. And at one point, Joker appears as Gemini. So Chip and I got Gemini in continuity. That's all I care about. Yeah. My work is done.
Your public service is complete.
Those anthologies have been so great because there's room for interesting bursts of 10 pages of here's something that doesn't need to be in continuity. Gabe Hardman and I were just talking about this last night.
It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah.
And like, when they were like, you want to work with Romita, I was like, yes, yes. So
did you get the feeling that you wrote it and then it was drawn by the time you were done writing it? Because that's what it feels like working with him. It's maddening. Like, I will write my little ass off for him. I work very hard towards his voice, and I'll like pass out. Oh, I'm going to sleep. That's it. I'm done. I got a buffer. I wake up, like 9 pages are drawn.
Yeah.
Like 9. And they're all great and they're perfect. And yeah.
It's so nice. It was like, you can't. Sorry.
I one time needed to buy a weekend. Hey, it's Mike and Taki.
Hey.
Friday night Portland dinner.
David Mack is eventually going to appear in a second as well.
Oh, let's hope he's wearing clothes.
What, Roman?
Flip a coin.
Pants for the cat, please. There's David Mack. I like all of this. Wow.
Friday night dinner looks like in Portland back in the old days.
Well,
That's
and real
what you
fast,
have
but before we get into the six of us,
with everybody.
yeah, I want to address one question from Carl Bakey, who says, "I'd love to hear more about the Metropolis City Council meetings about Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and Superman."
It was just very sweetly me, Matt, and Greg getting together over literally here, right where I'm sitting, and a little bit of therapy, a little bit of writer's workshop, a little bit of bitching, and at the end, and the point of it being, oh, the three of us should talk because we know for a fact that we'll come up with something better than one of us would. Just about, and it was really about building Metropolis up into what, there's pieces missing still. Like Gotham, there's no pieces missing in Gotham. Everyone's building and building and building, but Metropolis still has some spaces. So we use that space and
We give a dinosaur for a mayor. It didn't have a mayor before we put a literal dinosaur in a top hat in the background.
there you go. So, but from there, it just empowered us, and off we went. In fact, Greg's coming over tonight.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, haven't
Fantastic.
seen him in a long time. I miss him deeply.
I understand, man. That's
Just
fine. And
watching,
Greg,
I just watch Old Guard every night over and over on Netflix.
and Greg is doing an Old Guard panel with Leandro Sunday for Mainframe Comic Con. So
Awesome.
that's
Have you seen
excellent.
it?
The
Did you
best,
watch
Oh
it?
yeah. Oh yeah.
the best thing was when I texted him after I watched it, but I watched it with our son Henry, and Henry lost his mind about it, and Greg was delighted. And I was like, and then I just gave Greg's number to Henry. I'm like, Henry, go ahead and text Greg all your questions. Henry immediately was like,
That's so cool.
Greg,
Yeah.
the only thing came over the completely created set of the books of his very own. So that
That's
was
awesome.
getting the Henry Leo grilling.
So, John, I missed the beginning of your panel with Matt and Kelly, and if this was addressed, I apologize. Is your internet in black and white? I know you like the old stuff. You got like some as you
my-
internet that you're working on.
My current computer, or my previously current computer,
Black and
the
white.
internet was crapping out. And as you all know, because you follow the headlines, we had some serious looting last weekend and really scary stuff. So I was like, all right, no problem. I'll buy a new computer because I don't want my internet to crap out during this convention. And I went all over the place. And sadly, the only place I could go was Office Max because everybody else was still locked up.
The only other place you could go was 1959.
Yes, so I've got a Kinescope computer. That's correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, this is an old NBC television camera that I stole from the Milton Berle set.
Yeah, how are you coming to us on Kinescope? How do you do that? That's amazing.
Hello, Arthur. But yeah, my lighting is weird because my lighting looked great. Mike and Takno from when we did the hangout a couple Fridays ago and stuff. My camera looked normal. I thought it looked okay.
Yeah.
But
No, you're very, very film noir. Very
Colorized, like lightly
Yeah,
colorized.
like you remember when they
I'm all washed out, man. I know. I'm like the Joker right now. I don't know what the hell's going on.
no. you're
Pasty.
gonna Tell Marshall Dillon it's time to get the horses together. And
Yeah, it does look like a test pattern behind me, doesn't it? That's a quill. That's exactly.
It's
So
the
I should.
pandemic.
Do not adjust your set. We control the sound. Yes, absolutely. So
what is this? What are we doing?
we're hanging out.
Okay.
Yeah, really. No, honestly, that's the thing. I mean, really, Chad's like, hey, let's do a mob reunion. And I'm like,
Yeah, that's cool.
sounds good to me.
All right.
So
Go.
We'll thank you everyone for your time and your questions. David, Mike, Taki, Ryan, John,
Love you guys.
you guys.
Miss you.
great seeing you guys. Thank you so much for doing this. Great
Oh,
job.
real quick, do you remember the first time we saw David Mack? Do you remember that story, David Mack? Have I ever told you the story about the first time I saw you at a convention?
You got, should I ask?
Okay, so you remember it was a Heroes Con, and it was the year that Man of Steel came out, and Shelton rented a theater and put everybody on a bus, and it was like didn't want people like, come on, we're all gonna go see the show. So everybody went, and we were sitting there waiting, and David, you came in way down in the front, and I saw, oh, that's David Mack. He works out. Bye.
It's good to see everybody.
Take it easy, guys.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Matt Fraction, Kelly Sudaconic,
guys.
excellent.
Hey,
Well
love you
done.
guys.
Kelly Sue.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Ah, There you go. God, I really do look like I'm in black and white, don't I? That's
They
amazing.
were standing on my front lawn the other day, and we were just bitching about work and everything, and I thought how weird we sound to our neighbors who have like real jobs. Like everything we're saying is like crazy to people who don't do this for a living. So yeah, it's just funny.
That's all
I
right.
like that you think that they're listening.
Yeah, they're gone. They're long
I
gone.
don't care what you're
Yeah,
doing.
they don't.
Exactly.
No, we
Exactly.
can see our neighbors just like drinking and watching. They're just no one even pretends anymore. We're just
They got their
staring.
nerd binoculars out. They're like,
Uh.
look what they're doing now.
Yeah.
David, how are you doing, Boo Boo?
It's
buddy.
this is really cool. I'm glad we're doing this. It's good to see all of you right here. I think this is probably what I needed today. Is like talk to other humans.
Me too. I woke up 42, so I know the feeling. Hey, me and we had a Mike Kentucky and me and Elisa had a Chinese food picnic last night.
Nice.
So we're all caught up, but we're gonna hammer you with questions, David.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So many questions.
Got it. Yeah.
Like, what's going on in the background? What is that?
Is that a tantrum or
Oh,
is that
yeah. Solo David's picture for a second, and he can tell us about the art behind it. if you're able to, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, these are just some large canvases behind me.
Okay.
Butterfly. Yeah.
Look great.
Wow.
No.
Now is that a backdrop to cover up what's really going on back there, or are you?
Yeah, who's back there?
Well, only what's in the screen exists, right?
That's right. There you
That's
go.
fantastic.
Hilarious.
No,
Yeah.
this is great. Honestly,
Actually, what the origin of this is when for the last season or the second season of Jessica Jones, when they there's that character Oscar. I don't know if you've all seen it. There's a character Oscar who's an artist on it who ends up painting Jessica, and they wanted his entire studio to have big canvas paintings on it. So they called and told me this, and I said, okay, well, I've done stuff like this before for Dexter, and in that they wanted me to not do it on big canvas. They wanted me to do it on small things and scan it in, and the production designer will then print it out whatever size they need it for, with whatever texture they want for the real thing, right? So I told that to Melissa, right? And Melissa was like, no, I want you to do like giant canvas paintings. And I was like, really? Like, because then you have to ship them and everything, but they're probably going to want to just print them out and like tweak them and do whatever, print it out whatever size they want. You don't have to worry about shipping them. It's like, no, I want to do it. So I went to the art supply store. I bought a ton of giant canvases and I started painting all over them and stuff. And of course, then the Judy Rhee, she's a production designer on, I think, Breaking Bad, on Better Call Saul, like amazing at her craft, right? So she was who I got to work with, and she called and said, so this is what we're going to do. Just do it, small, and scan it and send it to us. And I was like, okay, well, Melissa wanted me to do these large canvases. So I have like just a variety of giant canvases with, the first version of what was going to be in this guy's apartment.
Have you ever on television seen an artist represented accurately? Like every TV show, they're painting, like every artist has to paint on huge canvases. They're usually wearing a smock that no artist would ever wear, thinking in pretty like almost catalog cliche.
Covered in paint.
Throwing the paint on the
Yeah.
wall.
They smudge a little bit on their face,
Yeah.
Because that happens all the time.
Pros and,
I've never once seen an artist represented in a way that I thought was like accurate.
Well, I got the guy who played the artist. I was on the set when he did it, and I got to like talk with him a little bit, and we hung out a little ahead of time, and I was doing some drawings with him and so on. And he asked a few questions, and I don't know, did you guys see season 2 where there's he's painting this big abstract on the floor, and they end up spoilers. They end up having okay. They end up having.
Say you did.
Oh,
It's Brian's show.
yeah.
God damn it.
So yeah. So I had to do like at least 5, maybe 5 to 10 versions of the abstract painting that he's painting on the floor, and it's abstract, and they end up spilling paint on it and having sex in it. And so I got like these small canvases, and did it, scanned it in, and then they printed it out large. But yeah, I was on the set of it, and
When they did this, you were for the scene?
No, yeah, I was on the set for that whole episode, but they did a closed set when they did the love scene. Of course. Yeah. So.
Wow.
And
So,
you were in
and we
there?
all know
Did you give
every
notes?
time you can't finish a painting without rolling around on it. Everyone knows that. That's you learned that. That's like second year art school. They teach you how to roll around on your paintings.
That's hilarious.
And not
Michael,
get
before we get to Chris's question, and this is good for all of you, when are Cover and United States of Murder coming back?
so happy you asked because we actually have good answers. Cover. Oh, look, it's Cover. Me and David Max, multi-Eisner nominated
nice.
thing is coming back. David has script, and we are cooking. So this one's going to be a continuation of our world, but a different kind of examination of the industry, which we're excited about. Also, the world has changed a lot since we did Cover Volume 1. So we are in production. So when we have a bunch, we will ship them. And
United States of
United
Murder?
States of Murder, the entire third volume in the can. We just finished
Totally
it last
done.
week, right? It was last week, right?
Yeah.
So we have
Six issues.
six
all
issues
done.
in the can.
Done,
We
done,
were
done, done, done.
so personally frustrated with ourselves with like the shipping on Powers sometimes that we made a extra effort to make sure that anything we ship is ready to go, and that will only be remembered for our third act behavior, not our second act behavior. So
No, with Powers,
that-
it's not
and-
Powers if it's not a little late.
and yes, the whole Powers graphic novel, 260 pages, many of them also by David Mack, because we stole a lot of his production work from the Powers TV show and shoved it in here.
Oh, did you put that in there?
Oh, and some of your covers. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in the gallery, my man.
And you
David.
did you put in stuff from the
Yeah.
TV show? Is that what
Yes.
you put?
Yeah,
Well,
the
I gotta be
retro
honest, like
stuff, the
this-
stuff I know you love.
You did some of these.
Yeah,
There's this, and there's
Yeah.
another version of this that is probably my favorite Powers cover. The iconography stuff. Like I think you did another one as well, with like two
It's
characters.
the one where it's like all red, but there's like a tiny.
That's my favorite.
You're
that
flying.
might be my very favorite Powers
With a
cover.
shadow.
Seriously.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Those were black.
So,
I
what
love
is
will-
that?
That's in a couple weeks. What is it?
Okay.
15th. So I think September 1st or
Yeah.
whatever that week is. It is shipping, but it is printed. It is done. I know. With us, you can never really tell. So I'm showing proof of paper.
It
And
exists.
we're very proud of it too. It's great DC paper. It matches the paper stock of the other Powers volumes. And for those who don't know what this is it's a few things. It's our 20th anniversary graphic novel. We are one of the very few independent books that made the 20 years, and that's damn well worth celebrating. It's also to us a 20th anniversary of our relationship too. It's a a beautiful thing. But this takes place 20 years from the day of Powers #1.
Ooh.
So Christian Walker and Dina Pilgrim, everyone are 20 years older than when we first met them. So we actually get to age them in real time and tell. And
I
it's,
love that. That was my favorite. Like I love old Dina. I don't know why. I was like, wow, she's
yeah,
so much
we do.
cooler. I don't-
Because we're not the same people that started this book. So
Yeah.
that was the smart thing. And now that we got through it, I
Yeah.
know like we're not the same little punky assholes that started this thing. So to write a more mature version of the characters and where they end up was a good choice for us. But if you've never read Powers before, completely self-contained, and yet a whole 20-year retrospect at the same time.
Yeah,
And
it
for
was-
those who
it was pretty
hit
real.
stuff about, go ahead. I'm sorry.
like working and drawing on it because there is, like Brian said, there's a lot of like baggage that comes with it, like good baggage, of all of our life. And part of the story, without too many spoilers, is Walker looking back on his many lives and trying to figure out where he is now. And what's interesting, and I think this only happens as you age, you look back at yourself at different time periods and you kind of don't relate to that person, or in some cases don't even remember, especially in my case. But and that drawing that as the characters were experiencing that, I remember living a life in Jersey, and I remember having a mullet in a car and working part-time at a job, but like those memories are mostly from the stories that I've told over and over again. I don't have too many real memories. Most of my memories from those time periods are from stories that I've just told about those time periods. So watching Walker go through the same thing, I was like, oh man, I think I'm also losing my mind. And that helped with the characters and watch the characters grow and stuff. It was an experience. Like I hear Brian talk a lot when he writes, sometimes the emotions will get to him, you know, and it'll catch up with you and stuff. And this is the only time I really felt that, you know, and I've written some emotional stuff, but this is the first time where it really hit me as I was drawing it, you know, just because there was real history that was tied into the characters and the experience. So it was unique. It'll probably never, I can't imagine anything like that ever happening again career-wise. So yeah, definitely a landmark, and just happy that we got to it.
That's good timing in terms of talking about the characters getting older, and Chad just flashed it under you guys as you were speaking.
I missed the question.
No, it wasn't a question. It was really kind of a point of action. If you're watching this on the Word Balloon YouTube channel or one of the other YouTube channels, go to mainframecomiccon.com, and that's where the donate button is for the Hero Initiative, which is the reason why we're all here. And also what Chad flashed was the URL for the Hero Initiative, which is heroinitiative.org. If you want to stay where you're at, there you go. Thank you, Chad.
It is.
And yeah, honestly, I mean, really, the mortality of freelance cartoonists, these guys understand it, and our heroes of the older generations of cartoonists could use your help. I mean, beyond the weirdness of COVID and the current status quo, we know a lot of sad stories of some of the greats of our comic creator heroes that would fall in hard financial times. And that's the whole point of Hero Initiative, to help them out. And if there were live conventions, we made this point earlier when it was Q&A time before Matt and Kelly Sue came on, but if people are just joining us, like over 80% of their fundraising for Hero Initiative happens at live conventions. That's taken away. God only knows when it's coming back. So that's really one of the reasons why Mainframe was created, was to help these people out and you know, provide a voice, provide entertainment. I mean, we're missing live convention entertainment. We hope to fill the void, and we really hope to support Hero Initiative by you people being, you know, reminded of. Let's thank them for all the great work that they've done and entertained us for all these great years.
Jim McLaughlin and
Thank you
company,
so
we
much.
salute you 100%.
They helped us. They helped us on a personal level. So
Yeah.
I mean, they helped creators of all backgrounds, and I didn't think we'd ever. The day it started and we were like involved. Like I would joke and like sarcastic. I was like, oh yeah, well I'm just doing this so that, you know, I'm gonna need them one day and stuff. Never thinking that would happen, and it happened. That we needed them and they were there for us.
Yeah.
And other creators.
Other friends, friend with cancer, I remember that, and yeah, I mean, they're real help. Like,
Yeah, and
truly
sometimes
real
with
help.
charity, it's hard to know like where the money's going. You know, there's always, but it's not the case here, and it's such a relief, and we've seen it firsthand. Like the money
Right.
goes where it needs to go, and that's always been a bugaboo of mine, even with like corporatized charity. You know, I know that they have an organization; those people need to get paid, but sometimes they like pay like $1 million a year, and like, well, that seems a lot for a charity. You know, and so in this instance, all the money's going where it needs to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mike, the first drawing I bought from you was when you were donating an hour or two at a convention, and I got a Captain America sketch from you.
Aw, that's
Yeah.
cool. Awesome.
Absolutely. So, David, good Lord, the last time we saw each other was at the last convention standing, C2E2, and you had just come from Italy,
Mhm.
and where you know, one of the first hotspots of the virus and stuff. And man, I reflexively went to shake your hand, and you're like, and I'm like, you're right, sorry. So, but yeah, I don't know, truly, like, you know, any thoughts of when you were in Italy, or you know, whatever, in terms of like the near misses that you almost encountered in your travels.
Yeah, I got back here from Italy right before the outbreak there. But even like in January and February, I was wearing like an N95 mask when I was at airports and on the plane. You know, I'd heard it. It was in, you know, we heard about it in China, but we weren't really hearing about it here very much. But yeah, when I was flying to Italy, I was wearing it on the plane. When I landed in Italy, I think on the 6th of February, and They met at immigration. They met us in like hazmat suits, and
Wow.
they were checking your temperature, before they would let you in. So they were already thinking about it at the beginning of February, maybe earlier. And on the way back, I came back through Amsterdam later in February, right before C2E2.
Right.
And we were in line to get on the flight from Amsterdam back to the States. And then they told everybody, hey, get in this extra line over here. And they were all checking everybody's passports. And I was like, this is an unusual step. What is this? And someone said, oh, they're going to check to see if you've been in China. And if your passport says that you've been in China, they're probably not going to let you on the plane. Which nobody warned us about this.
Wow.
And I was also in China in December.
Wow.
So,
Oh my god.
but luckily, I went to Singapore to the U.S. Embassy there and did some U.S. Embassy work with them, and I had just changed my passport into a brand new passport. So I had a brand new passport without the China stamp from like a month ago.
Oh my god.
So I was able to
Wow.
go.
Yeah, of everyone we know, David, you are by far the most affected by lifestyle. I mean, you were traveling more than any one of us, and my heart. I often think I've told you. I often think of like how difficult it is to change gears so roughly. Like I have not changed gears much. Like this is pretty much my schedule.
Us too.
Yeah,
went from that room to
we
this
stay
room.
home.
Yeah.
But you travel like a musician. You were out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to see John in late February, early March in Chicago, but I was also going to do Planet Comic-Con in April, they postponed it to August, thinking everything would be fine in August, which of course they canceled it. But then in May, I was going to go back to Italy for Lake Como Comic-Con. From Italy, we were going to take a train to Basel, Switzerland, and do something there. And the following week, we were going to go to London and do the convention there. So I was going to do at least 3 countries in Europe in a row in May.
And we were all going to do Dragon Con. That was our plan, right? That was supposed to happen. Yeah. We're going to do something like this for Dragon Con as well.
I did the art for the badge for Dragon Con for this year. So
that's awesome.
You guys were going to be there. We were all going to have panels together talking about our new projects.
What a bummer, man! Because we've stopped even before we knew about Taki's MS. We had stopped doing cons because we didn't know why it was such a hard thing to do. So this was literally going to be our first travel con. I'm not counting the power stuff because we were babied along to that. They did everything for us. It was very easy to do. So like literally, this might have been like in 10 years our first real travel con where we get on a plane and fly someplace. Like the Acme signing was the very last time we did something. So this was it. We were like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's get back into life now that we've got stuff. And then, and it would have been with you guys, which would have been.
I know. And I was literally dying to do Dragon Con of all the cons. We had quite a few set up, but Dragon Con, I had not really done Dragon Con. Like I've showed up to it. Like when we were filming, for people know, we were filming Powers in Atlanta, and Dragon Con was going on. And the night of our first table read with Eddie Izzard in full drag and all that whole crazy night was the first night. It was like Thursday night of Dragon Con, and I was having some kind of like it hit me, like it finally hit me. They're making a fucking TV show. Like I like it was real. And we'd already been on the set of our pilot, so it's weird that this freaked me out. But Eddie showing up in full outfit made me just like and Kelly Sue was across the street at Dragon Con, and I go, I need to just come hang out with you. And I walk into Dragon Con lobby thinking it's just a normal hotel lobby, and it is not a normal hotel lobby. It was 30,000 Deadpools doing a cha-cha, and it was like the craziest thing. Like, I don't know what I was thinking I was walking into, but it was the craziest thing ever, and my brain was not there. Like I couldn't process where I was, and I'm in Dragon Con. Yeah. So I needed to experience it for real, not having an anxiety attack. Yeah.
That's awesome.
In your Deadpool outfit.
Yeah, and also I have the best Deadpool outfit, and it was annoying me to watch all these amateurs dance around thinking they own this place.
Tuck, you're dealing with MS along with doing work and stuff like that. How's it going?
It's day to day, I have medications to help me along. Yeah, day to day it's different.
Can I say the one part you
Yeah,
can't
I
say?
just-
I think your work's gotten amazing. I think you have entered some punk rock level of with your work that is so exciting. And when the art comes in, like she colors United States of Murder, and it is not traditional coloring. It's a different palette, and it is so freaking exciting to be part of. So if there's any cup half full on this, it is watching you.
And this
ascend.
past week, like we had lost production time on Afterground because of there's personal stuff going on, and of course with COVID and kind of stuff, everything threw our schedule off key. And then she turned around one day, I'm like, holy shit, 48 pages of Afterground is due like next week. Don't worry about it. I know you can't. It's unreasonable to do it. And she ended up coloring pretty much the whole book on top of like 6 hours or after murder pages in like 7 days. It was, so even with the MS, like she's so work motivated, like she'll just work and then she'll collapse,
I'm sorry, Mike. David was showing us his cat asshole.
I love it. Yeah. Roman hanging out.
Here comes another.
Inappropriate cat shots, everybody.
Listen, I can win all of this with Bowie. You want me to go get Bowie?
I'm going to chop this up for YouTube. That's what people come for, is cat videos. Good Lord, what are you talking about? This is going to be the most popular segment of the show right now.
Well, he came over here because he doesn't understand why I'm just here talking to myself.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Like he doesn't see that all the time.
Mike Taki and I, the first video that we did like a couple of months ago, the cat just slowly like walked by and he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "That is awesome. I love that. That's fantastic."
Yeah,
I Hitchcock
I'm talking to him. So,
hey, I don't think Alex Maleev is awake, but I sent him an invite to this if he pops into the backstage.
I'll be thrilled.
Yeah, no, I talked to him at 5 o'clock in the morning, so he's in Bulgaria.
Right. So yeah, he's like 8 hours or 9 hours ahead. I understand.
Yeah. I had that weird feeling like, am I ever going to see my friend Alex again? Like it's weird.
Can he come and take us? Can he help us get out of here?
Yeah. Can we go there?
No,
it's
been 25 years of him telling us how much Bulgaria is better than America, and so this big bowl of "I told you so" is a little hard to.
He'll tell us in multiple letters that he'll mail to us, and we'll get here, but we won't be able to write back.
That's right. Too soon.
Oh my God, you're killing me. That's fantastic. Taki, it's really been great watching your career evolve in the 15 years of the Bendis board to that I've known you guys since now and everything. So seriously, congratulations. That's amazing. Absolutely. No question.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And
outside of just coloring too, I am working on other projects that are like passion project, vanity projects, as you might call it. Hopefully it'll be out there.
That's great. You guys have read some of their slice of life comics, and she has a narrative one, but like the slice of life stuff, I think when it comes out is going to be pretty deep stuff. It's pretty awesome. There's some funny stuff in there. There's some heavy stuff, and she's doing them all in these sort of like 4-page increments. And she's had so many crazy life experiences. I can't believe she could fill up a graphic novel of 4-page stories, each one kind of crazier than the next one.
I think I can do more than one. Really.
Like you're using punk rock because they're like those 2-minute punk songs, like done. That's all you need. Exactly. That's what I gotta say, and it feels like those when you read them. It's right to the point.
Those are really effective. Like, when people ask me like about getting started in comics, and a lot of times when they do it, they have like this really giant grand story to tell. And I often tell them, like, just start out by doing like a 4-page story or an 8-page story or a 6-page, even a 2-page story, because they'll have this idea that they're doing this giant world building story that's going to be like 14 omnibuses worth of stuff. And you kind of know when they're talking about they're really never going to get around to doing it. And it's just too big, and they've built it up and it's so precious. But if you just commit to like a 2-page story, like, like you can finish that this weekend. And like you can really finish it, and then you have some momentum, and then you can do the next one. And if you can, like, it also teaches you how to economize, right? Because like comics are just all about how to use the real estate the right way and the right combination of text to image. And
Yep.
if you limit yourself to like only 4 pages or 8 or 6 or even 2, you really learn, like you have to make those hard choices of what to leave out and like really crystallize it
yeah.
to the most important, especially if it's a personal story, like what you're telling.
Mhm.
You have to
Yeah.
really like crystallize that to the what's the really big kicker from that personal story.
Yeah, I actually find it incredibly rewarding to be able to tell, like, yeah, these stories that are very personal to me within confines of 4 pages or less. I find it like almost
It's like a haiku or
mathematical.
something. Yeah.
Huh?
It's like a haiku where you have
Yeah,
to like
basically, yeah.
you just
Yeah,
have like a
you
little bit of
really,
syllables.
really learn how to edit, edit
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
So I find it incredibly satisfying.
There's a great question on YouTube from Green Lantern for the artists. Excuse my ignorance on the topic. Can you discuss the artist-editor relationship? Any favorites you've worked with? And really, that's a great question for you guys. And David, especially, I want to start with you because, God, Kabuki is it was such a different book. And when you do it, and really, it was exciting that Joe in particular really recognized that unconventional approach to what you do, and just the way you brought it to your mainstream comics as well, like your Daredevil arc with Echo and things like that.
Oh, yeah. So for people who don't know exactly what John's talking about, I do this creator-owned series called Kabuki that I started publishing in '94, and I think back in '95, maybe '95. I think '95. I met Joe Quesada at a convention, and I gave him my early Kabuki stuff. And I gave him a business card, and he called me back like a week later and said, "Oh, I read this book, and I really like your writing in it. I'd like us to work together." And it ended up being that Kabuki book that got me to offer to start writing Daredevil, a couple of years later. And in which case, Joe, I guess in theory, he was in a way the editor. He was sort of like a managing editor of Marvel Knights, and his wife Nancy DeKesian was the official editor. So I worked with both of them. But he was also the artist, so he was drawing it and I was writing it. And with him, it was, kind of asked him, like, what do you want to draw? Or is there anything in particular? And the main thing he said to me was that I could write any Daredevil story that I wanted to, but he asked one thing, and that was that I create like a brand new character, which ended up being the Echo character in the story. So, and most of it, like, back then, Marvel was more like the Wild West, where they kind of gave us, especially for Marvel Knights, it was probably different for the other people. But when we started at Marvel, we had a pretty good room to maneuver, and just every now and then, maybe 3 or 4 times, Joe would make some kind of note or suggestion, and they were always good notes. They were always good notes that we used. And I was like, oh, okay, great, yeah, excellent idea.
But I was wondering too, and Mike can address this as well, from an editorial, like how do editors handle artists rather than writers? And again, I just was looking really to specifically the way you lay out Kabuki and how unconventional it was. What could an editor tell you? And again, like in Kabuki's case, I don't know what kind of, because you were doing that for Caliber before Image, am I right?
Yeah, so all of us, we started doing our own creator-owned things at Caliber.
Before we met.
So it's a different situation where we were just doing whatever book we wanted and whatever project we wanted. And honestly, I think it was really good that we got to do our creator-owned things before we ended up doing mainstream work, because it really gave us time to kind of develop, like in our own vacuum. And I think if we were maybe working like right off the bat for Marvel, we might have even if it wasn't strictly told to us, we might have got a perceived or implied feeling of what the expectations were for us. We might have molded our work towards that expectation. But I think because we got to develop in our own world, Kabuki was just me doing whatever I could figure out for this book. And, everything that was personal to me, that I kind of used this book as kind of a laboratory and funneled it through that book, So I think it was helpful for all of us to sort of develop on our own first, and then get offers for work based on the weird stuff that we did, our weird, eccentric, quirky things, because then they already knew we were going to be weird and quirky when we started doing stuff for mainstream. And I think that might have made it a little easier for us in a way. Do you know what I mean, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nobody's hiring me because they want your style of stuff or like a Niven style or something that's like,
Right.
They know what they're getting with me, so you
Right.
don't, so I haven't had any problems or anything. And again, most of the stuff I do, like David said, is creator owned. So I've rarely worked with an editor on an artistic level. In fact, the only mainstream book that I worked on for a significant amount of time drawing was Kate Carson. And at the beginning of that, with Molly Mohan, who was the editor, there was minor notes that I could tell that she preferred a certain type of storytelling, like not having characters break through a panel in a certain way under certain circumstances. Super minor stuff. I was like, oh, okay, no, I get her language now, and then that was it. But yeah, nobody's going to hire us and say, can you draw in this other style or approach it this other way? So it was really advantageous to sort of establish yourself so people knew what they were looking for when they would hire you and stuff. So we got really lucky. I hear stories about artists having to rework stuff and whatnot. Maybe that would happen more if I did more work for hire stuff, and there's all kinds of continuity issues and stuff. But generally, people they know what they're getting when they hire us.
Cool. That's great. Chad, one of the organizers of Mainframe, makes a nice comment and wants to personally thank all of you guys here tonight because you're the kindest group of people he knows. So that's lovely.
Thank you, Chad.
Very lovely. And Brian, I'm gonna I know earlier in the chat someone had asked to hear the story about the transition back at Marvel with Ultimate Spider-Man from Ultimate Peter to Miles. So if you don't mind retelling the thought process behind doing that.
No, it's it's funny. Someone asked that on the Brian Hibbs thing I did the other day too. They go, if you what would you do different? And I go, well, that's where Miles came from. We were having that conversation. Ultimate Spider-Man was in success, and the machine was moving along, and people liked it. And then in that, we had a lunch where we were in success. What could we have done better or different? What's going on? And from there, the seeds of Miles were planted. And I could say in that lunch, it was almost like a guarantee it was going to happen on some level, even though there were still pieces missing. It just felt, this is what we should be working on. And then there was external forces like Donald Glover was running around with his Spider-Man thing. But it was happening simultaneously, but it did make you feel like, oh, this is in the air. This is an idea that's time has come. And
we were at your place in your studio. We're just talking, and like Daily Show was on in the background. And suddenly it pops up, and Taki was there too. It pops up. It was, it's Trevor talking about Miles Morales and stuff. We're just
it was weird.
Yeah.
What?
Incredible.
Yeah, it was. No, so that all came about because of Glenn Beck being like, that would not have happened, but Glenn Beck, at the height of his idiocy, went on a really weird rant that would be not even a headline today, but at the time it seemed like the most insane thing someone could say on TV, that Michelle Obama had brainwashed us. And this is online, you can find it. I'm not fantasizing this one. And that Michelle Obama had brainwashed us, and we created a black gay Spider-Man. And he's not gay, but that seemed to be, they needed to add it on. And and because he was being such a jerk about this and so many other things, all the rest of the media, Jon Stewart, it was Jon Stewart also, it was Jon Stewart and Howard Stern and all those people had a bite back at Glenn Beck for being that ridiculous about something as innocuous as Miles Morales. And from there, we got a lot of press. It was, so I'd say again, thank you, Glenn Beck, for your ignorant shit.
I understand. A nice shout out super chat comment, David Mack Kabuki, obviously a little hashtag there. Bendis, my introduction back to Spider-Man. So that's very nice, Rod. That's a lovely day. Thank you for the donation. That's wonderful.
Awesome. Very cool of you.
Very cool. Absolutely, man. Yeah, and again, Bri, I was in the hospital when the Golden Globes were happening for the movie. And I was so excited for you, man. And I was just like, this is amazing. And then, was able to be out for the Oscars and everything. And it's like, What a gift, man. That
It's very surreal, and we're sitting here with my friends who were my friends back when there was no chance in hell any of this was coming my way. There was not even a hint of a drop of a hint of any of this. So I love that I get to share this journey with them, my wife included. Like we talk about that. Like there was no way there was no path here, and it ended up all happening. So it's kind of amazing.
they want to know. Carl wanted to know if you're going to be involved with Spider-Verse too.
I am contracted. I am on board as the same way I was the first time. So at the request of Lord and Miller, whenever they need me, I magically appear. And I'm so glad before all this went down, I got to hang out with them and see what they were cooking, and I have seen what they're cooking, and it was pretty great. It's really because like Jessica Jones, I didn't make Spider-Verse. I'm not an author of that piece of material, but my name's on it. I'm forever attached to it. So, and for a lot of people, they will never know the difference, and nor should they. So, what a huge relief that it's good. You know what I mean? Like I have no control over it. So, wow, thank God it worked out great. Much like I had no control over that FF movie they made of me and Mark stuff. I had no control over that. But still, there you go.
I hear you, man. You know, and Mike, you've talked about it in our previous conversations, and also working on your book about your time, as you said, when you were in that parking lot sketching and you know having to take the day job back then and stuff. Brian and David, what were you guys doing before you were able to do comics full time, and how were you making ends meet in a similar way?
Yeah. Well, for the people who, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Brian.
go ahead, David.
I was going to say, it's funny because I just listened to Brian's, like yesterday, your discussion talking about this with Hibbs, which, by the way, was great. It was very cool to hear that. But yeah, just for the people who don't know, we all knew each other for a long time. Brian and I met in 1993 in Chicago at a show. We immediately started working together. He had a penciling gig at the time. We were doing our creator-owned things, and we were signing at the Caliber booth. But Brian got me a job as his inker. And so we worked as a penciler inker team starting in 93. Okay. I met, what'd you say, Tagi?
I don't think I knew that.
Oh, no? Oh, yeah. No. We did
David offered me to be the artist of Kabuki.
Yeah.
We were so in love with each other.
You're joking, right?
I never planned to draw Kabuki. I was writing it, and I was looking for an artist who was skilled. I met Brian, who could clearly tell a story visual. He was writing and drawing his own books, right. But he also had a professional penciling job. And right. I was like 20 years old, and so Brian's like 25. But when you're like 20, those years between 20 and 25, those years are like dog years in like development. Yeah. So Brian, I was still like a kid, but Brian already exuded a sense of professional
adulthood.
Yes, adulthood. Well said. Well, no, let me just say he had a sense of like what he wanted out of a career, not just like a job here or a job there. Right. But you know how like when Tarantino talks about like filmmakers and he knows the filmmakers' lives and the arcs of their career. That was kind of you didn't know that about Tarantino at the time we met, but that's kind of the vibe that Brian had. Like he was very thoughtful about dimensions of career that you don't really think about when you're 20. And he was really good about
almost ridiculous in my myopic career focused. Like everything was about reading and studying everyone else's career to like figure out where the truth is for ours. So
the first time I visited your house, he sat me down and he was so excited about the stuff he was learning. He gave me like the education of what he was learning. And he had a laser disc player. Laser discs were big then. He played me Visions of Shadow and Light. You played me like you showed me Reservoir Dogs, I think in '93, which I hadn't seen at the time. You showed me all these other kind of cutting edge films that were coming out at the time and talked about the storytelling of them.
There's no way we don't sound 100 years old when you say laser.
Shut up.
My son, who is, David Mack's favorite person, was lying in bed with me 2 nights ago. I was just tucking him in, And like he heard my birthday's next week, so he goes, "Hey, how old are you going to be?" And I said 53, and he went, "Dear Lord."
No, but the thing is, we all met each other at like such a formative time in our life, where everything that we say to each other, like we were like fascinated by it. We were learning from it. Each of us was learning like something storytelling wise from the other person. My cat's right there again.
That was my experience with Brian too when we first got together, and I believe I met both of you at the very same time when we did that.
No, I met you a year
set.
earlier. I met you in November '94, my first time to Claude's Comics in Philadelphia, and then he brought Brian back in '95, and then we all hung out.
So you did two.
Yeah, that's one of those life experiences
that.
other people are telling me about, and I have to look at my tattoos and go, oh, yeah, we did just meet then. But I had a similar story with Brian where before I met Brian, my focus was just on the drawing part. I wasn't thinking about the real craft of it really, because I was looking at who I was influenced by, of course, and I was just doing my best. But it was like this kind of blind throwing spaghetti at the wall kind of thing, And it wasn't until I met Brian that not only did I learn to focus about what I want my career to be, like both of you really showed me the path of creator-owned comics, which I was getting ready to do, and I didn't even know that that's what I was getting ready to do. But then, we had the same talk about like Visions of Light and Scorsese storyboards for Taxi Driver and stuff like that. And that's when I really started to learn to study outside of comics. And, just the same kind of experience. And it's Brian molded my career in a lot of ways. Even back then.
It's weird. It's weird for me because even like both of you actually said something earlier. I was going to say when I was talking to Brian Hibbs the other day about and it was very focused on like the 90s and Ultimate Spider-Man. I did have that. I told you this yesterday. I had this feeling like I'm talking about another person, someone I like, someone I hung out with, but it's a completely different person. It doesn't feel like when I talk about David Mack or something. It's like I'm telling stories that I know, and that's a very weird feeling to have. That's not when you know it's coming your way or when it's going to happen. Yeah. So that person that you're talking about, it feels like a whole nother person.
Well, let's be fair. Like we all had our blind spots and flaws at that time. Like when we look back at like, there's a lot about those younger.
Who said flaws?
Well, I mean, there's a lot about our younger versions of that time that we would cringe at,
But I'm so deeply proud that we're all like closer friends and like we're still friends and real friends. And like I said that about like with me and Elisa too. Like we were little idiots when we got married. I am blown away that we grew together. It's amazing, right? I'm so lucky that happened, and we worked on it. We did, but it's still what a relief,
That's awesome.
Well, so pal, I'm immensely proud of our friendships. I really, really am. Like the most thing I'm most proud of in this whole business.
I want to say Taki. I remember when I met Taki. Also, it was also in Chicago. And you
great!
My table. Yeah. It was around 99, 2000, 2001, one of those.
I think earlier, right?
I don't think it was earlier than 99.
What year is that? What year is that? The picture you carrying me around like a baby? That's on the internet.
That was a little later.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but when I first met her,
it's got to be like 2001, 2002, or something like that.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, you came up. You showed me your artwork.
Right.
And what was cool was many years later, we were with you at a con, and we're looking through your artwork stuff, and one of the pieces in there was from
Grendel.
Oh yeah, black, white, and red.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that storyline that you drew was one of my inspirations. I was like, I want to be a comic book artist.
Yeah.
And
That's great.
We met, we became friends, and you still had one of the pages available.
Yeah.
So we have it now.
It's hanging on the wall right over there.
Oh, that's great.
And then you married us later, which was awesome.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes. Wow. The photos you guys shared of your wedding was just fantastic. Absolutely. Good Lord. And
again, just be able to share all that with our friends. And it's not just that we're pals, we get along. Like we go to each other with issues. You know, not just comic book issues, but like our life. You know, and
Yeah. What is this wart? Tell me what this is.
I won't even get.
All back here?
Taki has been such a great aunt to my daughters, and such a fresh perspective for them when they need it, particularly through all this rough time. You know, like trying to figure it out. I can't even joke about it. It's such a wonderful thing she's done for our family. So, mwah to you, ladies. Sorry.
That's awesome. I'm going to be selfish for a second and say one of my favorite memories was 2006 at New York Comic Con, the year that the fire marshal locked down the room, and it was the convention of the damned because it was such a small room, and I'm just circling, and I knew Brian, and he took pity on me. He's like, you can sit here back with us, and that's really when I got to know David and Mike and everything, and I'm like, oh, these are three really nice guys. This is terrific, because really Brian and I barely knew each other at that moment as well, and yeah, subsequently it's been great, and God, David, you've only like popped on occasionally in the past, so it's great to have you even in this capacity on a word balloon. And Mike, I mean, good Lord, I mean, the million times we've talked as well, and involving me in your art book has really meant a lot to me. And it was really fun that I did the interview for the book. Brian did the forward, David did the afterward, and it was just like, oh, isn't that cool? We're all like on the same book. I never thought that would happen. That's amazing. So,
John, most of my favorite memories of conventions that don't involve these guys involve you. You're there. You're right there. We did a great interview in the bathroom at Chicago Con.
Yes, I do.
While like Brian Stelfreeze was taking a shit and completely annoyed with us that we were like doing press in the bathroom, and you can see like professional people have that 1 minute to poop at a convention. You just have that. I ran across the whole convention to poop, and now I'm holding court.
He insisted. He insisted we go in the bathroom for it. He's like, "Come on, it'll be funny." I'm like, "All right."
you and I have grabbed some really great moments, and we've grabbed them, just like stolen them.
Well, and seriously, man, you were a wonderful Conrad Hilton housing me last year for Rose City, and those were 5 hilarious days, man. And seriously, your kids are great. And Elisa's wonderful, and really it was so. And I've been on that porch. I know exactly where you are right now, and that's that means a lot, buddy. Seriously, you guys. Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough for the time you've allowed me to share with you. It's a pleasure, and I'm glad we've only gotten to know each other better. All right, I'm looking at because I saw some good questions. Oh, a guy. All right, now this is interesting. Ricky,
we're getting
Mark
mushy.
said,
We're getting COVID mushy.
Well, exactly. I know. Yeah, exactly. But I like this weird, crazy question. He wants one universe, maybe a DC Elseworlds world where Superman crash lands as a baby in the 1750 England and fights during the Revolutionary War.
Didn't they do that during the Elseworlds craze?
They had to.
They've done something very close to that. Honestly, I really do.
Well, I know there was a Batman Civil War thing that I want to say Jam DeMatteis did and everything. But yeah, I mean, literally, Elseworlds was such a great idea that by the end, it really was like dead horse. You're beating a dead horse, man.
No, it was their what if, and what if did the same thing. You run out of the good what ifs, then you get to the weird what ifs, and then you get to the what if Hulk's pants were blue instead of purple. They get a little off the rails. But I actually, when I came to DC, I did a reread of all the Elseworlds. Because I have, and we've talked about this in the past, I have a pathological fear that I'm not creating a story, but remembering someone else's story, right? And I told you this, I got this from a John Cleese anecdote where he had accidentally wrote a sketch from Monty Python, and when he was done typing it, pulled it out of the typewriter and went, "Oh, I saw this on the Goon Show. Peter Sellers wrote it. I'm not creating, I'm remembering." So that filled me full of decades long of panic that I'm always doing this. Like, oh, Roy Thomas wrote this story, and I forgot it. And so I actually have my editors. I actually put that in their little head. Hey, if I'm accidentally doing something that I don't know someone else did or I have done before, please let me know. And I had this crazy phobia that all my ideas were from Elseworlds. That they were all Howard Chaykin Elseworlds. Because remember, Howard Chaykin did a lot of it. And so I went through just to make sure.
Howard also 2 spotlight panels on Sunday for Mainframe Comic Con. Yeah, that's going to be a solo panel.
That KB panel he did was something else.
You know, honestly, I'm really glad you mentioned those guys because Jim Rugg and Ed Pisker are doing incredible interviews on their channel, and I am happy to extol their virtues as well and say how great their conversations are. I've had Jim on. Ed wants to wait until he's got a project to talk about before he'll come back to Word Building, but I've had them both on in the past, and it's so great to get their perspective, and they're just doing incredible stuff on cartoon kayfabe. It's a great.
And I just love when they just disseminate a comic. They'll just open up something rare. In fact, the first time that I saw their show, they were opening up old Amazing Heroes issues. And what's crazy about that is you have to be of a very specific age to have ingested those and know what it means to have that magazine and to open it up. And like they did it, and they're like, this is for 30 or 40-year-olds.
Yes,
You know,
well, and 50-year-olds,
because
because
I amazing deep dive, and it would show you like how you could be exposed to like to the black and white indie boom right next to mainstream Marvel DC stuff, and they were all treated equally. There wasn't this sort of weird comic book journal thing versus Wizard magazine. It was like all in one place, and then of course with other artists and stuff, they break out an artist edition or something and just talk about the specifics of it, almost like fetishizing. It's such a great channel, second only to you.
Oh, God bless you, son. That's all right. And don't worry, Brian. That's cool. That was interesting, actually. Mike Perlman says that it was in Elseworlds issue 6 that they did the
Mike Perlman.
Revolutionary War story.
Mike
So there you go.
Perlman, I have to take this down. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No problem, buddy. Yeah, you're
Mike
cool.
Perlman, you are awesome, dude.
That's fantastic. And you know, actually,
All right, let's go.
All
let's
right.
all talk about
So
Brian.
let's
Exactly.
talk the real show now.
So here's a picture of Brian and
Ooh, solo them out, Chad. There you go.
meeting for the first time.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Look at you.
How do
Look
I
at
do
you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Chalky, you look exactly the same. That's fantastic.
And I was so strong. These hands.
Yes, you are. You're
So
carrying him.
strong. And then there's another picture where I'm picking him up.
There you go.
Atta girl. Wow. Seriously, man. Don't mess with this
apparently
girl.
That was in 2005. So that was the first time I actually met Brian in person, and he knew me from his message board.
Yep.
And it was like the second day of the convention or something in Chicago, and he comes up and he's like, "Taki Soma, what? Why haven't you like said hi or whatever?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but let me pick you up."
Wait,
We
this
were
was the
drunks.
Yeah.
this was the 2005 Chicago show.
Yeah.
That was like a really big like Bendis board event. Was like when all the Bendis board creators kind of all came to that show.
Yep.
We played like soccer in the lobby of the Hyatt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We literally played skins and shirts. You know, we got like a
I
whole.
wasn't part of that, but I remember watching it from the
You were-
side. Like I was
You were one of the
doing
shirts.
other stuff.
Yeah, we
Hilarious.
got- yeah. You could all the stuff we did back then you couldn't do now, but it was
No.
pretty chaotic.
We
But
didn't
that
do
was-
anything bad, but like we were just so obnoxious, you know. I mean, we were, you know, unleashed at the cons, you know, and it was like it's ridiculous. Like I remember, I think it was David. Like either I rode around on your shoulders or you held me up in some sort of weird crab-like position and stuff. And then David and I used to fight all the time at cons.
Well, the first time we met,
By fight,
in
I mean he would beat me
Philadelphia.
up and shake me around.
the first
Now I
time we
do that.
ever met, and yeah. Now you have Tagi for that. But when we met in November '94, we like it was friendly fight. It was like this was pre-Fight Club, film. But it was consensual fighting. But
He gave me
yeah,
a black eye too.
I gave you a black eye the first time we met. Yeah.
Well, we were wrestling in the dark because like I
It-
was young enough where I wasn't like partying and stuff, and like after the show or something, we went to like a house party and everybody was either drinking or smoking weed or something, and like we're like, yeah, let's go outside and wrestle. And it was like pitch black out.
So it
And,
kind of became a thing where it was just how you and I showed affection for each other. We were just like very physical. We had like a lot of primal energy, I guess, and that was
Well,
just
also-
how we interacted.
Yeah, and I could tell. I mean, because as a kid growing up, I was very active with like wrestling and jumping around and all that stuff. And at that point, even though I was still relatively young, it had been years since I had been able to just goof off like that. So it was like I found found my wrestling mate for a while. You know, now I'm just too
Yeah.
brittle and shit. I'm not going to do that anymore.
There was
Put me
one
in an
time
armbar last time.
where like one of us came right into the hotel room suite where the Bendises and everybody was staying. We immediately started wrestling. And at some point, I kind of had you upside down, but you started kicking your feet, and you kicked me in the mouth. And I had gum in like I do now, but this piece of white gum, like you kicked me in the mouth, and it flew across the room, and everybody was horrified because they thought you kicked my tooth out.
Yeah, because the door had just opened, and some friends had like walked in. They had no idea what they were walking into, and they just see me kick you in the face, which I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to do it on purpose. I was just flailing, and then
No, it grew back.
it's pretty funny.
It grew back. It's cool.
No, but you know,
my
like
God.
all the people
Did you ever
that
recover that gum?
I picked it up right
Good
away.
question.
It's not
Whatever
right
happened to that
away.
gum? That's a very good question. Absolutely. No, you know, that was the great thing about the Bendis sport, and really in the subsequent years, God, Joe Henderson, you know, was like trying to break in as a screenwriter, and now he's the showrunner of Lucifer. And one of the reasons why I bring it up is we did a great interview for this season 5 that's coming up on Netflix. I can't drop it until, you know, the show drops, but we literally are ready to spoil those 8 episodes. And truly, like, he and I just all the time talk about, like, God, man, we knew each other for years, much like a lot of you, and Taki, certainly you and I, just through the board. And then thankfully through the conventions, getting to see each other and everything and getting to know each other a little bit better. But yeah, like a guy like Joe, it's just so funny. And truly, I never saw Joe face to face until we recorded this video. And I'm like, Joe, finally, 15 years later, longer, because I was on the boards a couple of years before I started doing Word Balloon, because I was just a fan, you know, hanging out. So it's crazy.
So many
Absolutely.
people, so many pros came out of there. You know, I mean, like Chris Ryle, it's a big mention. I mean, a bunch. I feel bad not going down the list because there were so many. Brian is better at it than I am, but
I know
it's
B.
crazy.
Claymore
It's
was there. Yeah, I'm trying to think now too. Well, and I was going to ask you guys when you mentioned how Cartoon Kayfabe, you know, dissects an Amazing Heroes issue. I know Brian was in one issue as a fan artist, and I remember seeing a Superboy that he drew. And I don't know if you guys ever submitted anything to
That's
Amazing
where
Heroes.
I had my very, very first printed stuff was in the back of Amazing Heroes, and I was trying to find what issue it was. You know, I might have it someplace, but it was a Swamp Thing drawing, and I would send in all the time to Amazing Heroes, and I had like 3 or 4 pieces in there when I was like 14 or something.
When you first started your career?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but like, weren't you working like at Marvel as a teenager?
Yeah, I think it was like.
Or was it? Or you did Judge Dredd really early?
Yeah, on some of the inking I did at Marvel, I think I was still a teenager. But like I did when I was 14, as I got my first inking job for this company called Innovation.
Yeah.
And it was a Tim Truman book called
Cool.
New Australia, which is kind of like Mad Max Australian kind of thing. And yeah, that's where I got my first break. And I started working consistently probably around 16. Because like at 14, I didn't know that, I could get more jobs, you know? Like I just did this one job. I was like, that's it. I'm a comic book artist, and didn't realize
and the first
I could keep it going.
I ever met you, like we were signing at the Clouds Comics comic shop in Philly or Hatboro, Pennsylvania, and we were both in this room, but we didn't really talk because there were people there. And at a certain point, you just came over. You had drawn one of my Kabuki characters, and you just gave it to me. You just said, "Hey man," and I just drew this for you, and just set it on my table. And like that was before we ever were introduced or anything. That was pretty badass.
Yeah, I just saw you work, and I just knew there was something there. I mean, that's how it always was, whether it was with any artist, you know.
Yeah, and then you did a Kabuki story.
Yeah.
With me, that was cool. You did art and that. But yeah, it's funny, Taki. Yeah, when I was working on Kabuki, when I met Brian, I was just writing it, and I was looking for other artists to draw it, and Brian was going to be the artist. Back in 1993, we had decided he was going to be the artist of Kabuki.
Yeah.
And we ended up working as a pencil and inker team on an H.P. Lovecraft series called Cthulhu that Roy Thomas wrote back in 93.
Okay.
And then we did
that one.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
awesome.
you know, I shouldn't even mention these because I don't want people to go look for them because they're not
So hard to
good.
find.
We did some other Caliber, you know, some things for Caliber too, like maybe 3 different things we did as pencil and inker team on Caliber. We did it was a company called Millennium with the Cthulhu, and they had another project that we were pencil and inker team on. Also, I think it was a 3 or 4 issue Cthulhu series that we did the whole thing on. But he was totally going to be the and the way I ended up. This might be helpful for other people who want to start writing or drawing or do that personal project. We were talking about doing like short 4-page, 6-page, 8-page. I remember Caliber had an anthology called Negative Burn, and Joe Pruitt said, I would like you to do an 8-page story. And I said, oh, you want me to write it? Because I was thinking of myself as a writer for it. He was like, well, you can write it and draw it. You can do whatever you want to do. And I thought, okay, Brian's going to be the real artist for Kabuki. So I have the real artist is going to do that. But why don't I make an 8-page story that I do myself? Like 8 pages is small enough that you can feel like you can accomplish it, right? There's some light at the end of the tunnel. And I thought this will kind of be the research and development that'll be useful to Brian. I'll get to design the look and the feel, and just kind of an 8-page, almost like a working Bible or something for him to jump off of. And so I did like an 8-page Kabuki story myself, writing it and drawing it, lettering it, and it went into Negative Burn. And it was kind of cool. It was kind of just doing 8 pages, like it's kind of fun when you don't have to do like months worth of work. And then Brian was editing an anthology for Caliber called High Caliber. And Brian, I just mentioned you did this anthology at Caliber called High Caliber, and he asked me to do an 8-page story. So I did another 8-page story of Kabuki for that project, and then for another anthology, soon I had 4 8-page stories, right? And then suddenly I was like, oh, if you put all 4 of these together, that's enough to make a comic. We'll just the real artist will do the real Kabuki story, but I'll do a one-shot now with these 4 different independent scenes. So like if you look at those early Kabuki issues, there are these like little tight 8-page scenes that they're not really in continuity, but like I just mashed them together. And that's kind of how I tricked myself into doing the art for it.
And you were still in college.
Yeah, I did that whole Kabuki series when I was in college, and I turned it in for, Brian knows this. When you're in school and you're doing comics, you turn in your comics for every class that the professor will allow you to turn it in for. So I had I turned in for my senior thesis in literature. It was the official thing it was for, but I would turn it into like design classes and just, the thing I kind of learned most about going to college, one of the reasons why, I got a BFA in graphic design, but nobody ever asks us for degrees or anything with what we're doing, right? The main thing that you learn in college is that it's a system, and you learn how you have to navigate a system, where you have to like satisfy whatever the requirements are officially. But more importantly, you want to ask from yourself, what do I want out of this class? Like, what can I learn from this class that's practical and useful and applicable? It's really going to enrich my work in real life, right? Not just about a grade or anything. So I found that, like, if you talk to professors like that and explain to them that this is what your passion is and you want to learn from their class, but you can show them how you can apply the knowledge from their class into the project that you really want to do. Some of them were open-minded to that.
Very cool. Maybe Brian, do you have I'm assuming because you unmuted, do you have earbuds or something? Because I'm hearing a little bit of an echo.
Oh, am I echoing?
Possibly.
I wasn't echoing before.
Okay, maybe it's cleared up, so we're okay. All right.
We're okay now? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, just sometimes
Did someone mute from afar? Did you remote mute me? That's awesome. Sorry.
It's all right. Sometimes, when we don't have earbuds, sometimes like you can hear the speaker. So I know.
Not only do people not ask you for your college degree in this business, I have a doctorate, and it just annoys people because I bring it up all the time. It just annoys people.
We should call you Dr. Bendis now. That's true.
No one will do it.
I'm a high school dropout, so it's a good thing nobody asks.
I called in to talk to Howard Cosell And the host is like, no, you will call him Dr. Cosell. And I'm like, okay.
Really?
Yep.
No, that's hilarious.
Dr. Cosell.
No,
Please.
I have enough real doctor friends who are completely offended by my fake doctorate that I know not to bring it up.
Jesus.
I'm thinking of changing my name to King Taki. I don't know.
There you go. Probably you might as well.
It'll work.
Doctors, kings.
Yeah, King.
No, like ambassador. King sounds ridiculous. Ambassador Taki Soma.
That's hilarious.
Like you're.
I don't know.
No, I don't mean to
know.
demote you.
King sounds
Okay.
good to me.
We'll workshop it.
I'm looking to see any other questions. Well, Brian, since you've been gone so long, we should ask.
That was dad stuff. Dad stuff always comes first. So
no problem, buddy.
I wasn't walking away out of boredom. Just
No, of course not. No, it's all good. No, I was going to ask. We mentioned the other Jinx World. We mentioned the other Jinx World books, and I wanted to know what's.
I was reading Pearl while you were talking.
I was going to ask about Pearl if new.
I actually just did a lettering pass on issue 13 last night. Mike is finishing up issue 14 right now, so we have another run of Pearl coming our way too. So very, very grateful, by the way, for the support of these books. Thank you. They are continuing because they were supported. So thank you.
And I'm embarrassed because right now I'm blanking on the book you co-write with Dave Walker.
Naomi.
Naomi, of course.
Yeah, that's not like fully creator owned. That's like created.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, that will be coming back. I do have an update on that because we just talked to Jamal. So we're just waiting for Jamal. Like I've already written giant chunks of Naomi 2. So I know where we can have her in the DC universe until we're ready to get back to her story. So I talked to Jamal, and we're just, as soon as he's done with Fire Sector, we'll dive right back into it. We're just waiting for him. It's just, no one wants it without him. I don't want it without him.
I understand.
It's his. It's a co-created book. So
and that's tough because Far Sector is an amazing book as well.
Yeah, so. Yeah, exactly. I waffle between which one I want more.
I can appreciate that. Absolutely, man.
They're both great. So
there you go.
And so again, cool to be nominated with him. He's so early in his career, and it was such a amazing experience for him. It's just cool to be around a nice guy who's having all these moments that he deserves.
Well, and David and Sanford for Bitter Root and everything.
Right.
I just talked to Sanford a couple of weeks ago, and he's one of my favorite people in comics as well. And then that's such a great book, and I'm so glad that it's being received well. And unfortunately, they got screwed by COVID as well, because they were going to have a big tour this year, going to schools and playing up the educational side of Bitter Root and talking about these untold, amazing stories of the Harlem Renaissance and Black history. And so I was, as I was asking Sanford, I hope that, and Chuck Brown as well, I hope those guys are able to do some virtual events to compensate the time they're losing in live events.
Well, I posted this on Instagram the other day, and I was completely sincere. Like particularly Mike Taki and I are very close with David Walker and have been for a very long time. And to watch your friend hit that next level, not only in their work creatively, but find a commercial safe ground is it's really, really fun. He so deserves it. And his work is so honest and true and comes from a real artist place. And it's really great to see him have success he's not wired for.
Are you and David going to teach your class online?
Yeah. No, we were working on it this week. So Portland State invited us back, and we're working at what college is by the time we get back to it. I'm ready to go back like today, like Heroes Initiative, our hosts keep asking us to do the classes online, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to do those classes. It is first of all, it's just great to share the energy, but I do miss teaching, and feel it will be a big part of my next chapter, like a big part. Yeah, so
that's excellent.
Yes, is the answer.
That's great, man. No, that's wonderful.
What will college be? We don't know.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, do you and Taiki, do you ever do any kind of online teaching, or you probably spoke at Brian's class before, right?
He's great.
Yeah, we go to the class a lot.
I still have yet to make it to a class. but
Yeah,
I do have a disease.
Yeah, about 8 years ago, I said, "Will you come do the class?" You go, "I think I'm going to get MS, so I don't think I'm going to have time." So, you know,
And Mike and Taki, tell us about your online comic as well.
I feel I've seen you in my class, Taki. I think you physically have been in the class. Is that not
I
true?
wish.
Did
I wish,
put
but
you
I
in the
have
class
not.
in my hand? All right.
It's just that because we're so attached to the hip, seeing me, you just automatically impose an image of her next to me.
He does wear a shirt with my face on it quite often.
Yeah.
So
And we look a lot alike.
yeah.
Clearly. Absolutely. So yeah, tell
Yeah.
how are things going with and After Realm, right?
Yeah. We just wrapped up After Realm 3. We're doing a Kickstarter for it. Right now, it's still live. So if you go to Kickstarter and just search out After Realm, it'll pop up. Doing some original art and having a lot of fun.
And I just
with,
read
the
After
rewards.
Realm. I just read
What did
After
you
Realm
think?
number 3, and it's the best issue of the bunch. I told them last night. It's a very, very, very strong Mike Oeming effort, and for the narrative, and it's been something he's been building towards, and he got there, and it's very exciting.
You know, and actually, this is a good example of talking about how we all lean on each other. As creators, we'll show each other's work, like whether we're having a problem or not. Sometimes it's just like, I want your vibe off of this, or is there a component of this thing that I'm missing?
Yeah, it's always
it is a plot problem, right?
It's a big
And
help.
like I showed Brian an early version of this. Issue 3 was originally issue 1, and there's a whole other story behind it I'm not going to bother with. But at the time, I wanted to do conventional fantasy, which there's nothing wrong with doing a fantasy story that's set with the known conventions of high fantasy. There's a reason why people go to those things. But Brian really pushed me. He really pushed me to like make it yours, like really yours, not just the world that you want to be in, but put yourself in that world. And it took me some time, but I ended up creating a narrative for the world where it's from the point of view of kind of like an 11-year-old me. So, and what really
Which
kind
was
of
yesterday.
yeah, which is like yesterday. All the things that I loved from that time period, the things, and this kind of ties into something David's talked about before, when you kind of run out of inspiration or new ideas, look back into your formative years and find those things that lit those lights for you in your head. And that's, so between some of Brian's advice and think about what David had said, that's what I did. And I went back and I'm retelling that story now from a point of view of like the young me that saw something like Flash Gordon and didn't realize it was a goofy movie. Like I just took that shit seriously. Same thing with Time Bandits, which I just rewatched recently. And that movie had always just been so real to me as a kid. It wasn't until watching it as a 47-year-old man that I realized this is really a child's story. Like it's told from, aesthetically it's told from a child's point of view. Like there's weird subconscious stuff happening near the end where there's like the castle starts to be made out of Lego parts. And they never address it. Lego's not part of it, but it's the director telling you this is subconsciously the whole story. All the logic is from this 10-year-old kid's point of view. So that's eventually where I got the book, and that's because of talking to like our friends and bouncing ideas off of each other. And I think it's going well because of that.
That's
I last night we have some text chains we're in, and he had texted about Time Bandits, and the last thing you had texted was, this movie was very real to me. And then I didn't see the text until like 2 a.m, and then I wanted to write back, did you think it was a documentary? I was like, how real were you taking that movie?
It was real enough. There was probably a week in like 1982 when it was on HBO where every night at midnight I was pushing on a wall somewhere in my house. Like, well, this wall's not being pushed, so let me try this one tonight. And I like literally had it timed.
Great movie.
It was some serious shit.
Mentioning
Did that
Cleese,
last night too.
mentioning Cleese earlier, and now Time Bandits. I did a meet and greet to meet John Cleese because I'm like, he's getting up there, and God only knows if when this all clears up. I mean, I wish him no ill. And I got to talk to him for 3 minutes, and it was fantastic.
That's amazing.
And I asked him, I was going to ask him about the Python albums because I love them.
I love it.
But I got Cold Feet instead. But I still was interested in this as well because his pre-Python work that Atlanta 1948 show that he did with Marty Feldman and Tim Brooke Taylor. I'm like, I was curious about that. And then also on the Frost Report, he would do sketches with Ronnie Barker and Ronnie Corbett, the two Ronnies. And I don't know if they had made it to your guys' public TV, but when they would run Python, they would run the two Ronnie sketch show. So I'm like, yeah, tell me about working with those guys. And he was great. And also, crazily enough, he's like, pardon me, a fire truck running by. He's like, I said, I'm in Chicago. He's like, I was just in Chicago last week. I'm like, what are you doing traveling? I didn't, in the back of my head, I'm like, hey man, stay put. We don't want anything to happen to you.
About a month ago, I went into a John Cleese deep dive again, just for like mental health. Like, he's one of my rabbis. He absolutely is one of my rabbis. And I needed him. And I found an amazing conversation between him and John Hodgman that I'll send you.
I saw it.
I just loved it because it also had that extra added bonus. John Hodgman was having such a great time that you could like he made John Cleese laugh really hard a couple of times, and you could tell he's like, I'm done. So it was a great conversation.
Totally. That book tour that he took when he wrote his autobiography, it was amazing. And I bought both the book and the audio. And also for this meet and greet, he did a 45-minute just him telling stories that you had access to. I assume it will be a DVD or some sort of after product, but it was literally him on his couch. He was almost at a 45-degree angle, like he was on a Frankenstein monster slab. But he's like, well, me and the Pythons, we did this and we did that. And it was fantastic. And you've heard these, it's like Mel Brooks. You've heard these stories a million times.
I know more about the Making a Life of Brian than I remember about making Ultimate Spider-Man. That is fully true. That is 100% true.
That's awesome.
I did. Me and Kevin McGuire saw him live here in Portland just before everything went to hell. So it's
that's awesome. Another super chat. Thank you, John Stoney.
Anyway, so yeah.
Thank you for the Hero Initiative. Powers is one of my favorite indie books. How early did you know about Walker's epic life? How early was that part of the story?
Well, I actually know where it came from too. It came from some stuff I was doing at Marvel. Like, I was still my first year at Marvel, and the conversation about Wolverine's life was up for grabs. Like, we're going to tell Wolverine's origin story, and I may have typed up this Immortal Man pitch for Wolverine, and then didn't show it to them because I was like, number one, this is a lot. It was like, does anyone want and then it ended up being the story of Walker. Like, I was actually like, no, I'm solving the problem in Powers is what I'm doing, and so it came from there. I never even showed it to Marvel. I
remember you telling me about that. You were like, hey, so we're pitching to who's going to tell the origin for Wolverine, and here's what I think my origin story is.
Yeah, and then I kept it.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul was the guy to do it anyhow. It wasn't even a question. So yeah,
we're nearing the end, everybody. So I'm just letting the chat people know that if you do have last questions, we're probably within our last 10 minutes now.
We know that Kelly Sue was watching. She just texted, so we can talk shit about her if you want.
Oh, excellent! That'd be great. Fantastic.
It's always fun when you chime into one of these and they start talking about you.
Honestly, it's been the nicest thing. I'll be doing a video interview, and Walter Simonson is watching, and he chimes in, and I'm like, "That's amazing." Or when I was talking to Zdarsky the other day, Wade's like, "Oh dear Lord, you're doing it again," and I'm like, "This is great."
You know what's cool? I've had this experience 3 times, in the last week, where I go, "Oh, someone has an interview. This is going to be a fun thing to listen to." And then when I hear my name mentioned in it, and I go, "Oh, that's cool," There was Vincent D'Onofrio did one last week, and then yours yesterday, and then go ahead.
Matt just texted, "When are you going to shut the fuck up?" So that's a question from Matt.
See?
I had the little cute thing of, I told these stories from back in the day, and I mentioned you and our friend Jimmy Williams, who I haven't talked to in a bit, and I got offline, and before I was going to email you and say, "Hey, I talked about you," you had already seen it, and so did Jimmy. Jimmy put it on Facebook, and I went, "Oh yeah, that was sweet."
I was listening I was like, "Oh, this will be fun to listen to," and so it was an added bonus. And the same with the Vincent D'Onofrio interview. was fascinated about learning about his career path and, you know, his whole story. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, he showed my artwork on the thing and was talking about, you know, preparing for Wilson Fisk. He would send me a text and say, hey, you know, don't tell anybody, but I'm going to be in season 2. And I'm, you know, before I was Wilson Fisk, but now I'm in process of changing into Kingpin. So why don't you send me anything that you think will be helpful for me to think about that, you know, that kind of stuff.
Wow.
And then he will bring it up like in all the interviews he does.
That's awesome.
He really loves you.
Really
He really seems to genuinely have affection for you.
Yeah, Sienkiewicz too. We got to be on the set of episode 9 of season 1, where it's the first. You know, this whole time, Daredevil and Wilson Fisk have never been in a scene together. So that art gallery scene is the very first scene they're ever in together. And Casada arranged for me to be there, and he couldn't be there. And so I texted Sienkiewicz and said, "Hey, come meet me and come on the set with me." And we got to be like, you know, when they go into that art gallery, Sienkiewicz and I are on the other side of the door that they keep walking through as they go through. And Vincent D'Onofrio says the way he prepares for his character is he just like makes a little like a download of like the coolest, you know, far out like images of Wilson Fisk and Kingpin that like speak to him, and he just kind of like stares at the images of them and just kind of meditates on them, and I guess imagines himself as that drawing, you know. And it was like what an interesting insight.
Wow. Kelly
Yeah,
Sue
amazing.
says, I'm deeply jealous D'Onofrio gets texts from David Mack.
Kelly Sue was talking about D'Onofrio earlier as well. That's amazing. That's no, truly, honestly, man, the Netflix shows on balance were really amazing and really an important part of the evolution of TV.
And what Kelly Sue did not say that. She said, I'm deeply jealous that Matt gets texts from D'Onofrio. That's what I'm going to say in an interview. That's what you did say. All right, never mind. All right. She is hijacking the interview.
I like it. That's all right. She can come. They can come back in if they want to. That's the same.
Okay, yeah.
They would rather heckle me in the corner.
This is going to be an amazing.
No, she said we've never worked together, but I'm going to mention Mac in every interview from now on.
There you go.
All right, I'll listen to everyone from now on.
This is going to be a great weekend, man. We got a lot of great panels that are going to happen. And again, we thank the Hero Initiative for being a big part of it, gathering everybody that they did. And, so keep that on your minds, everybody that's watching this weekend. And make sure you watch at Mainframe Comic-Con. That's where the direct donate button is. But heroinitiative.org, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, some of the other places that this is airing. And keep that in mind. These super chats have been great, adding to the pile. But I know that we're getting nice donations as well, as they've been telling me in the private chat. I'm going to look at the private chat actually and see if there's anything else.
As long as we're hero initiating, I don't know what I'm saying. But I have another class coming that already sold out for next week. So we're going to do another class in 2 weeks from now. So keep an eye for those who want a little bit more of this nonsense. Keep an eye on the class, on the Hero Initiative button. We'll be there.
Excellent. Any closing thoughts, guys, as we go around the horn? You've been great with your time. We don't have a time limit. If you want to chill, that's fine. But I'm sure I'm interrupting dinner hours, so I don't want to.
Honestly, I'm happy to talk to you guys like this. It's been a while since we hung out like this.
We're just gonna hang up and call each other and.
Fine, sure, exactly.
Do you guys? So because we're in, like, I keep the thing on Facebook keeps popping up of your memories from 1 year ago. Like every day, I'm like, oh, look at all this amazing stuff I was doing 1 year ago from today. You know, when we're out and about traveling the world.
Yeah.
Well, you globetrotter, yeah.
Mine come back. Look how heavy I was, and how was I that heavy? That's what comes up on my Facebook. A lot of heavy.
I'm
Brian.
a good friend, Brian, because there's a lot of photos from the Powers shoots, and I was like, I'm not going to share that.
No, I'm going to be posting them. I will be posting them on Instagram. I've got now I've been skinny enough, long enough where I can now show the pictures. There was a wave there where I was like, they were haunting me.
Like you've established that this is the regular.
I kept the weight off. I can post the pictures.
Attaboy.
Yeah, there you go.
See, I'm living the opposite. My 5 years ago, I I had lost 80 pounds, but yeah. So I got to get it back off.
Carbs. It's all carbs.
Oh, I know. Well,
Let it
Brian,
go.
you'll appreciate this. I bought a bicycle because I
good.
love riding, but man, I realized I was telling Kel and Matt, I don't think I've been on a bicycle for over 20 years. And then with the leg nonsense that I had last year, my reflexes aren't what they used to be. So I keep falling. It's hilarious. I mean, I'm fine,
Oh,
but and I got my helmet. I'm okay. But literally, I'm Artie Johnson on the tricycle. I'm just.
Wow. No, I'm the opposite. My Sabrina very sweetly asked me how I'm so good on a bicycle and such a bad driver.
Ha!
So she goes, I go, like you've never hit anybody in a car, like you've never gotten into an accident, but I feel so unsafe in this car. But when we're on a bicycle, zoom, 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 everything's fine. So,
Well, like
It's
context
a
for
good
that
thing
is
she asked, did you ever hit anybody versus anything?
right.
Yeah.
With the
no,
car.
no.
Yeah.
I have, yeah. Well, you know,
well, people don't know. Like you never started driving till like your mid 30s, right?
33. Yeah.
When
So
you were
Elisa
gonna have a
got
child.
pregnant and bought me a car because now you need to have a car because you have a pregnant wife. Yeah. So, but still, it's been a
Incredible.
while. Yeah. But the problem is, I learned how to drive from Grand Theft Auto 3, which is an even good auto.
And when you would occasionally like graze something on your car, like it didn't seem to bother you that much. You know?
Well, again, Grand Theft Auto gives you a
Gives you
different
perspective, right?
And
I'm
also, I thought the bumpers have a purpose. You're supposed to like without using them. Their
They're
purpose
feelers.
has a purpose. Anyway.
Absolutely. Was it Grand Theft Auto or a different game that you guys used to play where you guys would all break stories in the lobby and stuff?
That was Call of Duty. That was
Call of Duty. That's right. That's what it was. Yes.
Nazis, the original Nazi zombies. Not to again age ourselves, but the original was like me and Matt and Ed Brubaker would be on there, and Rick Remender, and every once in a while, like people would cycle through, but there was a core base, and it was at a time where all of our children were babies, so we had a parent, but there was really nothing to do but to sit there and wait for them to take a shit, and so now I wish we had more time to do stuff like that because it was fun. But it just when your kids get older or they get old enough to play the game themselves, you go, oh, I should be playing with you.
Well, and that's the generational divide because you were very sweet and you're like, hey, you should hang out with us if you got Call of Duty. We're on there all the time. And I'm like, dude, I cannot handle the current, whatever controls of today the modern computer games. Literally, I am a joystick person, and it's like, yeah, I'm an old man. I was playing Arkham City, and all I could do was make Batman like walk in a circle. It was
Brian,
terrible.
I don't know if you can give out whose name it was, but my favorite story of that gameplay was one of the friends would get motion sickness. So he couldn't play for so long.
It was well, yeah, I'll say it was Brubaker. It was hilarious.
Oh, poor Ed.
He get like motion sickness, and then you could hear the throw up in his mouth as he unplugged the headphone. He go, and that was that.
Oh my god!
And we'd be like, "Oh, was that real? Did he really get it?" Was.
Please.
And the other one, Matt is going to text me any second now. Matt's favorite memory of that was he yelled for his wife to kill a spider. Yeah, and we all heard it, and that was one of our great moments.
I talked to Ed Wednesday, and I'm going to put it out on Monday. Man, he's
read the new book. Have you read the new book?
Yeah, about Reckless and about Pulp and the new volume of Criminal. And man, honestly, because for years when he was writing TV, I knew that we were okay, but he just wouldn't respond. And I'm like, last year, he's like, dude, I'm so sorry, it's been forever. Let's talk. So we talked last March, and sadly, since COVID, this was the second time we talked. And he's like, he goes, I'm likely going to want to talk to you when Reckless comes out in December. I'm like, that sounds great, Ed. Because it was great. We talked like we do. You like all of us do. We talked for 2 hours, and it's a good hangout. That's why, honestly, that's why I do Word Balloon. That's why I've been doing so many of these during COVID, because it's like, well, I mean, I lost the radio gig, but this is working well, and it gives me a chance to learn, use the time positively. Brian, that's what you said in our first talk when the pandemic hit, and you're like, this is a time for everyone that they might get creative and apply their skills and learn some new things, and that's what I was able to do. And that's why I'm doing all these things. So it's been great. And yeah, it's been great to talk to Ed.
With Ed for me is Ed was when we were all at Caliber together. Ed took off. Like we were all like bonded together, and Ed's like, I'm out of here. And he could tell it was not going to be a safe place anymore. And he was right. But all of us were so in love with each other, we couldn't see that the walls were crumbling a little bit. And so every time Ed makes a move, I pay very close attention to the move, because Ed does seem to have a next step level
radar. Yeah,
it switched to graphic novels has been illuminating to me as well.
We talk a lot about that in this conversation. Absolutely, yes. David, what were you going to say?
When you do Word Balloon now, is it video or is it purely audio?
Whatever anyone's comfortable with. Because Ed was like, "Do you mind if we don't do video?" I'm like, "We could do tin cans and string. I don't care. Whatever you're comfortable with." And a couple other creators would just say, I'm kind of camera shy. Do you mind if I don't do video? Yeah. I'd like to do it because I'm trying to grow my video audience along with the audio.
Do people seem to respond better to one or the other?
It's been interesting. In a lot of cases, it's a new audience that's discovering me. So, I mean, it's great.
The podcast audience is completely different from the viewing audience.
Different enough. Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting. So, yeah, it's been fun learning that. And yeah, because at first I even was like, God, there are so many other good YouTube shows. Am I like, kind of?
There are not.
Well,
there's a handful of good ones, and you are amongst them.
Yeah.
Seriously. Well, there's a lot of bad shows too. You're right about that, Mike. But that's why. And then I'm like, get over yourself. You've got your friends that you can call, and people still want to be on. So yeah, I'm like, all right. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm still growing the audience. It's not even. It's less. It's around 10% of the audio audience, also, but that's great. I mean, it's growing every week.
The audience shifts every couple of years, and there are some people being introduced to us tonight for the first time that have never seen or heard any of this before. So
these different platforms are great. Like I know with the Kickstarter stuff, I think my audience is more Kickstarter than my comics audience, and it's interesting how the two kind of don't overlap. Like they're different things. So I'm sure with your podcast, with the podcast that you get on your phone, and then the YouTube thing, those are completely different audiences, and it's amazing to think you can grow your audience outside of your own circle. And right now, like a bad thing, you lost your job, but a good thing that means you're able to expand elsewhere. And during this time period, you can build that audience to be something else.
Also,
no question.
You are very, very good at this. Like I didn't see your day job, right? So I'm sure you were good at it too, because you were tweeting about the boxing. I have no idea what you're talking about, but you are still many years later the best of this, right? So anything that gets you focused on the thing you're best of, and I know money has to change hands as well, but just seeing you do this is really something.
Anybody else doing an art book, any other professionals listening to this, like have John interview for the art book. Like that's what I did, because I was literally thinking, who can help me tell my story? And I was, I'll just talk to John. He knows how to ask the right questions and follow-up questions, not just the questions, but like, how do you dive into something? And let's let that be the book. And it was great because of it. And so I highly suggest anybody else doing an art book, if you need some narrative going through, just talk to John. And then it's a 2-for-1
and
because
pay him.
Yeah, and pay him. And then it's a 2-for-1 because you get the podcast interview as well as the art book and stuff. So
that means a lot, guys. Seriously.
Inform our webmasters that David Walker may be joining us momentarily.
Oh, that'd be great, because again, no time limit, guys. So if David is joining us, that'd be lovely.
Are you sleepy? Yeah, you're in a different time zone.
No, I'm not. No, Brian,
well, you're black and white. You look very sleepy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll be playing the syncopated clock for the late show.
Hey, John. Yeah, I know we've been talking about doing a word balloon together for a long time. So we'll do it when we're promoting the new series of cover.
That'd be great, David.
I would love to talk to you about all the State Department trips and stuff.
Well, years. I mean, that's the thing, David. You've been the world ambassador all this time, so I know it's tough to nail you down. So
we can do it.
Unlike your other guests who never leave the house, David's actually had a life that he's lived that he could tell you about.
Last year, there. I think I was in 12 different countries last year.
Well, and I was going to ask,
Amazing.
honestly, David, I don't want to get this too political, but given that the time you've been doing this has been during 2 different administrations, has that changed your job in any way, or the people you work with and everything?
Right. Yeah. I started working with the State Department under the former administration, and as soon as the change happened, there was a lot of things changed. Well, first of all, a lot of people in the State Department quit, and then a lot of people were fired, and then a lot of their funding was cut, and a lot of money is being taken out of diplomacy, and put in other places. And I got the impression that a lot of the people that I'd already worked with before, their jobs became a lot more difficult.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me and Sana Amanat did a visit to the Langley CIA headquarters during the Obama administration, and it just hit me because Elisa started rewatching The West Wing, and if you watch it now, it's like science fiction. It's like some planet that does not exist, where moral virtue is being debated by 6 intelligent people, and that was the world. We walked into Langley, and that world is gone. That world doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I did feel the same way when it was on First Run, because it was in the midst of the previous 2 Obama administration. But I understand what you're saying. And again, I'll get off of politics, and good timing because we're joined by the great David Walker. Everybody, it's great to see you, David. Welcome.
Hey,
You look really good, David.
I do.
Yeah, you look. Did you shave? What did you clean
No,
up? Oh, okay, good.
I showered like 3 days ago since I.
Well, it's working for you.
Keep it up. Do it every 3 days from now.
Yeah. I was. It's funny because I texted Brian just general checking up on family thing, and then I was sending a passionate email to you, Mike, and then Brian said, "Come join us." I was like, okay, so I don't have to put on pants.
David, this is
I
great
never have
because
pants on.
we had invited you to Terrificon, which would have been this weekend,
This weekend.
and I was so looking forward to having you and talking to you on a panel and stuff. So I'm really glad you're joining us. It's great to see you.
Yeah, this is,
Kelly Sue asked David Mack, probably not a good time to ask because you were talking about very important things, but when you were in the Ukraine, was that when someone broke into your house and spray painted the wall behind you?
It's funny because I was in the country of Georgia like a year ago, last June, where they had riots there. They were rioting. Russia still occupies like 20% of that country right now, and they were rioting against the occupation. And right where I was staying, tear gas, rubber bullets, all kinds of horrible things, were happening. And then I never would have guessed a year later we would see that for like 2 months long, here.
Yeah, and it goes on. By the way, it was as crazy last night as it's ever been. It goes on every
In Portland.
yeah, every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
My daughter took a pepper bullet. It's yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
showed me the photo of the bruise.
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. I had a night probably about a week ago where like it was very clear that there was like shots being exchanged between people. That wasn't fireworks. And next day I was talking to some of the neighbors and I was like, you heard that was a gunfight, right? And everybody was like, oh yeah, that was, and it,
Wow.
I have no idea exactly where it was because the way sound travels, but it was like, it's kind of unsettling, it's just
No, it's very unsettling, and the city is not like some people are painting a picture
just
like, oh, it's only downtown. It affects everything.
Wow.
Now it does.
The whole city has been affected. It's been going on for months. The air quality has been changed. Everything is different.
wow.
So
Jeez.
and last night, I was going to tell you this, David. Last night, I'm working and the door's open and you can hear the noises downtown. Like I'm not downtown, but you can hear downtown. And there was a boom, like a boom, like a big one at 2 a.m. And I just look up at my screen and I'm trending on Twitter was Portland. and I literally had I'm scared to look. Like
Yeah.
I'm a little like, don't click on this, it's bad.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's how weird it is.
Guys, keep talking. The one thing I will do is take
You're gonna go
a quick a quick number one break. I'll be right back.
Let's talk about other podcasts while he's gone. So, no, you know what? Actually, there's two things, and I was so glad, Mike, that you had found the Pizza Film School. Russo
they were
brothers
talking
one.
about
That was
Flash Gordon,
great.
and it was fantastic.
Yeah, they're
And
all
the
good.
other films that they're doing too. I can't wait to dive into them. I didn't realize who the host was. It's run by one of the brothers.
It's the Russo brothers.
The Russo brothers.
Yeah.
They just talk about films and disseminate them. And
Oh, that's cool.
But
it's
they had
really
Josh Brolin on to discuss No Country for Old Men.
good.
With
Can't wait to watch that.
But because they know each other, they've made a bunch of movies together, so it was a much different conversation than the one you always see. It was a much deeper dive and honest conversation about the Coen brothers. And then the Coen brothers, Joel Coen, just did Deacon's podcast. I was going to tell you should dive into that Deacon podcast. It is something else. The Bill Pope one was amazing, and Matt texted me this morning. The Joel Coen interview is maybe the most interesting Joel Coen interview ever. Yeah, you'll love it. Love to draw to it. I'm
Cool.
done plugging.
No, listen to that. Yeah,
But the Bill Pope one was great too. The Bill Pope, the cinematographer of the Matrix movies, and he had never talked about it before, and the successes and failures of them. And he does. He gets right into it. But what worked and what didn't. It was great.
So I have a question for you, Brian.
Yes.
I don't remember asking. Are you can actually work and listen to podcasts? Can you do that?
I'm not writing, but arranging the career I can. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of there's 75 emails I have to answer tonight before I go to bed. But it's quiet when there's writing going on.
Okay, because I know some writers I talk to claim they can listen to podcasts. I can't. I can barely listen to music at this point. I can listen to it's all instrumental. I've been listening to a lot more jazz lately because it's I can write to that, but
that's great for that. Yeah,
get about it.
Like many of our friends, and some of which have been very honest with us about it. It takes a little bit more time to get going creatively. We're particularly us who grew up together. We're very good at sitting our asses down and getting our work done. It's one of the things that bonds us. And since COVID, it's been it takes some extra time to get to the real stuff, And I've been deciding to use that time for education and a lot of director stuff, a lot of stuff we used to listen to, David, back in the day, but a lot of directors roundtables and podcasts and stuff, just to
I love that stuff.
if Scorsese talks enough about The Irishman, I'll get to work. Eventually, all else will leave my brain, and I will feel compelled to do something.
That's how I felt watching that video earlier, the pizza thing.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to stop it and go and write or something, which is great because I've had trouble writing during these time periods. In fact, there's something specifically I've been struggling with, like I've never struggled before. It's I'm working with Victor Santos on a conspiracy satire. Now, when I started it, that conspiracy satire was very, hypothetical, and now it's
was satirical.
Yeah, now I'm like, I can't keep up with what the real world looks like. And now it actually feels wrong to make fun of this stuff because it's becoming real world and dangerous.
It's not
and
quite
I'm like,
satire
how the
anymore.
fuck do I write this and stuff?
Yeah.
So then, so it's taken like a year to get around to writing it.
Avenue 5 is the best satire that came out this year, and it took 8 episodes to figure. Oh, it's about Trump. That's how good it is.
Oh, wow.
And my heart breaks for them because you can even the people who love stuff like that. Oh, we're not in the mood.
Yeah,
it's it is we need escapism, and for me, it's I'm writing a lot of hopeful stuff, and I'm very happy I made my choices and about what I wanted to write about this year before all this went down. But to get to the hopeful place, to get to the Superman head, it can be very difficult, especially when my natural head is crime writer and fuck everybody. And like David and I are wrapping up our last issue of Young Justice, and it's a very hopeful place. It's a very warm and friendly place. So it just takes a little while to get there.
How many more months on Superman and Young Justice and Legion have you got, Brian?
Legion, I'm on for a while. In fact, we just added a Legion project to my.
Oh, great!
But with Young Justice, we're wrapping up at 20. We're supposed to be 18, but we made it to 20. And Superman, I'm not done yet, but I'm headed towards it. I was supposed to be done at 25 on each one. I was going to do 25 and 25. In fact, I said it on this podcast a couple years ago. And then between just loving writing it and the people, and also the bedlam around publishing, it's just been all right. Yeah. Let me just finish up what I'm doing here, and then and whatnot. Then from there, I'm taking on another thing at DC and staying with Legion. Legion is like so much prep work goes into Legion that you got to do as much as you can.
I understand.
To get rolling, it takes forever.
So. Are you or David doing fandom panels next weekend for DC?
Well, I did. Yeah, I have a big Superman one. It's me and Dan Jurgens and Gene
Yang.
Yeah, is gonna we basically me and Gene tag teamed Dan Jurgens and just asked every Superman question. Did ever want to ask a guy who did 30 years with not the celebration, like he deserves the celebration that Claremont got, because in fact even more so, I think. And so we kind of like ganged up on him and tried to make that happen a little bit.
That's funny. And David, I want to know what you might be doing for fandom if you are. But while we're on the subject of Dan Jurgens and Superman writers, I'm moderating an hour-long panel tomorrow of 50 years of Superman writers, starting with Elliot Maggin and Paul Kupperberg and Dan and Jerry Ordway.
That's
and awesome. I'm like, and I mean, I really just because I respect the hell out of all four of them. But then I suddenly did the math, and I'm like, that's 5 decades of Superman writers. I think I better promote the fact that it's 5 decades of Superman.
That's awesome.
So
and
Elliot
Maggin is like the most important. We actually talk about him on our Superman podcast. Was how that was the defining thing for us. Those novels that he wrote, the Superman the movie, the novel,
Last Son of Krypton and Miracle Monday. Yes.
Yeah, and the Last Son of Krypton was the first time I had ever gotten internal with Superman. Like you're like in his head. Versus the comics, you're like looking at them. You're not in their head.
But, yeah, we're like 2 years apart in age, and I mean, really, it was so exciting.
You're that much older than me?
What's that? Yeah. No, it was so exciting seeing on the paperback racks a Superman novel, and then I bought it, and it was not adult in any salacious way, but it was this honest adult novel, and it's been so great talking to Elliot over the years, and in fact, he made a podcast where he read both Miracle Monday chapter by chapter and Last Son of Krypton, and it's out there. So I'll be mentioning that tomorrow for people as well. I don't have the URL in my brain handy.
It was absolutely the most mature thing I read about superheroes at the time that I read it, and there's no way it hasn't like completely defined what I'm doing on Superman.
I understand. I love watching Mac wrestle his cat. This is awesome.
I mean, I feel this goes on all day, whether there's a camera on him or not. This is
So, David, are you doing anything for Fandom next weekend?
I am not. I am. I will be working on other things because I'm way behind schedule. I'm a slacker at this point.
Knowing that because I love as I've told you every time I see you face to face, how much I love your Shaft novel. Not Shaft, unfortunately, but Hammer, Fred Williamson, is doing a panel for us on Sunday afternoon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
He's an interesting guy. I will say that.
You met him, right?
Oh, yeah. I've met him several times. And in fact, I was just watching a documentary must have been on Amazon Prime about the Eurocrime movies of the 70s. And there's him and Henry Silva and John Saxon. All these people are interviewed. And it's just like... it's just the nuttiest documentary. It's called. I think it's called Eurocrime.
It is. It's called Eurocrime, and it's on Amazon Prime. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it for free. Yeah,
and
it's great.
Yeah, and if you've ever watched any like like Thomas Milan did a whole series. He did something like 60 movies in this one franchise, and like the most famous one is called Cop in Blue Jeans, and it's like they're like it's like a Serpico ripoff, and so
The name of the movie is called Cop in Blue Jeans.
Or that's how it's translated. Yeah.
But there's a whole series of them where he plays the same character. He did like 60 of them, and
Or Antonio Sabata's father.
yeah,
He's in a bunch of them. And Woody Strode, the great character actor that was in all the John Ford movies in the 50s and 60s. He made a couple, and like David said, Henry Silva. I mean, that's the thing. It's fascinating, the Americans that went over. Ernie Borgnine did a couple. Ernie, because we're tight. It was. It's such a great documentary. It's really, really interesting. Absolutely.
But yeah, so Fred Williamson, I haven't talked to. I had one of the strangest phone calls from him, and Brian can attest to this, and Mike to a certain extent. I get some really strange phone calls, and it's like, how did you get my phone number? And I this is maybe about 10 years ago. I can tell you exactly when it was. It was right when Wesley Snipes was going to prison for tax evasion, and I won't get into the details of the conversation with Fred the Hammer Williamson, but at one point I said, I think Wesley Snipes is going to prison over what we're talking about right now, and so. That was. I
was going to joke and say, was he calling you for tax advice? And then you're like, well,
1-800-Walker.
It was to talk about a project that we were.
Are you the general?
we were discussing a project that we were maybe going to do together, and and I got. Just so you guys know, the ones that Brian and Mike and Taki I got an email today that was another one of these weird emails, like how the hell did you get my email address, and why are you suggesting a collaboration? It was very bizarre.
Now, you've had a couple lately where I had to ask, like, and now that you've told the story, do you think that really happened, or are you having a COVID spell?
Fever dream.
There's a lot of those these days, for better or worse.
That's how good the call was that I had to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was, but it's also, it's just interesting because I just did another podcast today, and
Kelly Sue wants to know who the email was from. Stop being vague.
Kelly Sue, I will text you in just a little bit, and I will tell you who it was. I have a lot of trouble accepting how I'm seen by some people, and the status that I have within the industry. And so when I do get these phone calls, when I do get these emails, it's always a surprise. And I posted some ridiculous pictures on social media yesterday.
I have one.
Yeah.
I literally pulled it up while we were talking.
And it was so funny. But that is beautiful.
You were in a tattoo magazine.
I was in a tattoo magazine.
Woolly Shirt Monthly, I think it was called.
It's called Big Bears. I
love you, man. I'm sorry.
And
I was telling Mike that you should use that photo as your dating app photo.
Okay, but then you imagine how disappointed you would be if you saw that picture and then this showed up.
You look great, man. Seriously, you look fantastic.
You look really good.
You look better now than you did then.
Yeah.
Well, but it's the point is that there was all these people
men
on Twitter and Facebook who were commenting about like my zine days back in the 90s, and I remember picking up the zine, and I met you at Alternative Press Expo in 97 or 98, and it's like, and there's that moment of like, oh yeah, I've been around for a while, I guess people know who I am, but I'm still just me, so Matt's not in the room, but I'm sitting here.
Yeah, well, because I keep telling her, great comment. There she is.
She's back.
Yay. Well, that's why she's like heckling us from the private chat and everything. And it's like, jump back in.
Uh-oh. Why does it seem like you have like cameras all over the house, like different Different,
Oh,
you have
that's true.
different angles with you and Matt.
This is very true. Absolutely, man. Look at that. Zoom in on Kel's room. Let's take a look at what's behind Kel. I like all the tchotchkes that are there.
Yeah.
No, do it. No, like stay there for a second. Boy, I feel like. There we go. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
That's outstanding.
That's great.
Now I did see some of the posters before, but I didn't see the other side of the door. The iconic Taconic.
Looks
I like
so
that.
much like my dreams.
This is like in The Good Place when Kristen Bell's house is like.
She can't see it. Can
Yeah.
she see it? Here we go. Elise is here.
Yay! Hey, Elisa.
It's like Friday night dinner. Now that you're here.
Yeah.
Good to see you, buddy. Jeez.
There you go.
Oh, look at the dog.
Kelly
We
Sue,
love
I'm
the dog.
texting you right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited.
So yeah, you'll be the only one who
Yeah,
knows who
you'll
this
be
is.
telling us too. So you better be that text be coming over here too.
Hi, buddy.
This is Bowie Bendis.
Absolutely.
Hi, Bowie.
We took in Bowie and Stella before COVID, unrelated to COVID, and then ended up being the best thing for our COVID situation. Literally, anytime the kids just literally they come and go, need a puppy, just like hold the puppy, just
I
hold.
get it.
Hug the puppy, hold the puppy.
Yeah.
So this puppy
I've never
goes-
gotten that reaction from you. This is I feel so.
I was good. I was good.
Yeah.
Now I'm missing out.
No.
Kelly texted to me.
Okay.
No, I'll text.
Yeah.
I'll text it to you guys.
All right. While you're
I
texting,
didn't know.
This is
I'm gonna change
anyone who's watching this
better.
are such jerks, right?
No.
It's a dick move. It's a dick move. I apologize.
no. I was gonna say I met Fred Williamson at a boxing match, like late like 98, 99, and he was just so intimidating. And even sitting, he's a man mountain. He's such a giant man, and just like shot daggers at me. Like, how dare you walk up to me? But thank God, I love so much of his stuff that he mellowed out, and he ended up shaking my hand after I talked to him. My Jedi mind trick worked on him, and he was nice to me. So I like that.
I'll tell you the second most intimidating person I've ever met in my life is Jim Brown.
I believe it.
Right at first.
You are the first. Kelly Sue is number one. Is so, and it's funny because I tell people, I'm like, yeah, Jim Brown is terrifying. I mean, like, he's probably in his 90s now and still intense,
Could be.
and scary, but nothing compared to Kelly Sue DeConnick.
She's a force.
If I was ever in like a street brawl, I would want her on my side, but I would never want to be in a street brawl again. So if we were ever rumbling like the Sharks and the Jets, whatever gang you're in, I'm joining.
Kelly Sue?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I've seen
Brian
this on
was almost
the
in a street brawl with me.
Yeah, you do not. Yeah, it was the most amazing. Can I tell it? You mind?
Yeah.
All right, so we were at a DC dinner, New York Comic Con, right? Same one I bumped you on the street, John. And we were at dinner, and after the dinner, we were walking home, and we saw what we assume is a drunk couple or a drunk man, and we saw a man kind of shoving his wife. They were like dressed in nice clothes, and just shoving her. And Kelly with what I remember being a Dora the Explorer backpack, just stormed towards them and ended it immedially. And it was it was very cool and very scary. And it was like none of the larger dudes in the company did anything. It was Kelly, and we were all like, "Oh, are we in a street fight?" Like, we're all like,
It was a bunch of writers, and we.
Yeah, it was a bunch of writers. In my life, that's big people. Like, yeah.
Well, so this is really interesting. I was over at Brian's house a few days ago, and we were all wearing our masks, and Kelly Sue shows up, and I realized that it is still possible for someone just with their eyes to scare the shit out of you, and it was like, and I was thinking about this as I was driving home afterwards. I was like, I don't know if I can be around Kelly Sue if I can't see her mouth, because if she's not smiling, I'm assuming she's got that pissed off look under the mask, and I can't do it. It is so
nice.
You are nice,
You are nice.
but you have been taking Taekwondo for like quite a while now.
yeah.
Oh, you guys, that is another thing that COVID jacked up. I don't get my powerlifting medal, and I don't get my black belt.
Ah,
Yeah, you set some sort of record for the powerlifting, right?
No,
You were
I was
gonna.
going to.
Yeah.
What was the record?
Huh?
What was the
how
record?
many pounds?
I would have set a record for the Oregon State. For Oregon State, I would have set a powerlifting record in the combined deadlift, squat, bench, but I didn't make weight, so I didn't set the record for
Your weight class?
Yeah, so because there was one already that I didn't beat for the other record, but I was gonna try it again in July, but we're not doing those things now.
Oh man.
And then I was supposed to test for my Taekwondo black belt in November, and I haven't taken a class now since March.
Wow.
So, yeah. So
You're like Matthew Modine in Vision Quest.
Yeah, right.
You're exactly like Matthew Modine in Vision Quest.
I know what I'm saying.
Everyone says it all the time.
But I bet you would have made black belt, and you would have
And set that deadlift record.
Sure.
Absolutely, Kel.
Absolutely.
See,
Now,
the
now
black belt-
I'm like, oh, now I'm
Taki should know because she deadlifted Brian and Mike, obviously.
now I'm all like,
I would know.
I've like just carved out over COVID. I've been eating a lot of feelings. So
Swallowed a lot of aggression and with a lot of pizza. I understand. That's kind of
See, I
had to get my
understood
blood
the black
tested
belt.
because I thought I was getting pre-diabetic because I was literally eating
Oh,
a
Jesus.
full apple pie every week for the last 3 months.
And that's just part of it. That's just part of
Your
it.
sodium,
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, like a drug addict who would stay in shape so they can keep the effect of the drugs. Like I eat healthy during the day so that at night I could
You
just
learned that from
pig
me.
out. Yeah, I learned it from you.
but wow, you have always been like Mr. Fitness. You're the guy that like writes on the treadmill.
That's so I can eat apple pie every night. But then my arms started getting tingly for no reason, so I was like, I should probably go to the doctor. Everything was okay, but it was a good reason to check myself and be like, this pandemic's
Really
not going to
high
end.
ferritin level? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Ferritin,
yeah.
but outside of that, he's fine. And
Wow.
like I eat like so healthy, and my cholesterol's super high, and like I'm super unhealthy.
It's not fair.
It's not fair, and I work out like a crazy person. Nope, he's way more fit than I am.
I feel like I've been enabling it too because I'm texting the two of them like I'm having pie and ice cream for dinner. And
That was my fault because I kept talking to you about eating
Yeah, you did.
pie
You
and
kept-
ice cream every night. And then you're like,
I
I got to get some pie and ice cream.
I
So-
I don't eat any of that stuff.
Your
Yeah.
town,
Cholesterol
You're-
high.
your town is dangerous. I mean, like I said, when I was at Rose City, I had Voodoo Donuts and all the street
Random
trucks.
order
And everything.
pie,
Yeah.
who are closed right now. But
And truly, all the takeout that you and Elisa were like getting and stuff, it was like, this is a good week, man.
We feed everybody.
You're a doll. It was fantastic. Seriously, we had so much fun. You guys were amazing hosts. Seriously, I was crying, laughing the entire week, buddy.
Fed everybody here way more than you.
Wow.
It's true.
Thank God.
They fed us
Um,
last night.
Yeah, they did us last night.
No,
And
but
then we
last
had
night you
leftovers
came
for
over-
lunch today.
you came over last night, Mike, and you confessed this pie thing, and I could tell it was I'm coming forward with a confession to let this know. I need to confess this, and my response was ridiculous, and I apologize because he said I did a lot of Safeway cake, and I went Safeway, like that was my like. We live in a town full of amazing bakeries. You're eating frozen cake from Safeway. God, I was so offended.
Yep.
COVID.
so
Yeah.
rich.
And we're in Vancouver.
Bot.
It's like
That's
New
what-
Jersey of the West Coast.
It's
So
Does
true.
it
there's no
does Vancouver
Jack
suck
Iva
as a
over here.
food town? It's not a good food town, Mike.
No, it's the
Really?
suburbs, man. It is.
Yeah, but it's only like what 15, 20 minutes to Portland, so
But
Yeah.
Safeway's around the corner, so
Yeah.
I can
I'm
go up
hip.
there
No,
hot
no.
and get cake. So
What do you eat, David Mack?
Here, this
Yeah.
is what
Watch.
don't grab the
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I snack on nuts a lot.
Attaboy, very good.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
of
healthy.
course.
That's what I recommend. Like when you're hungry, need to munch while you're eating. It's like
It's
instant
fun.
protein, thought, you know,
It's not about hunger. It's
Uh,
about
nuts.
eating your emotion. It's about
yeah.
He eats nuts.
I have strawberries. That's what the
Not
goal was.
mature enough to have this conversation. is
You
what-
really?
Roasted nuts, honey nuts, like seriously.
These nuts.
Are they salty?
Yeah, there's sea salted roast mixed nuts.
Mixed nuts, fantastic.
Mixed nuts.
Recommended by David Mack, everybody. There
All
you
right,
go. Sea salted
All right.
roasted mixed nuts. Eat them today.
there you
I
go.
think I did a commercial for them in Chicago, I believe. Yeah, that's great.
I did. I loved eating in Chicago, though. We filmed Powers there in the first one. You know what, David? I might do. I might post like a minute of the original Powers pilot.
Oh,
And-
please,
Brian, honestly, I've been wanting you to send
Yeah.
me something. You please do
Yeah.
that because I was telling people about that cast, and it is
Yeah.
such an interesting what if cast.
But
You know,
is it
Yeah,
public?
what if everyone would have been cast in different parts? We would have been on the air. But that is the thing everyone asks us for, and we to promote the graphic novel. Maybe I'll find like a section that doesn't embarrass anybody. And
funny.
it's a beautiful looking pilot. It's gorgeous. It just I don't know
Yeah.
how it aged. It wasn't good enough to air. So
And it was like 10 years ago, right, Brian?
oh yeah.
Like 2010. Well, I mean, literally like 10 years ago. I think it was.
Holy
Yeah.
crap! Has it been 10 years?
I think it was
I
I
know.
still remember-
Cal, I know.
Yeah.
Believe me, I
when
know.
you were filming
Been around there,
the regular series.
Stop it.
Yep. We are the old. Hey, listen, I'm actually out of computer juice, so I am going to
Do you want to wrap? Okay.
kisses, and no, you guys can stay. I don't mean to
Okay.
to break up the party, but I'm gonna tuck in the kids and call it a night. But
Well,
this one-
Safeway closes pretty soon, so I gotta.
It's honestly, yeah, we can hang or we can
The
wrap,
doctor
guys.
said
It's
I'm
totally your
lit,
call.
so-
but
There
this
is no
when
limit.
when you get the next day bakery stuff. This is when the prices get real good. So we can really get 2 for 1.
10 minutes from closing. Someone
Right.
take a case.
We should
I love-
start texting each other pictures of our food to like for accountability.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Accountability of
You know when I got in the habit of like
So
eating nuts
boring.
a lot? I was like I have a place in LA now, but before when I would go to LA, you know the actor Thomas Jane?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Punisher. Sure.
The Punisher.
I would stay at his place in LA. And it was during the time when he was filming that TV series on HBO called Hung,
Yep.
where he's like naked a lot. On
He's the male prostitute. Absolutely. That's a
Right,
great show.
So
You're
he had,
pushing all your buttons there, buddy. But go on, yeah.
wait, what's that?
Go on.
Brian's
Keep
gonna
going.
go.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So he had like a very specific exercise routine he had, but he had like a very strict like what he could eat and what he couldn't eat. Like
Yeah.
if we were going out somewhere and they would bring something to him like as a side or something that was like any carbs like macaroni and cheese or anything, he'd be like, I didn't order this. They're like, oh, it comes with the entree. He's like, take that out of my sight right now. I don't want to like be tempted to eat it, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
But at his home, he would just eat like mixed nuts, like for every meal. And I started eating mixed nuts, and it was great, like because it totally fills you up, but it keeps you like really lean.
Yeah. The only thing is that like it does not keep me really lean because I'm 5 feet tall and I cannot eat that many calories. So
Mm.
I like one handful of nuts is like a day's. And
Can we
Brian,
quote you on that?
like Brian is losing his fucking mind right now. It's so fun. We should just all talk about nuts all the time.
Is he not able? Are you allergic? Brian?
I
No,
No,
I'm
I'm just-
with you, Kelly Sue. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah,
Yes.
we figured out yesterday. We said I don't know what the
Thursday,
conversation was,
Tuesday,
but
you can
somehow
just
it
send
ended up
them
with us saying that the nuts were the lungs of the penis.
All right.
All right, guys, it's been an awesome time. I really enjoyed talking with all of you.
And he's gone.
It's been really great.
You shamed him out of the chat. That's lovely.
Happy,
That's fantastic.
happy
All right, now let's
year.
all say what we really think of Brian. All right, first of all.
And that's always like more than a handful.
Oh, we're not
I
ending
get a
it now?
stomach ache. It's
I've got a thing of mixed nuts in the that's what I'm gonna go have right now. Is nuts.
Yep, it's the best.
I get it.
And because I don't have any pie.
Oh, except for pistachios. I can eat
His-
like endless pistachios.
Also, blueberries.
Berries.
Yes.
Very good. Me too. I have strawberries, but I do eat blueberries and blackberries. Absolutely. That's great.
Good
Do you
antioxidant.
have your refrigerator like right there?
No,
David.
my desk is right here, so I just keep these things on my desk so I can eat like nuts and berries while I'm working. You know.
That's awesome. That's
that's
fantastic. Mentioning Thomas Jane, are you guys watching The Expanse? Because I haven't broken into it yet,
I heard it's
and all I
great.
hear are great things about it.
Me
But
too.
with
But
ex-
I haven't watched it.
So he showed up. I was having a gallery exhibit in Los Angeles, and he was doing The Expanse, and he showed up. Nobody recognized him. He looked totally
He's so
different.
thin. Yeah, he's so thin. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he lost like 100 pounds, and at the time he had really long hair and a beard. So I'm guessing that's what he has on the show. Like you hear he got stranded on an asteroid or something.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
So he showed up, and people were also something else about Thomas Jane is he doesn't wear shoes if you don't make him. So this guy was no shoes, lost a lot of weight, had a really long beard. Really, everyone just thought he was like a homeless guy who wandered into the art gallery, and it was like, oh, Thomas, how cool to see you. But when I was staying with him, he would do this. We would go into a sushi restaurant or something, and he doesn't wear shoes.
Yeah.
Like when he's, you know,
John, are you okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. No, that was the laptop. I'm fine. I'm stationary. It was the computer.
Most-
David.
In San Diego one year, and you know that there's that one place where you cross into the gas lamp
yeah.
area, and
Yeah.
it's the busiest crosswalk
Yeah.
in the world during San Diego. And he was smoking a cigar and shoeless.
Yeah.
And it was just like the like I was like, somebody's gonna step on your okay. You know?
Yeah, he was a
Well,
character.
that was his shtick in Arrested Development, right? Like, I wonder if that came from just his lifestyle.
Maybe.
right,
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe.
I didn't know he was on Arrested Development.
Yeah, he was really funny on there. Yeah, he had a great little. He
Yeah,
played
he was
himself.
like playing a homeless guy.
Wasn't he himself, Talk? I thought he was himself, but he was ironically homeless. But
Yeah,
maybe
like,
not.
it
Maybe
was
I'm misremembering.
himself, And Lindsay thought he was like a homeless guy, a hot homeless guy.
Yes.
And she was really proud of herself for like dating a homeless guy, but it ended up being like it's really Thomas Jane. Like
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So funny when he was doing that comic Bad Planet with Tim Bradstreet and all those artists. Tim's an old college buddy of mine. We didn't go to the same school, but he was at Illinois Wesleyan while I was at Illinois State, and we'd see each other at the comic shops. And he was just this amazing fan that was drawing great art. And then there were a couple role playing game companies in Bloomington, Illinois, that he started working for and everything.
I first did stuff like Vampire the Masquerade in the early '90s. That's when he sort of got on the radar.
Yep. Yep. So
Yeah, I
so
love that
once
he's a
when I
legit
started doing
nerd.
the podcast, I'm like, hey man, he knew I was going to go into radio. That's why it was so great in the early 2000s before the podcast. He's like, you're in radio. I'm like, yeah, and I go, you're in comics. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, we did it. And it was kind of great. It was really funny that that was our ambition. So when I started doing the podcast, he's like, hey, I'm doing this book with Tom Jane. I'm like, have him come on. It was when he was shooting the Mutant Chronicles in London. And he couldn't have been sweeter, honestly. And I saw him a few times after. Every time I'd see him at a Comic-Con, couldn't have been sweeter. I really like Tom a lot.
Yeah,
Great
I
dude.
have great memories of that era. And there was a point like I would wake up early, do my stretches, exercises, get right to writing. It was when we were writing Daredevil End of Days. And I remember I was trying to get a certain number of pages written in the morning. And it was all these Punisher scenes, which I really enjoyed writing the Punisher scenes in those Daredevil End of Days, with Brian. And then it occurred to me, I was like, oh yeah, this guy plays the Punisher. I'm writing the Punisher in the Punisher's house.
Oh wow.
I loved all those photo covers, or the way that Tim does those Lightbox covers, and that he would use Tom as a model and stuff during that Punisher Max period and everything.
Yeah, and Tom was in that Punisher movie with John Travolta.
Right, which should have been better, unfortunately. But they got, I guess, a ton of money. Well, they got a ton of money, Dave, as you know, to shoot it in Miami. And it's like, oh, it's the Punisher. He belongs in New York, man. It's like, what do you do? It just didn't work, unfortunately. And even Tom admitted it. When I was talking to him, it was Mutant Chronicles, and it was after that movie. And yeah, he's like, it's a shame. They should have just done one of Garth's stories.
Yeah,
and then just left it at that, unfortunately.
During that time, they were casting for that Coen brothers about the folk singer.
Oh yes.
Do you remember? And the guy
I know that movie. Yeah. I forget the title of it.
The Lloyd
Llewellyn. Anyway, he was going to audition for. He went to audition for that film. He really wanted that role, and at the time, he was playing a lot of music at home, and he was recording music. I ended up just doing like drawings and stuff, like when he was like playing the guitar, and he ended up using one for his album cover at that time. But instead, the role went to Oscar Isaacs.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of the first time I noticed him in like a main role. Was that Coen Brothers film?
Yeah, it's a great movie. That's a really good movie. They're always great. Jesus.
When I think of Thomas Jane, I think of Stander.
The South African.
Love that movie.
That was a really good flick.
It's called Stander, where he played a cop sort of robbing banks, and
it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Based on a real story? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah.
Have you guys seen that Vast of Night that's on Amazon Prime that everyone's raving about? And it's kind of like an homage to like Twilight Zone and Outer Limits era TV.
No, I haven't even heard of it, I don't think. Inside Llewellyn Davis.
Yeah, Inside Llewellyn Davis. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep. What do you guys? I asked Kel this before, and Matt. I should ask you guys what has caught your eye. Like David, you mentioned the Eurocrime documentary, which is fantastic. I also watched the Hammer documentary from a couple of years ago on Amazon Prime. Hammer Horror.
I haven't seen that one yet. I tend to watch a lot of stuff like that just because that's how I unwind.
Sure.
But, on Epix, there's a pretty interesting doc about the history of punk music, punk rock. And
oh wow!
And so I just watched the second episode of that, and it was and the first one was really solid. The second one, they interviewed Johnny Rotten, who is just not the sort of person I want to hear talk, because he's so annoying. But it was just sort of fascinating because I'm just old enough to remember, like, I remember when the Sex Pistols came to the U.S. and hearing, people talk about them and hear about them on the radio, and the Clash, hearing them for the first time in high school, and it was just like really. Now I feel old, but watching that was really. It's just interesting because usually I feel like by the time I discovered any sort of music, like the first time you hear something, the first time I heard the Clash, it was like, oh, there's this new group, the Clash, but it was like their second or third album, and it's interesting now looking back on that stuff and going, oh, I didn't know about all this stuff before. There had been I don't know if it's still on Netflix or not. There's a great documentary about Twisted Sister, which even if you don't like Twisted Sister, it's like one of the best music docs I've ever seen. And it was just really about their career and how they came from. And Kelly just looked up, like, as if Twisted Sister. I don't know. Are you a Dee Snider fan?
No, no, but I dated a guy that played for him for a bit.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
that's hilarious.
I'm gonna have to get going, so we gotta go feed our dog.
Okay, guys.
Watch
all right, no problem.
Documentary.
No worries.
I should probably wrap it up.
David's going too. Okay.
I'm gonna watch Murder, She Wrote.
I was gonna say, guys, if you want to wrap, that's totally fine. It was a lovely hangout. I remind the viewers again to support the Hero Initiative and
yes, please.
and heroinitiative.org if you're not on the Mainframe Comic-Con webpage watching, and if you are, please hit the donate button. We've got an entire weekend of great panels, and hangouts like this. I know Hall E is going to be this kind of informal hang. So that's where to go if you enjoyed the vibe of this conversation. I'm thrilled. And truly, David Walker, I thank you very much for joining us at the end here. But Mac, Oming, Tak, Kel, I love you all. I'd say I love David, but I don't know him well enough, and I don't make him
All of you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you
good to
for
see
being
all
a
of you.
lovely host.
Always great. Everyone be well, take care, and as I end every conversation, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, and we will reconvene tomorrow at noon Eastern for Mainframe Comic-Con's first day, Saturday. Don't miss it. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good night, guys. Bye.